Nicolas Maduro. But
Hello,
You predicted it. You got the
everyone,
prediction.
and welcome to a recording of a breakdown of Stranger Things. Sorry we couldn't do this live. It's unfortunate, but that's how things go. So, yeah, doing this in early December, so probably past December by now, which is crazy to think. But we're going to assume how the show ended and talk about it. If you're ready, we're just going to break it down. This will be good old... Platoon's going to guide us through this adventure. So I don't know what else to say other than just to hand it over immediately.
Yeah, I had a wonderful leading up to Christmas. While everyone else was out drinking and having fun and seeing family, here I was, slaving away, just trying to make sense of whatever the fuck Stranger Things has done from the beginning to the end. And that's roughly what we're going to do today as well. So the broad idea for this episode is that we sort of give an overview / retrospective recap on seasons 1 through 4, and we might, if we get around to it, start talking about what we expect will happen at the end of season 5. But because it might take some time, fuck it, we might as well get straight on with it.
Yeah.
So, Stranger Things season 1. I think we're all broadly, well, tell me if I'm wrong, are we all broadly agreed Stranger Things
could do,
season 1 is good but not great? I could do one.
You get like one word from everybody to describe season 1, just to do this fast, so we'll get a broad consensus.
Yeah, okay, why not? One word from everyone from left to right. Fringy, one word to describe Stranger Things season 1.
It's good.
Cool.
That's 2, and you used a contraction, which is almost cheating.
Well, yeah, that's like 3.
It's like 2 point something. Mauler.
Fun.
Mm-hmm. Gary.
Good.
2 for good, 1 for fun. Mr. Diorio.
Peaked.
Peaked.
With
Maybe
a
it
Q
did.
or a K?
What does the word with the Q mean? Peaked?
P-I-Q-U-E-D?
Piqued my
I guess
interest
it's one
in
with a
that
K.
sense.
Yeah, it has to be the K one. I haven't heard the Q one before.
Cool. Nutter.
Bitchin'.
Bitchin'. Oh, season 2 reference, but for season 1. Nice. Rags.
I'm thinking my one word. These don't count. I'm gonna say decent.
Decent. That's good. That's annoying because it was going to be my word, so I'll choose good as well. Yeah, just good.
Yeah.
Lots of people do
Can't
do
fault
think
anyone for saying that.
no.
It's the
Lots
good,
of people
cool,
do think it
bitchin',
was
decent
the
peak.
absolute best of Stranger Things was season 1. So if we all think it was, well, most of us think it was pretty good, if not perfect. What did we like about season 1? What functions well in season 1? Because I think this might set us up for what may or may not function well in subsequent seasons. It seems relatively tight, I suppose, would be one way to start with it.
Yeah.
You've got
You know,
I'd definitely say so. Yeah.
An unfortunate thing to say about it, which is almost damning on like the state of a lot of television shows right now, is that season 1 is actually structured like a television show. It takes advantage of the fact that it's multiple episodes, like multiple different episodes that can all achieve, you know, something of a singular purpose while, you know, gradually building up the mystery and building up the characters. That's become like a big problem with a lot of shows now, is that they're not very much structured like television shows. They feel like long movies instead.
I would
Yeah,
say
I think
that
a lot of
especially
the
now. You go ahead.
I was gonna say, a lot of the best things that are happening in season 1 are kind of the issues with the later seasons of the show. Whereas like season 1 seems to have stakes. It seems like any of these characters, I guess, with the exception of probably the kids, could have died. I think, which provided a lot that you don't seem to get in the later seasons of the show. I also think that it's like written better. Like the dialogue seems to be stronger, and it gets significantly worse over time.
Agreed.
Now that we have, you know, all these other seasons to compare to the first season, you realize that when you were watching the first season, it really does feel like a different show in terms of its tone, the way that it's structured, the sort of small town mystery that has to be resolved. I think that
Hasn't flanderized the fact that it's an 80s show yet. Like, it's not obsessed with the fact that it's set in the 80s.
No, it certainly hasn't. We don't get like really weird, very, what would be a way to describe it? Like very non-natural references to contemporary movies or songs and shows. Kate Bush hasn't happened yet. Um, it's very much feels like it it feels deliberate. It feels like, oh, this is like a little mystery show. There's a little town in the 80s, and a kid goes missing, and is there like a government conspiracy that the local sheriff has to uncover? And how will the kids, discover the things that nobody will believe, and da da da. It just is. It's almost like a different genre than later
I have to resist talking about
seasons.
Harper for as long as possible. Jesus.
Oh,
Oh my
God.
god.
Darker.
I will say,
it's a darker show too.
It's a much darker show.
for sure. I saw it said, and I totally agree. Take this scene I've got on right now. Season 1, they dressed as you might see someone in the 80s, and as you progress, it becomes they dress as though they're going to an 80s themed party.
They're
Yeah.
dressed like someone
That's-
in the modern day would imagine someone
Yeah.
in the 80s dressed all the time. Yeah.
It's all accentuated,
between-
and again, flanderized would be the word. It all gets
You know
more
what,
and more silly.
Yeah, where's
You
the
remember
mall?
there was a South Park episode that was like a Stranger Things one, and the kids were like, "Yeah, let's play cool '80s music for like in Stranger Things," and then they keep playing
Yeah.
like this '80s music that's shit that people don't really like remember or care for, and they're like confused about why it sucks. And it feels like Stranger Things season 1 reflects better like. The 80s isn't just the things that you remember from the 80s. The 80s was also like a time that people like sort of existed in and lived in.
Yeah,
It's
we're-
not just like the greatest hits. The greatest hits wasn't the 80s, like it wasn't the entirety of it. It was like a real place.
Yeah, they
with
didn't
normal people
showcase
in it.
much of any songs that people hadn't, like, let's call them songs that deserve more
Well-
praise but didn't make it to the mainstream or something, you know?
No, running up that hill again.
Again and
Again.
again
And again.
Again!
And again.
It's the only Kate Bush song she ever made. There are no others. I was so look, and I like Kate Bush, right? My dad would play it all the time. I'm so fucking sick of that song. Jesus Christ, give it
I'll
a
be honest,
rest.
dude, on rewatching, even season 4 played it a little too fucking much. Like,
Yeah.
they
Well, and treated it
and-
like that specific song was like the
theme
thing that was
song of the
needed
show.
to save
Well,
save
because
Max, rather
at the
than just
time
like
that
any
was
song that she
true.
liked.
It was true at
Yeah.
the time that was the song, because it was
Yes.
her absolute favorite song, and it kind of works in season 4 because
Works
they
better,
do
yeah.
probably overuse it. At least it builds up to something, as opposed to being just constant background music, which concludes with, "Oh, I didn't need that after all." But we'll come to season 5 and in a bit. We're still on season 1. So,
Yeah.
like, point taken about it's a show set in the 80s as opposed to it being a show about the 80s. It's less meta. More focused as well, you'd argue. I mean, that you've got the basic A plot, B plot, C plot structure. Like, all of the characters are quite firmly grouped. There's a couple that will sort of dip between these A plot, B plot, C plot. It's mostly Steve who does that. But you've got the adult story, which is the realism. You've got the teenager story, which is the magic realism, and you've got the kid story, which is the magic horror. And they condense those quite nicely in every single investigation they're on, whether it's Harper investigating the disappearance, whether it is Nancy and Jonathan investigating Barb's disappearance, or whether it's the kids investigating Will's disappearance, are all always pointed in the same direction. They just don't realize it yet. But that means you've got A plot, B plot, C plot, but you've got the very strong through line all the way through. You understand where everyone is, what everyone's doing,
you're
what their relationships
anticipating all
are.
these plot lines will meet.
Yes.
Like, oh, this is all kind of going towards the same direction.
And there's a bit of audience
Different sets of
superior
clues.
stuff going in because you've got the evidence from the other plot lines that they don't have, so you can see the consequences that they don't quite see. And it's engaging. It's quite a bingeable show. It was probably one of the first real bingeable shows that Netflix did. And
And while there's like a monster and there's like a whole separate dimension, it's kind of almost it's more believable what's happening in this season in comparison to the stuff that happens later.
it's believable
Yeah,
because
I
it's largely
remember-
unexplained, right? I mean, that's one of the things that will become painfully obvious later. And because I'm doing a video on this anyway, so I've watched basically everything the Duffers have ever done, and they are good at setting up stuff. They are terrible at having to explain it. But in season 1, they don't have to do too much explanation. You come away from the end of that, you know a bit more about Eleven's backstory. You don't know a huge amount really about what the Upside Down is, or even the Demogorgon. There's a lot of unexplained stuff, and it's quite content to leave you with the overarching
Sometimes it's
mystery
better
of
not
the
to
thing.
know.
Well, yeah, it is, and that was the
A
original plan, because
strange
it was
dimension
supposed to
of
be a
weird monster.
standalone series. It was not supposed to be a continuation, and then it was only late in that series that Netflix got in touch and said, "Hey, this is really popular. Actually, can you do it again and again and again and again?" and then they had to start coming up with explanations, which no one who is a devotee of M. Night Shyamalan, as they are, is good at explanations. And we'll come on to some of the explanations later.
The one guy in chat going, Shyamalan mentioned, yay.
Yeah.
Classic.
We gave them their start, right? Because they had a movie for Warner Brothers which didn't get released theatrically, and it bombed, and it's not very good. And it has lots of the flaws of later Stranger Things seasons. But then M. Night Shyamalan picked them up because he liked it. He likes terrible films, and he makes them too.
Of course.
So he picked them up, and then he put them on Wayward Pines. So they wrote some episodes of that, and then they used the money from that to be unemployed and drafting the pitch for Stranger Things. So they had lots of time to plan it. Lots of time to plan it, lots of time to think about it, lots of time to create the characters. And they gave there's the whole pitch Bible, is the Montauk Bible, which you can find online, and there's a Montauk version of the original Stranger Things script as well. And you can see like lots of the core stuff is all there from a long time before they got around to doing it. There's a few ideas in it that don't make it into season 1, but do make it into later seasons. So Terry Ives is originally supposed to be a kind of a conspiracy theory nut job in the town. Which character obviously becomes Murray in later seasons? Don't we all love Murray? He's a
great character.
Murray feels like the character who was plucked straight out of one of those 2000s-ish era action monster movies. Who's the
You feel
the
like
goofy,
he was
wacky
in
guy?
a Transformers movie, even though he wasn't.
Yes. Yeah,
Well,
yeah. I
like,
feel
just
like
to-
I've seen his character. Like
They had an
17
archetype,
times.
an intention, and they just kind of gave up on it halfway through season 2, even possibly. Like he's going to uncover the truth. He's doing it for the people. There's something wacky going on in Hawkins, all the way into he's a clown. He just clowns. He does clown things.
They do keep one of his traits very like it keeps going throughout
But he
the
yells a
entire
lot.
show.
Or
That he's really fucking creepy about these two kids getting together.
Yeah.
They carry that all the way
Hey.
through season 5.
It ain't just the kids between Joyce and Hopper. He's like, well, when are you gonna do it? When are you
Wait, he's the shipper. Wait, he's like the
He's
he's
the
the Wyler
in-universe
shippers.
shipper.
We were
Character.
Murray.
Shart.
Murray was us the whole time. Oh
Ugh.
no.
Yes.
He's
I love
like
how this-
yeah. He's like a character who like walked off of straight out of like Nickelodeon's sitcom show or something. Oh my god.
Yeah,
he's
he
annoying.
from iCarly.
he's so
he-
wacky.
Yeah, he fits perfectly.
He's the aloof adult character that all of the young kids can interact with, and he's approachably adult.
Mhm.
And it's so
Regarding
noticeably formulaic as well, because you notice quite quickly that in every single season there is a Murray scene where he is a shipper. He literally he has a designated scene where he tells two characters, usually Jonathan and Nancy, sometimes Hopper and Joyce, that they should really just get over themselves and get together already, for fuck's sake. If he'd done
Here,
it
kids,
with Will
take
and
this
Mike, they
vodka
might actually have done it.
yeah,
Yeah.
You want to sleep on my bed together? You don't have to sleep on the pullout. You don't have to. You can sleep together.
yeah,
My room
weird
isn't-
fucking
My room
character.
isn't videotaping constantly. I promise.
But
I won't be watching.
presumably since
It's funny because that would be the only camera that exists in universe if he did record them.
ugh.
Oh yeah.
Since we're vaguely on season 1, right? I don't know how many people would differ from this, but my favorite character would have been is Hopper for season 1, and that's not even an indictment on all the kids or like the other characters. Like that's it's a notion of how relatively solid everything is, but his investigation is like pretty fucking interesting, and it's cool because it's like the straight man line of the plot versus the
Yeah,
wacky
He's
shenanigans.
not like, yeah, he doesn't think, magic and spells and secret dimensions.
Yeah, because
and
some of the
stuff
kids
like
are
that.
like pretty ready to believe that they're like in this crazy sort of adventurous story. They're like
The
all
story
for
takes
it.
advantage
Whereas
of them being
obviously,
kids
Mhm.
a lot.
yeah, exactly. And I mean, it's kind of it's a big appeal of the show, right? It's like, yeah, it's
Yeah.
kids going on a crazy adventure, but it's real, that sort of thing.
Yeah,
Meanwhile, Hopper is actually having to take it like seriously, as you would expect, but then
Mhm.
gradually gets pulled into the same mystery and pulled into it into a different way, in a different way than Joyce is, right? Where hers is more of like I know I sound crazy, but like this is real, and then comes up with kind of like interesting ways of communicating with Will
Yeah.
in the Upside Down, like with the lights. That's
Mhm.
super cool. I feel like there's nothing in the later seasons that's a cool
The
idea
tunnels,
like that,
bro.
you know?
Well,
The
it's one of the
tunnel
first things they
droids.
put in the credits of the whole season was like the letters on the wall in the house, because it's such a neat like concept and it's so recognizable.
And it
As,
looks
like,
nice and
Stranger Things
deranged to
iconography.
outsiders, which
Yeah.
creates tension and conflict.
That's the thing that's really engaging with her, because we see all of it from her POV, so we're like, that there is something weird going on, but I know it looks insane. It's really annoying. Like, how else do you explain it, sort of stuff. And you get the payoff right at the end, then that she actually gets to get her son back. It's like a really solid storyline. And then they were like, well, now what? And it's like, you know what? Just end it if you don't know how to answer that question, guys.
Yeah,
Just
that's a
leave it
good
alone.
plan. But
Well,
I think
intentionally, it was
more
supposed to
than-
be like a anthology series, from what I was able to read about it. Like they didn't have a season 2 planned, as much as they had ideas that didn't make it into season 1.
I will
But it became
say-
too successful to do
Yeah,
that.
but there's only
should
a
make a
couple of
good
ideas as
anthology.
well. There's very few ideas that don't make it into season 1. So like everything from that point onwards, they were writing. And as you learn when you watch all their interviews, they don't write in advance. They write while the season is running, and they've done this basically from the
What?
beginning, all the way through. Yeah, they
Yeah,
are
their lack of
writing. They're
planning
still
is
writing all the
evident.
way up through. It's
Yeah, it shows.
very much is.
And what's funny is they said that they planned for season 5 when they were making season 4 because it got delayed because of COVID. They said
No.
Yeah, but that stuff's
Yeah, they
a lie,
planned
though.
for it, and they also said that we didn't plan to use Holly Wheeler like that.
Well,
Which is
they have
half the
this-
season,
Yeah,
so that's
well,
impossible.
They have this
Well, the
huge
phrase
book,
that-
right? That's called Season 5 Plans, and you open it and it's just one page and it says there will be a Season 5.
It's
That'll
his
be season
bazinga.
5. We should get around to that.
Yeah. Like, whoa.
What if we added an extra memory dimension because whatever? I
Fuck yeah,
guess.
dude. Upside down
So,
too.
When in season 1, though, that actually sort of works on a character level because, I mean, I think, all the kids are quite solid. I've never really heard anybody criticize the acting much for any of the main cast of kids.
Not
And
in the early seasons.
no, and,
No.
and
Yeah,
there's
Will
a
was really
reason for
good up
that.
until something that happened in 2022. And I
Will is
just
at his
don't have
best
my
in
finger on
season
what it
1,
was.
which
Yeah,
is weird.
Yeah, but the reason for that is they did not actually write the kids' characters. What they've done all the way through, and you learn this all the way through every single season. But it starts with the kids in season 1 to make it as natural as possible. They deliberately didn't write them to be solidly defined characters. What they wanted to do is find kids who were charismatic, with like strong personalities, who would effectively play themselves.
Interesting.
And the reason it works in season 1 is because, well, they are playing themselves. Like, and if you watch Gaten Matarazzo, is the guy who plays Dustin,
Yes.
he is just the same in real life as he is playing that character and always has been. And most of them are the same. But that means that because they're not asking the kids to do something which is very unnatural to them, it does come across quite smooth, quite well done. That approach sort of informs what they do with other people as well. Less so in season 1, but in later seasons, whole characters are just invented by the actors because the Duffers had no plans for them whatsoever. Were going to kill them quite early on, but then they liked the actor and the actor had good ideas. The only other example of that in season 1, I think, is Steve. Because
That's
Steve
what
was
I
going
guess.
to be...
Well, not the best in season 1, but will emerge as being one of the best
Oh, yeah.
characters in the whole show.
Overall,
most
yeah.
competent, loyal, and unrecognized by the plot. But he was going to die
yeah.
quite early in season 1 as well.
Mhm.
But they decided they really liked Joe Keery, the actor, and he'd given some good ideas for directions to take that character in, so they kept him around. Sometimes without very much use for him, which is another common problem that they have. But since we are talking characters, and I know Hopper's got a mention already, one of the things I thought that was actually not just good, but really, really quite good, is the way that season 1 gives particularly the adults, but also the teenage characters, the overlapping series of flaws. So you've got Joyce, who is known before even Will goes missing as being a bit of a paranoid, ditzy, incompetent single mother, and nobody quite trusts anything she says. You've got Hopper, who is the small town sheriff who's moved here to get away from his own life of tragedy because he loses his own daughter. Then, of course, they're thrown into a position where he has to trust a woman that nobody else trusts, and he doesn't really trust himself, in the course of investigating the disappearance and possible death of somebody else's kid, which, of course, brings back all the traumatic memories of his own failures as a father. And then you've got sort of a slightly less interesting but still present version of that with Nancy and Jonathan. Nancy really fears becoming her own parents. Jonathan is like the loner who sees everything so clearly that he can't be close to anyone. Forcing them together
Also
allows
hyper
certain truths to
creepy.
come through.
Hyper creepy.
Well, he is, yeah. I don't
Yeah,
think they realized
definitely.
exactly how creepy he was.
No, they don't.
But,
They
They
think
don't.
that Steve is in the wrong when Steve is totally in the right.
Yep.
They really think that Steve
He's-
is like the
And you're talking
arsehole,
about for the
they think
camera
they will-
part, right?
The camera
He's
part.
lucky the only thing
Yeah,
that
and they
happened
will
was his
keep-
camera
they will
got broken.
keep
All right.
reminding you, like, oh yeah, Steve is an asshole. He treated everybody like shit. And it's like, dude, you've only ever shown him respond
Like,
pretty reasonably to the
I
information.
just want to be
that's
clear.
presented to
I
him.
saw discussions saying like breaking that camera was such a dick move, and I was like, no, it wasn't.
Yeah, no, this is the
What?
big problem with the
The
Duffer
dude was
Brothers.
taking
is
pictures
that-
of ugh.
Yeah, they clearly interpret certain things to be taken one way, but they're very obviously not that. So they spend the rest of the time kind of not bullying, but like they spend the time shitting on Steve, but Steve was
They bully
objectively
Steve.
right in season 1.
Yes.
Steve absolutely gets
Like
bullied by
he
this
gets
show,
punished
and
for
he-
something that was just that didn't come off the way the Duffer Brothers wanted it to come off.
Well, and in the realm of
Everybody likes Steve
reactions,
because he rises
like
above it.
he could have done something way more unhinged, like way more in the scale of what scenario this is, and he's pretty reasonable and can be reasoned with, and shows remorse for a lot of the decisions. And then I don't know, man. Like he probably has the most courageous moment in the whole season of any character.
He comes through in a big way
Yeah, he
with very
does.
little information about what the hell is happening.
Like
He
defends
has no idea what's
two
going
people who
on.
seemingly hate him from a hell demon with a baseball bat. He's like, yeah, fuck it, let's go.
Oh, by the way, Minazor 1, this isn't live. Yeah, this is pre-recorded.
This is pre-recorded,
Sorry,
yeah.
pre-recorded.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that got through.
Yeah. By the way, thanks for showing up to put that thing in the chat. I really appreciate you making time because we looked like absolute fools if you didn't show up in the chat.
I'll edit
Yeah.
it all in, so I'll just make a note. Yeah,
Okay.
there.
Is anything else to be said? So season 1, I mean,
Well,
besides tight
you know,
character writing and
we-
overlapping stuff, where are the flaws? Was going to be my next question.
The ending is pretty rushed.
Yeah.
I think it's safe to say the ending is pretty rushed. I remember when I watched this the first time years and years and years ago, that was something that stood out to me. It's like, man, I feel like we sorted that out quick.
There's some just things that just suddenly happen, and I guess you could say it's future seasons' faults for not explaining them. But just for example, Barb, like, why did it come for her randomly and not really anyone else in the whole town ever again? And it's just like we never got an answer for that. It was just hungry, or
of
what?
course,
Not really, because it
The
didn't even eat
lack
her.
of acknowledgement-
It just
the
left her
lack
in
of
the pool.
acknowledgement in season 1 is noteworthy.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
It is a
Yeah.
noteworthy thing.
I was talking about a different thing, which is just the mechanics of the Demogorgon and the Upside Down. It's like they never explained why Bob was even targeted, but consequently as well, this season has a weird attitude toward the disappearance of Bob, considering the whole thing is built on the disappearance of a child in a town.
Yep.
Doesn't make any sense. It's probably the biggest flaw, and it's the one that the Duffers were like, oh, fuck, yeah, we really screwed that up. And it's like, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, you did. You did.
So the explanation for the mechanics that season 1 gives, and it's the only thing it does give, is that Barb had cut herself and was bleeding at the time. And this is because, and you can go back, this is all, I think, in the Montauk Bible, the only solid idea they really had for the Demogorgon was that it was inspired by Jaws. Because Stranger Things was originally going to be set on Long Island, and it was going to be much more like Amity Island, and then they subsequently moved it, but they kept the Jaws inspiration for the Demogorgon. Believing
Montauk,
though,
right? That was
yeah,
the-
Montauk, yeah, the
Yeah.
Montauk experiment, I think was the product name, or the Montauk Project, one of the two. But because they thought this was going to be a one and done, they thought that was enough. And obviously, it's
Well-
a bit weird because then you have to believe what? So no one else in
I was about
Hawkins
to
at
say-
the time was ever bleeding ever.
In all
I
of
guess not.
Hawkins,
Guess not.
we don't even need to talk about injuries. People are bleeding, all right? No need to say more than that. You know, just saying. And there's going to be people that would be taken off by the Demogorgons at that point, if you want to make that the rule. But I don't even feel like that's kept to at all, like the blood thing. I think that
No.
they do eventually just switch over to we're
lot of things
cooking.
aren't
Someone's in
kept to.
control of this, and they're doing it for a reason. We don't know what it is. Give us 4 seasons, and
Yeah,
we'll
a
figure it
lot
out.
of that stuff, like a lot of the stuff that they didn't have planned out really hurts season 1 retrospectively. Like they didn't have an explanation until season 5 when they kind of just theory crafted it, why the door unlocked when they were going to get Will. Like the Demogorgons originally could open door locks
Yes.
Right.
until they've decided to retcon that.
Which the fucking fan base were going nuts over theory crafting for that unlocked door, and they never got an answer. So
Nope,
sad.
People still cite that as a plot hole. Who opened the door?
No.
And,
It's actually it's in an
Oh,
interview. Dude,
don't-
they answered
I'm not-
it on
I'm not
stream.
entertaining-
This interview.
In the same
Another
way
Duffer
that
Brothers
in an
interview?
interview where they
It's
say,
an
yeah,
iconic
fucking
interview.
Gandalf came in and did it. It doesn't count. The show never addresses it, is my point.
You
Them saying it.
shall pass.
Like,
You're
yeah,
gonna
they
hear
said
that
it
a
was
lot, by the
Vecna,
way,
right?
As we continue to get into later seasons. Oh, it was in an interview. Don't worry, it's all in there.
There's-
It's gonna be what we have to
Because
say.
the logic is Vecna did it, right? Like that's what they said in the interview.
Oh goodness.
yeah,
Mhm.
but then of course
But-
it opens the question. Well, then why did Vecna take Barb?
Why did Vecna even send a Demogorgon? Just do it yourself, bro.
Do it yourself.
Do it
Vecna is
yourself.
dumb.
What does that even mean, by the way? Did he come through with it, stand near the house, use his hand, and go, and then went, go get him? It seems so stupid.
Well,
And
I
then-
mean, that would be
Yeah,
in character. So
There's also the question as to why he picked Will in the first place, which we'll come on to. It's quite weak. But there's no
Yeah.
explanation for Barb, obviously. So the villains are a little bit weak, I think, through season 1, and I'd apply that to the humans as well, though I like the contents of Hopper's investigation. And there's enough of Brenner just to portray him as the sinister government man who has plans we are not aware of. There does come a point, I think, roughly halfway through season 1, where the villains move from being quite sinister and good at cover-ups to basically just leaving the evidence trail for everybody else to follow.
I'll go as far as saying, maybe this will be a bit aggressive, but I don't even think they start off that well. Killing, is it Benny, the shop owner? I was like, guys, they call him, they say, like, we're child services or whatever, we'll take this girl from you, no worries, and then they shoot him before they've even realized that she's, like, ran away. And then they start chasing. It's just like, why would you kill him? That's going to create a huge interest of people. It's just like, oh shit, he died.
Suicide in a small town.
They staged the suicide. And I see that I didn't mind until later. I think on its own that isn't necessarily wrong or flawed if they were to follow through with the same approach to everybody else. The problem is they don't do that.
Well, I'm at the point of just don't kill him. Just don't kill him.
Well, yeah, but I mean, from their point of view, if they were to carry on in that manner, and it's, well, anyone who's ever seen anything to do with anything with this top secret project gets killed sinisterly, and it sort of adds a bit of, it's a shock moment. Obviously,
I'll give you that.
It establishes that they are big, bad, and to be feared, and they are ruthless.
They're the villains.
And it also establishes that they are going to be covering their tracks, and it plays on sort of the darker underbelly, I think, but beneath that sort of very happy 80s Reagan-esque facade of Hawkins. It's these small towns which seem so happy on the surface. Actually, the fact people can believe that Benny could have committed suicide, because it's the kind of thing that I guess like working class men have a problem with. It's like, it's the truth beneath the truth, which is part of the broader thematic stuff. The problem comes later when they don't do it to Harper, and that's when huge everything sort of
also isn't it really funny that specifically in season 1 they're willing to kill Benny if he's even seen anything, but also in the same time frame accidentally left all of Brenner's research sitting on a desk in the Upside Down.
Oh no.
Well, that's going to be the problem of all the seasons we talk about, as you guys know, is this was pure mystery box, but what carried it through were the kids who were pretty good when they were young actors playing themselves, as Platoon just said. And it was engaging enough, and Hopper's, basically walking Joyce through, which in the beginning he knows the kid's dead. And I'm just gonna have to break it to her at some point. I have to go through these motions, but then it starts. And when they get to that, killing the cafe owner Benny, I thought that was really good. I thought it showed stakes that they never showed again.
My issue is just it's naturally going to create a whole bunch of like variables for them instead of controlling it really intelligently.
And that's the problem with Mystery Box. So this show had the same problem as Westworld season 1, if you guys remember or not. They worked on that show for season 1 about 5 years, and they had no plan past that first season, and they were met with the same thing. And the Duffer brothers worked on this for years and years, and that's why it's tighter. That's why it moves better. It feels more cohesive. It's more immersed into the 80s instead of cosplaying the 80s. And now season 1, which I still thought was really, really good, you have to look at it differently as when you see it as a whole,
right?
And it was basically nothing. I hate to say that. It's a lot of it's going to end up just being, it was nothing.
A lot of their DNA is in there for sure. Because the other thing that just stood out from memory is when they decided to replace or like do a fake puppet body for Will. I remember being like, dude, this is such a bad idea. And of course,
letting
Hopper
State Trooper go drinking in the bar in the town when he's the one who was supposed to be like manufacturing the conspiracy.
There's so many variables now, so many people involved in this insane thing. And then, of course, the protection on the body is really bad. And then when Hopper finds it, I got really annoyed with the whole, like, he just immediately starts pursuing further and further in a very, narrow... He doesn't basically, get the thing out of there, take photos, tell everyone, yell to basically everybody in the town, like, they faked the body, there's a fake Gooba body.
And then, I don't know, go through more of a freak out. Like, why? Why are they
Mhm.
doing this? Like, what the
Well,
F's
that's the
going
thing,
on
right?
here?
These moments, like Benny getting shot, like pulling the like stuffing out of this puppet body, it's like this creepy as hell. Like, what the hell is going on? But at the same time, it's like, yeah, but and as Platoon mentioned, one of the biggest things is like, hey, Hopper, you continue down this line, and we'll fake your death with drug overdose. Like, why aren't you doing that right now? Like, you should just
Benny
do
didn't
that.
get much of a sit down.
Yeah,
You don't
He
want
didn't
well,
wake up with
Bring
you know,
attention to it.
and Hopper's such a
Well, I've already
thorn in
done
their
that.
side. He ruins everything all the time. Just kill him. You'd
It's
obviously kill
so
him.
incongruous. Going from that scene where they kill Benny to the scene where he wakes up and the only thing that's really changed is they put a bug in his lamp. It's like, oh, it's
Mhm.
not quite what I was expecting of you. Especially given like the entire tragedy of Hopper's character is the thing that makes his suicide so believable, and they
Yeah.
know all of it. They know about the dead kid, the broken family. They know about the drinking, the drugs, the smoking. They know how depressed he is, and that's what he's been trying to hide badly from other people. All of this stuff which they could use to tell that story so easily, and we've now seen that they have a motive for doing that and would do that because they've done it already to somebody else, but they don't, because we can't be killing Hopper yet in season 1, or indeed ever, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, that is what you could call the
Hmm.
first of many fake out deaths for Hopper. we get a lot of them.
We do. So villains are the weak point, I suppose. We've all agreed then to season 1. Anything else to be said for it before we
It's
move
just-
on to season 2?
I just call it a really enjoyable watch. It's well paced. It's a
Yep.
normal ass TV show. It's entertaining. You got solid acting, really good music. It's some multiple storylines that all managed to maintain interest. And what's crazy is a lot of people have forgotten because everything has changed. Is that it was marketed as the sort of return for Winona Ryder. It's going to be her show.
Mhm.
She's going to be
Oh,
a
yeah.
major character, and she really puts effort in. People always share similar scenes, but one where she has a big argument with her son about how she's not giving up, and she's got that major mother energy, which I would say compare the genuine, I would call it, authentic mother energy of season 1 with the sort of lame, performative mother energy of season 5 with what they do with because they're trying to
The plot
recapture the
lets-
magic.
It does that became something that I really was annoyed with because she uses it like several times and it just works out. She just gets her way when she does that. And it was very, very annoying because there's no way that in the way that she should get what she wants. That shouldn't happen just because you have your I am a mom and I'm so fed up, so you will do what I say, and then the plot's just like, okay.
It's a real
Then you
problem as
get your
well,
way now.
considering like how much of her character is her flaws and how much that she is disbelieved. People don't trust her. They think she is mad, and so like she has to. The strength of her motherhood comes through because it's her against the entire world in season 1. So that is a really good way of showing just how fierce she is. She is scatterbrained. She is ditzy. She isn't the best mother in traditional terms, but she will fight against everyone and anything to get her son back, and she does, and she succeeds. Later seasons don't have that.
Yeah.
By the time of season 2, which we're coming on to, everybody already knows and agrees with her. So all
Well,
she's left with is just the I'm a strong mother stuff, but with no real way of proving it beyond telling us over and over again that she is a really strong mother.
They start giving her one of those scenes per season, like obligatorily. In season 2, she has a "I am your mother,
Yeah.
Will, and I will, gosh darn, not give up on you. Gosh, I won't, because I am your
We're
mother."
telling someone else that she's a mother who's very upset, and she's a
Yeah.
mother. And then they go, "Oh gosh, you really are a mother. You gave me the speech on how
And-
you're a mother who's upset. In that case, here you go."
It's this panicked sequelitis bullshit where they look at season 1, they go, so everyone like this, we got to do all of those again, because that's the
Yep.
key, guys. We got to make sure we get all these bits in, and then we can do some other stuff, I guess, as well. But yeah, bouncing between all those plot lines with something that's pretty competently and adequately made makes for some neat entertainment, and most people recommend just season 1 of Stranger Things. Watching it in and of itself is a fine way to spend your time. Most people come away pretty happy with it. Just don't continue.
Yeah.
Yes, don't continue.
Yeah.
Stop at the
Just,
end of season
Well, this is
1.
where we might get to some hot takes, maybe, if we go into season 2.
Just
Yeah.
Yes, because
Just smile that it
some
happened.
people would disagree with that. Some people quite like season 2, and
sure
think
do.
that it's just as strong, or if not just as strong, then strong enough to be a close comparator to season 1. So,
Nope.
do we agree with this take? Is
Well, should
season
we do a
2
one-word
Absolutely not.
thing again?
Why not? Yeah, why not? Let's go right to left this time. Me first. No. Rags. You.
Sorry, what
Oh, wait.
what was the question
One word.
specifically? Just to be clear.
Oh, one word to describe it. I think I could still stick with no,
Oh,
actually.
disappointing is the word.
That's it.
Forgettable.
I would say frustrating.
hmm
Took mine.
Wait,
Repetitive.
I think oh. Okay, is it me next then? My order's different.
Yes.
I'm just gonna go with hate.
Jesus.
Dang.
I'll just go with good old fashioned crap.
Mm,
It's just crap.
Interesting.
It sucks.
mm.
It
know-
sucks. It's stupid and it's mean.
It is quite possibly all of those things, but lots of people would say, how can you say that when you said that season 1 was pretty good, and so much of season 2 is just the same as season 1, just slightly different.
Oh.
Isn't it crazy that like Dustin finds a little fucking goober creature
Oh,
and
goodness.
just against all reason decides like, no, he's my pal, I'm gonna keep it in my house, and then it kills his cat, and he doesn't really care, even though his mum's very distraught about it. And that
Bring it.
one,
It's
along
like
with
the
a whole
Chucky.
bunch of,
Okay,
It's
to
like
be
the
fair,
Chucky
it's a
remake.
cat.
And with knowledge that we get later.
why
that
Whoa,
is the second-
whoa,
Like,
Nick, hold on, Nick.
Wait, what?
We,
You need
Hey,
to chill out right there.
yeah, that's right. We are a happy animal loving podcast. We like cats and dogs and all God's critters. Okay, and this did serious damage to my perception of Dustin.
Yeah, absolutely
This-
it did.
This was
But
like
remember,
legitimately. I went
Dustin's
to,
the
like,
smart
holy
one.
shit.
He is an utter
It's even
retard in
worse
this season.
knowing that it's even
I've never
worse knowing
seen-
that family's cats were assassinated twice. Like that's not even the first cat to die.
This is
They
some
don't
bonus
like
knowledge.
I hadn't
That
seen
didn't
season
work.
2 and 3, so yeah, watching season 2 and 3 like for the first time now, like dude, it kills the show like for me well before we get to season 5. But I hate that, and then I hate like that stupid demo dog, along with a whole bunch of other demo dogs, then tear into fucking Samwise, who was just nothing but a legend throughout the whole series. He's just
I
this
really
great
liked
guy,
Bob.
and he made
Bob,
this horrible demise.
When I was first
Yeah.
watching the show, the year it came out with all the friends I was with, we were all like, they've created him to kill him. They've created this guy to kill him. They're going to kill him.
he's
That's
too
all
nice
it's
and
for.
likable.
They're just going to
However-
kill him.
and earnest.
They did change the plan slightly because they did create him just to kill him, obviously. But the plan was to kill him as early as season 2, episode 2. The
Oh, fuck
original plan
off.
was that Will was going to kill him while possessed in the car.
Oh my god.
And that was, but
Well.
because they didn't actually ask Sean Astin to do this. He submitted like everybody else did, just for the
Aw.
casting call. And they said, well, obviously, yes. And then he was on set. He, A, was so nice that they wanted to keep him. But B, he also came up with a whole bunch of the ideas that make Bob as nice as he is. It was kind of his idea to have Bob be the sort of surrogate father figure. The speech where he tells Will about how he overcame the evil clown creature, which is obviously kind of a reference. I think that was his idea too. And he also said that for a character who was this important in Will's life, maybe he should be, given some sort of heroic end. And the Duffer brothers said, yeah, that's a great idea too. So instead of killing him in episode 2, they killed him in the end.
That's
and it wasn't
interesting
good.
because it seems like the Duffer Brothers wanted to use him like Barb in the beginning to like establish, okay, we will kill things off and then not kill anything off. But now by doing this, they created their new archetype,
The new
of,
trope.
like, extremely over lovable character that dies right before the finale, which they do
Maybe-
now for 3 seasons after this, including
Maybe-
this.
And then never do
Worked
again.
better if he was killed off earlier. If it was like Will doing it, it would introduce quite a new like tension to the story. Maybe it would turn out better than it
Well,
did.
and you wouldn't get to see him be a legend over and over and over again because he's kind of like Steve in season 1 in the sense that he doesn't really understand what's going on, but he
Yeah.
rises to meet the situation.
Keeps being supportive
goes above
to
and beyond.
everyone.
Fringy, he was like Joyce took advantage of him. Like when the
Yeah.
whole tunnel shit was going on, and she essentially said, "We are going down into this weird tunnel." He had absolutely zero context for any of the stuff with the Demogorgon.
Yep.
Yeah, what's
with,
Jim Hopper doing
upside
here?
down.
Yeah.
Joyce is
Oh,
like,
yeah.
yeah, here we go. Come on. And he just jumps in because he's a hero because he wants to help.
Yep.
He had no idea. And this is not the first time they do this with characters either.
Mhm.
Rope them into all of this without telling them exactly what's going on. And like death could happen at any second.
Well, do you remember
potentially.
the government people have them and they're all like trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with Will? He's just in the room trying to help. He has no like what in the world? We've been captured. There's all this stuff about a demon world. Is everyone okay? That's all he's like concerned with. He's just like, yeah, his time's running out. That's all they're gonna do.
Mhm. Meanwhile, you mentioned Hopper. Isn't it great that Hopper gets turned into like
So-
an abusive shithead?
Yeah, there's a
Hopper
couple of
gets
different
lobotomized
things.
here.
We've been going over all the things I hate the
destroyed.
most, but like this one might be the major one of what if, we have to keep Eleven's secret, Hopper's lost his daughter, so we put them together and he can like kind of raise her. It's like beautiful idea. What if they hated each other? No.
What if
No.
he's
He's
so
really
overprotective that he
incompetent,
actually
stupid,
abuses
temper.
his surrogate
He is
daughter?
abusive. He's
He
an
is abusive, and
awful
it's
father.
the really frustrating thing because it's so clearly the one big idea they had for this entire season. Because it's the one there's not a huge amount by way of character development for anybody else. Virtually none of the boys has any. Joyce is stuck on a replay of the last season. Bob dies. Nancy and Jonathan have a replay of the last season. But Hopper does develop. It's just in quite sinister directions. So
Yeah.
Season 1 Hopper is gone. You won't
In
see
season
him.
one-
for a
No, he's just
while.
gone straight
Season
away.
one,
You won't
Hopper was
see him
like
for
a-
a while.
He was like a functioning alcoholic. That was also completely wiped away too.
It's
Yeah, he got better.
because
He
like
got better.
if there wasn't the aspect of his like tragic background story, right, that he was a father once and he is so regretful and traumatized by his daughter's passing, maybe
Wait, he had a daughter who died tragically? What?
No,
Apparently.
please don't show me the
What?
same scene of it 60
Not
times.
again.
But these are the
Oh
only
my
scenes we
God,
shot. What do you mean?
I call it.
needed
I
a
call
couple
it
more.
I call it a comically tragic background. It's
Comically
so funny when it comes up.
I think that I don't, not to jump the gun, and I'll give you a second here not to finish your thoughts, but is this, I feel like there was like in season 2 Hopper, like in season 1, like I really like him, arguably my favorite, and then we have no Hopper whatsoever. We have this weird doppelganger, but then there are points in season 4 where he kind of like dips his head back up when we're like, I remember you, no,
You start
come
to
back,
like
come
him
back.
again.
There's
Yeah.
one scene in season
All right, I didn't
3
know
as
if that was
well
just
where he
me or
gets
not.
to do that. But you are down to 1 or 2 scenes from basically this season onwards where he's allowed to be something like what he used to be. I mean, I wouldn't defend the choice they made in this season because they take it so far that it is actually kind of horrible to watch. But the basic premise being that he is now forced to be a parent, but he is unable to be a good parent because his chance with his own daughter was taken from him and he never learned how to do it. That's a strong premise. I like that. It makes, and I think it's why even now I probably wouldn't rewatch anything after season 1. But if I were to rewatch it, season 2, I would rewatch before most of the others, just because though it goes to horrible places, it's still vaguely aware that the most interesting thing about it is what it's doing with its characters. It might do bad things with its characters, but at least it's doing something
It
with
knows
its
to do
characters.
them, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Also, this is the season where Nancy cheats on Jonathan. No, on
Yeah.
Steve with Jonathan.
yeah.
Maybe this is a hot take. I don't think the Duffer brothers know how to do anything in regards to like actual relationships, like relationship building with characters.
Well,
They want to ship these characters. They want people to want these characters to be together. But as soon as they get together, they have no fucking clue what to
It
do with
seems
them.
they come
Yeah,
up
what
with
is a-
all the
what is
wrong
text?
conclusions. Like I am bewildered why they didn't continue Hopper raising Elle, and you can still do the overprotective father because I lost my daughter thing and teenage angst and all
And the
that
government's looking for
Without
her.
him
And the
abusing her, yeah.
without abusing her, right? But all the other directions they take are just wrong. And like with Hopper, and I just think they hate fathers. Like there's no good fucking father
Right,
in
that
any
makes
of
sense.
these series.
Well,
Yeah,
can you tell the
I don't know if
difference
they had to write
between?
them.
Oh, Bob.
Dude, wait, for like
Bob and,
Max's parents don't even visit her in the hospital in season 5.
That's
how
such
bad
a
it is.
Max's
fuck up.
parents.
They're gone, they're
Max's.
gone, yeah.
Who are? What are you talking about?
Didn't
Well, the dad
didn't
She
just
the
just
outright
sprung out of the
left.
ground.
The dad just
The
left.
dad's
The
gone.
mother is like vacant. She doesn't.
I think I'm right in saying the actress who plays the mother
Yes.
actually put on Instagram
Yes.
what kind of mother doesn't visit her daughter in the hospital.
Yep. Well, Lucas's
Maybe she
parents
got
are normal, but they don't show up like ever
Yeah,
again.
that's what
They
we don't
just
see them
disappear.
because they're normal.
because
Yeah.
they're normal.
Dustin's mom is like a tragic like minor character of I mean obviously there's the cat thing which is psychotic
Well,
behavior from Dustin. It literally happened
Absolutely.
in a fucking Chucky movie that we watched.
Yeah.
You
The
meet
same
Steve's
thing,
parents
basically.
in a flashback in season 5.
What?
You
Oh,
meet
yes.
Steve's parents in a flashback in season 5.
Oh, you do.
They're inside
for the,
Vecna's mind.
Oh,
That's where
yeah,
you
yeah,
meet them
yeah,
for the
yeah.
first time.
wait, they're inside a
Barrington.
memory inside of a memory inside of his mind.
There you go.
We cannot
yes.
get into the interstellar
Also-
levels of what the fuck's going on
Yeah.
in season
We
5.
keep having to
so
pull back to make
yeah.
sure. Well, I mean, we were on. To be fair, we were on Hopper, and I think Nutso, you were going to say something about that, right? Before we go off for something else.
Yeah, I was gonna. Platoon has mentioned it somewhat, and I was gonna say that if Hopper was not set up as the character that he was with his background story, I could see in season 2, sort of him not knowing how to parent a kid, and especially as like a police officer in this small city, he does not know how to approach this rogue kid that is very difficult for him to understand. And he does not really know anything about children, right? And it would make sense for him as a character. Wouldn't justify him, but I could
No, I
see
get
it
you.
how that would work.
Add an
But
angle.
in this way, especially, not only it does not make sense, but it's just it's doubly insulting to his character, knowing that his regrets and his past with this own child.
He's like a
I think,
huge problem solver. The guy knows, like, that's like a whole angle in season 1. So you could totally buy
Super
that he's like
gung-ho.
unprepared, but not only raising a kid fully, but also one that's special as hell. So it's like it'll cause some issues, but it doesn't mean they yell at each other, they throw things at each other, destroy shit. They talk about how they're gonna fucking kill each other potentially. Just like no, Duffers,
Comes to the
no. What are you
realization
doing?
You can't raise a parent like you're the sheriff of a town, or do
Yeah.
an investigation. You can't brute force or punch your way to, solving clues and getting to the bottom of things. It's a whole different animal that he's not prepared to deal with.
I mean, to
Because
be
his
fair,
daughter tragically died young, if you guys
but he
But,
needed to
for
learn
the record-
these lessons. He needed to learn these lessons to become a good dad in the finale of the show.
Oh yeah, because they don't just run the whole conflict with Hopper with basically all characters forever after. We're just like, God damn it! I can't understand what anyone's doing. And just yelling at everyone. He has like 2 modes
They have
going
like
forward.
a Family Guy reset where they, like, the beginning of seasons have
Yeah.
to go back to the beginning because they've
Yeah.
had these characters for so long, they haven't killed these characters, so they have nothing to do, so they have to like restart their arc again. Like in
The
a
lesson,
mini
the lesson
form.
probably does deserve to be stressed because it is probably the most glaring example of a reset in the next season. But it also necessitates Eleven going off on her own, obviously, to go and meet first her mother. Remember her mother? Because the show fucking doesn't. But she goes off to meet her mother. Then she has to go and meet Callie, and Callie is the one who gives her this conflict of visions
Oh,
between
man.
Hopper's ideals, which are overprotective,
Oh,
and
boy.
Callie's,
Can
which are
we-
overly
Fan favorite.
libertine.
Yeah, can we just talk briefly about that? Was considered the all-time low of Stranger Things. That one episode, the Carly episode.
the
yeah.
weird
All the
misfit
time.
people. Yeah, that
man.
was like, what are we doing?
That
This
the
is-
episode.
know.
I remember
got-
when this was coming
I
out.
got,
Everyone fucking hated it so much.
It reminded me of Ironheart.
Oh wait, but it was having that like rejuvenation that you see all the time when like all the critical people leave fandoms because the show hasn't been on in a while. So you start seeing those threads popping up and those tweets like, guys, wasn't Callie kind of good actually?
Yeah.
Do you think that people?
Oh.
Yeah, this
Those
was
people
actually
should be
really
shot.
good. There were a lot of haters who weren't real fans of the show who didn't like this. Yeah.
By the way,
It
I
was
don't know
just
if
an
you.
Everybody hated
awful
it.
episode. It's awfully placed because it's like it's after a cliffhanger and then it's a bottle episode, seemingly a bottle episode,
Oh,
which
it's
already pissed
terrible.
a few people off. But then just internally, none of it makes any sense, and everyone in it's horrible. But what they do it for is to enable, as Dick has mentioned, that you have to have this resolution with Hopper at the end when Eleven comes back, having left Callie, and the compromise, C-O-M promise, remember? The compromise is when she comes back and he learns not to be the same overbearing, protective, douchebag, abusive father that he has been, and she has to learn to trust him. Bookmark that for season 3, where none of that has happened.
Yes,
um,
and then he dies there forever and never comes back, and that was the best thing that happened.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Yeah.
What a
Oh no, he
tragic-
dies. Oh wait, I'm completely wrong. I'm in
By the
3
way,
right now. I thought
you
he
can't
died in
even-
2.
When
I know, right?
When
He
watching,
dies every-
Here's how I do it.
Well, he
Nick,
does
here's-
die in 2, but metaphorically.
when
I
wa-
just
Yes.
remember season 3 is Mall. All right, season 3 is Mall.
yeah,
Russia,
yeah. Season 3
Mall
is Mall.
Russians.
Dude, mall
And then once
loading,
you-
dude, with like new Coke maxing.
By the way, so when I was watching season 2 again, I had nothing but this thought. I was laughing my ass off when I saw this scene again.
Oh, dude,
yes,
wait. We are
that's
way
what-
too far into this review to not talk about how bad Nancy is.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That's what
Yeah.
Nancy's.
Yeah.
Nancy
Well, so the
sucks.
plot line for her in season 2 is
Yes.
all the writers apologizing for their mistakes of season
Yes.
1. She
well,
she
yeah,
barely gets to
and
be
of
a
course-
character in this. She's so like the hand is fully up her ass from the writers that she's
Right,
not
we
doing
gotta-
anything herself.
This show thinks she's so cool, and she's just like an asshole. And she cheated on.
You think she's cool
Steve.
now? Oh, you're not ready for how
She
cool
cheated on
she gets,
Steve,
Stringy.
And
Oh,
the show
she
doesn't
gets
seem to
cool.
realize
She
that
gets
that's
so cool.
the case. Yeah, no, she's awesome, but she's not. She sucks. She's
Well,
the
I've been
worst.
saying on
She's the worst
a
character
few-
in the show.
A few streams
Bro,
up
can
to
we
this
talk
point.
about how she used like grieving parents as bait? Like she feels so bad for Barb, so she gave the parents like bad information about the death of their
Yes.
daughter just to draw out the. That is
Yes,
fucking
which is
awful.
her,
She's a
that's
monster.
That's her modus operandi, though. That is her consistent way of moving through this show, is manipulating people and lying to people to get what she wants, and
What is
always
that?
sort of
She'll be a
rationalizing it
perfect
with,
journalist.
Well,
Yeah,
she
I was about to
achieved her
say,
job,
really.
so who
She's-
really
she's the
cares?
one-
Like, who cares whether or not she's using duplicitous means to get what she wants constantly?
Doesn't she say
She's an
that
awful
Steve's
person.
it was Steve's fault that Bob died and that she doesn't love him?
Yes.
Yes, so
Yeah.
this is that scene when she's very, very drunk. And so there's an important difference because though we all agree, and Stranger Things fans apparently don't, that Jonathan taking pictures of her was creepy and weird.
Mega creepy.
Importantly, there was a source of conflict between her and Steve in season 1 that was kind of believable. She had seen things he hadn't seen. She wanted to do things he had no idea about. He was holding her back and he wasn't going to let her go and investigate Barb's death because he was too concerned with keeping his own reputation in his parents' eyes. So like there was a real source for conflict in that season, which makes you kind of think, well, okay, she is a bit of a bitch, but she's not as much of a bitch in season 2. Because in season 2, Steve is totally on her side. He knows absolutely everything. He is offering to help her. He's the one who's going along at the cost, arguably, of his grades and his future education to give her closure with Barb's parents, being complicit in the lies that she's telling them. He's helping her all the way through. And then you get to this scene when she gets really wasted and she says, "You're bullshit. Bullshit. It's all bullshit. You're bullshit. You don't love me anymore? No, bullshit." So she's now just ditched a guy who's not in conflict with her in order to go and replay substantially the same arc she went through in season 1 and investigating the mystery with Jonathan.
Well, and it's insane that they put all this effort into building her up with Jonathan just to know where they go with it. It's like, are you fucking serious?
Oh my god. But even in this this season, before you even get to the culmination of their relationship, their entire plot line in this season is redundant. It's just pointless. What they're trying to do is to secretly, with Murray's help, uncover the truth behind what happened to Barb and take vengeance on the people at Hawkins Lab, even though the people currently at Hawkins Lab are not the people who did it. So really, they're trying to take vengeance against a building. And then what they do is they find some way of, actually, it's really easy to expose what happens, it turns out, because the military no longer has any control over communications. And their plotline does not intersect with the main story of the show until the postscript after the finale, when they finally evict people who did nothing wrong and were actually trying to help. And it's
They're all the good people.
Exactly,
by
all
the
the
end of this
good government
season.
people.
They only took out all the good people.
And then
she totally fails.
we never get like good government people again. It's always evil from that point on. So it's like, good job, guys. But on top of that, right? If you're, just imagine your kid's gone
there's one
missing,
guy.
and well, actually, let's just say a close friend's gone missing. A kid has gone missing, and you have the chance to either let them think they're missing, they may or not ever come back, or you can tell them an interdimensional demon creature fucking tore its way through a rift and dragged her off into a monster version of your swimming pool and ate her, or just killed her, whatever. That'll be good. We can tell them that. That'll make them happier. I'd be like,
Yeah, what's the plan?
Maybe don't tell them that, because that's just going to do nothing but torment them, I think, if they even believe you.
What I would have to do in this situation is, because Steve was 100% right. There's no way you can actually tell them that. You're putting way too much at risk, and as you had said, obviously they're going to think you're a psycho weirdo. But I guess you'd have to go to the feds and say, listen, you should tell her something, right? To come up with something, make a fake body, do something, say that she died from whatever, or come up with bones, or give them some kind
I think
of
that's kind
closure,
of
'cause they are
annoying.
actively investigating.
And Nancy's whole plot But Nancy's whole plot here is very reactionary to what people said about season 1. It's
Yeah.
like we have to drive this Barb story home
Oh,
because
yeah.
they don't believe that Barb. It's the Chewbacca medal scene at the end of The Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah,
It didn't need to be there.
it's so out of sync too, because we've now got the new government people who are trying to work with the good guys as a major plot point. You know, while we have other major good characters trying to sabotage the government good guys. You're like, well, wait, that doesn't make sense. Like, why? You know, they would obviously try to talk to Hopper, right? Try and find justice for Bob, not to engage with the beam fully, but that is what this is. But it's like,
Just for Barb.
and you know,
It's so
ending with like, we
true.
got this story out. What are the consequences of that?
The good guys lose, and the
Yep.
parents continue to believe in a lie, which is the other slightly morally thing. Because yes, it would be very, very difficult to actually ever get them to either know or believe the truth. But the whole reason this plotline starts is because Nancy cannot live with herself lying to Barb's parents, and yet the heroic conclusion is that she has lied to Barb's parents about the circumstances of their daughter's death again.
And let me
She's-
know,
this time she's happy about it.
Bob's parents, you know, major force in the first season and post season 2, right? Like they're around a lot. Yes.
Very important characters.
Not obviously overcompensating like crazy in season 2 to the point of obviously we need to ruin Nancy. Though you know, it's not like she was a favorite character or anything, but she's just destroyed by this season. And that's the thing when we start tallying this up. It's like down goes Hopper, down goes Dustin, down goes Nancy, and then a lot of characters are just empty, hollow repeats of what
It's
was
funny
in
because
season 1.
Steve is probably one of the best characters this season.
Steve
He shouldn't even have been
survives
in it.
attacks from the
Yeah.
writers many times. He's
A lot of
he's
times,
quite
yeah.
resilient.
He's tanking all the hits. Yeah, everybody else is getting destroyed. Steve's tanking all the hits.
It's kind of weird because it's kind of like, you know, Bob and Barb and, you know, these other sorts of characters. Steve, I guess, is oddly in a way sort of in the same boat of the fact they don't do much with him is almost what probably saves him quite a bit, because they do a lot of stuff with other characters like, you know, Nancy and some of the stuff Dustin does, and you're like, oh, I wish you didn't do anything at all, actually.
Yes,
And they
So
bring in
maybe
a lot
saves
of
him.
a lot of the new characters they bring into the show don't really survive very long because they need to justify keeping the original cast. It's weird that
Yes.
Murray seems to be like the only one.
Well,
It's like him and
Murray survives, but then also in this
Max.
season you've got Max and Billy who are both introduced, and Billy does survive for
Oh.
another season. But we can come back to
Dude, I'm
them
so
if you want.
sorry. Completely forgot those two are in the season because they're so
Yeah, yeah.
superfluously stapled on.
They are.
They have
Yeah.
no use. They have no use at all.
There's a few things about those characters. Max is introduced kind of just to meet the formula at this stage. Like, she's not interesting in this season. She's there because there has to be a misfit girl who causes conflict with a group of boys. That's there for about 5 minutes. There's a love triangle which doesn't ever really develop
Oh god.
Oh,
triangle shape.
Except they stopped doing it specifically because
yeah.
Caleb had too much chemistry with her.
So they
with,
just sort of solved it
Sadie.
with Dustin saying, okay, guess fine, you win. And that's it. They're
Okay.
best friends again. So there's no real conflict there. And then Max otherwise is like this collection of tomboy tropes with a skateboard, really. And she's not much else beyond that, except for the relationship with Billy, which doesn't really get fleshed out until season 3.
Yeah.
And 4.
Billy is just weirdly racist.
That's what I'm gonna say. He's like hyper racist.
But
Well, like, I can't believe there's only homophobia in this world. There's no racism.
So
Like, have
this
you
is
met Billy?
another. He's another addition to the formula, because when the Duffers introduced him, if you remember in season 1, the human antagonist are the school bullies. The Duffers introduced Billy because they thought, well, we had a human antagonist who was
Yeah.
a bully, so we want another one of those. But everything about Billy that is sort of a character in season 2, but becomes way more of a character in season 3, is all the actor writing the character again. He went to the Duffers and he said, I really want to know more about
Lucas.
this character. I'm a massive racist and I hate black people. But the funny thing is, if it weren't for Dacre Montgomery, that's all he would have been.
Yeah.
But then
Yes.
he came and said, I want to know about the backstory. Like, what were his parents' relationships like? Was his dad abusive? Was he from a single parent home? He went so in depth. He started investigating like paranoid schizophrenia, the symptoms, so he could properly convey them. Like everything about Billy that becomes more of a character in like the end of season 2 and the beginning of season 3. Again, all the actors work. So the Duffers just wanted a racist bully character, and that's all he was there for.
think-
But they cast a really good actor who sort of salvaged part of that role.
The worst thing about Stranger Things that I'm starting to believe is that its casting director is way too fucking good. Like, it's just too
Yeah.
good.
On
The
that,
show would have fallen off and burned to hell
Yeah.
if the casting was not so goated.
So on
Like,
that note,
Marvel.
with what Nick mentioned just now as well, right? So whereas you might think, like, oh, it's unfortunate there's not as much chemistry with certain pairings and other pairings. Think about Nancy and Jonathan, I think there's anti-chemistry with those two. I've never found any of their scenes particularly engaging.
Well, they've been
Which is
trauma
funny.
bonded because they both got
Meanwhile-
groomed by Murray.
Meanwhile,
Oh my
Steve and
goodness.
Nancy,
Remember the couch?
Steve and Nancy worked plenty well, and then I was noticing other things. So it's like, yeah, Lucas and Max, not a great amount going on there, but Dustin and Max was like, it was a bit more entertaining. And I was like, oh, it's not. I don't think it is as pairings as much as it's just everyone has chemistry with Steve and Dustin. Steve and Dustin
And
are
then
the
the funny
top
part
tier
is-
charismatic
Your
Your
characters.
chat's bringing it up. The funny part is the only people who have the worst chemistry on the show are the ones who are dating together. Like they're
Yeah.
in real
Real
life,
life,
like married.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then no wonder the series survives, as Nessa was just talking about, because they put the two like highest chemistry providers together, and it was like, oh, some of their scenes are fucking great, like Dustin and Steve just talking.
Yes.
And
They
they're
just got
God,
really...
why'd you have to kill that cat? God damn it.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah,
Which
I don't know
one? The
what-
one they made merch out of the other cat they killed.
Steve and Dustin are
Oh.
Stranger Things anchor beings. True.
Pretty much.
Mhm.
I mean, they also
God.
forgot that the bias had a dog, but I guess it doesn't technically die, so it's not animal cruelty. But they do have one in season 1, and then it disappears, and we never hear from it again.
Ran away.
Wait, that was mid-season too, right? Like there was just a dog one episode, and the next episode they didn't.
Oh
have
yeah.
one.
Sorry, Nancy and Jonathan, they're together
Well,
in
you know
real
why,
life,
right?
right?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
that's
pretty
really
sure the reason they got rid of the dog though is because the actor for Hopper didn't want to be around it anymore, and they're just like, all right, fuck the dog.
Mhm.
Oh,
I thought I
that's-
read that.
Why did he not
That's
want to
as
be
good a
around
reason
the
as
dog?
any.
He's a dick.
Let me look
Is
this
it-
up.
But yeah, the fact that they're
Isn't-
together in real life and the on screen, I'm like, God, stop forcing them together. They don't work. It's just
Is
like-
there- They're
Weird
very
thing as
low energy.
well. After you, Nata.
Yeah.
No, yeah. I just wanted to say that.
Okay. Well, it's funny because when they started dating, I think in season 1, they wanted to hide it from people, so they insisted on bringing the actor who plays Steve to all of their joint interviews, so they could hide the fact they were in a relationship. So like, even they seem to realize that they both have way more chemistry with Steve than they have with each other in real life.
Yes.
It's a bizarre thing all around. But
You're right about that. Sorry. The buyer's dog, Chester, was written out of Stranger Things primarily due to difficulties working with the animal on set, particularly with David Harbour, who played Chief Hopper. Harbour described the dog as one of the worst actors he ever worked with.
Is this actually our first interview-related death that happened off screen?
He stormed
Is
off
this the
set.
first one?
You serious? How bad was this dog?
This dog sucks.
How much
He,
of a
like, smells,
fucking
you know?
asshole is fucking David Harbour? I mean,
Well, listen, he would never cheat on his wife.
Oh,
no,
Yeah,
never.
fair.
Maybe
And he
that's
would
why he
never
didn't wanna have a
steal a
dog
hat
on
from
set.
somebody at a bar or something awkwardly. Who wanted to? Yeah, he
Dog
would never
reminds
do
me of that bitch at home.
well,
speaking of chemistry, though, I did want to say, what about like how this one is structured versus season 1, because this is way more indicative of how subsequent seasons are written. Whereas we complimented how well season 1 was quite tightly focused. You had your 3 core distinct plot lines, 3 core distinct groups of characters. Season 2 is actually really hard even to sum up what they try and do with this, because there's a different rule for basically every act. But it means that though you have a couple of plot lines with some good chemistry, principally the one that involves Dustin and Steve, you also have so many other characters split up in so many different ways that you don't tend to benefit. None of the others benefit from their charisma quite as much. Mike is the one that the Duffers said was the heart and soul of their show. In this season, not so much. Also in the next one and the next one and the next one. So he's not really, but they say he is. The meme they had behind the scenes for his role in season 2 is that he was emo Mike, and his job was just to mope around and do nothing and be bored. And that is all he does,
Wow, that's
because
bland.
he gets tacked on to about 2 other plot lines all the way through without ever really being involved in any of them.
well,
But,
yeah, and removing Elle from the kids for the whole season was a huge mistake.
Yes.
What are you doing?
I feel like starting at season 2, I guess in a similar vein, I never felt like we got the pairings of characters that work as strong again. I feel like having the kids together, working together, moving together as a team and cooperating, I never got that sort of energy or vibe going on after season 1. Maybe there's be some points here and there, but maybe that's one of the reasons why it feels so different. That felt like the kids is like a trio, I guess a quad with Elle, but you never really got that sort of thing happening again. It's the way that they split people off and their
yes,
involvement with each other's plots.
yeah, what their involvement with each other plots, I think, is the key one, because season 1 has them all pointing in the same direction. This season doesn't. So Act 1, I think this is a complete list. So like, the boys are together while they're investigating Max, and then while they're investigating the tadpole, then Will has a seizure, and then they split up.
His name
You've got Hopper and Eleven. They aren't involved with the plot, but they are together. But then Hopper also has to be involved with the other part of the plot, which is investigating the tunnels. So that distracts him from Elle and kind of undercuts the whole thing about him being an overprotective parent, I think, as well. So he's off doing his own thing. And then you've got the Joyce, Will, Bob set figuring out why Will's still unhappy. You've got Nancy and Steve investigating Barb's death. Then you've got Nancy and Jonathan investigating Barb's death. Then you've got Steve and Dustin investigating the tadpole. Will, this is Act 2 now. Will, Joyce, Hopper, Bob, Mike, and Dr. Owens diagnosing Will. Lucas and Max introducing us to Billy. Then you've got Nancy and Jonathan meeting Murray. Then you've got Eleven going to meet Callie. Then you've got all of them sort of crashing together just in time for Act 3, but half of those don't ever really have a meaningful impact on the Act 3 resolution. So Nancy, Steve, and Jonathan don't.
When 11 goes to the city and meets the lovable band of misfits who are very cool and awesome.
Oh yeah.
What does that ever amount to until they drag Callie back at the very end?
I hate this argument because I wish it never amounted to anything, but people kept hearing people say that, and they're like, we got to bring her back for season 5 because the Duffer Brothers suck. I don't know. They said it wasn't even supposed to be a backdoor pilot. So I don't know why they did that at all. Like, it was like, it gave her the ability, the strength or whatever to like use her hatred, I guess.
Taught her how to use her
Also-
powers better.
Yeah.
Also, but
She
then
taught
also
her
to
things that she
learn.
wasn't able to learn in the lab, specifically designed.
Well, it wasn't so
That-
much like the
Harnessing her
powers was about like
powers?
tapping into your hatred, but then say the narrative purpose overall is supposed to be that she learns a balance between being responsible as Hopper wants her to be, but also being free as he has to recognize her as being. So like she has to come back with the synthesis of those two perspectives. The compromise is what they aim for as the theme between Hopper and Callie.
lot of
Which
people
is what they
forget
will
this.
use her again for in season 5 as well when they want to do the same thing. But that was what they were going for. I don't think it works particularly well, but they had an idea.
Wasn't the
They
meta
also.
reason,
Sorry, you can go.
wasn't the meta reason that they were kind of trying to set up like a spin-offs and
Yeah,
stuff? That,
Yes.
They deny that. They deny that.
Yeah,
Oh,
whatever.
A Callie show.
They're liars too, but
Yes.
but they also use this to say
Oh,
that Brenner was
no.
alive. People usually forget that Brenner
Yes.
was announced
Who?
alive in this episode.
I'm sorry, but that's still a retcon in that season 2.
Oh no, he definitely died in season 1, but he's back now.
Him with
and
his
better than
with his
ever.
little scars is so funny. It's like, see,
Yeah.
he's alive. Like, shut up.
It's like it's so
Dora does things
telegraphs the
going
rule that if like the death is technically off screen, it doesn't count, and Stranger Things just really amps that up to the max because they like he's definitely dead because his ending in season 1, he gets jumped on by the
Well, it's,
Demogorgon, which has just massacred everybody else, and it's like, well, no one else has survived, so why the fuck would he? But because he falls below the camera line, they thought, aha, we didn't technically see him expire.
Well, what's
so we
crazy
can
too
bring
is
him
like
back.
it's a bit of a waste on season 1's part 'cause he doesn't have a good boss death. It's not like a particularly poignant one. It's the Demogorgon's coming and it got him. You're like, oh,
Yep.
okay. It's a fine
also-
end, but it's just like, oh,
This
okay.
is also this is also the beginning of that annoying like defense mechanism that you see from fans of the show, where they go, "Oh, you don't like that he was obviously basically killed on screen, but is alive off screen. Well, you must not like '80s movies. This is how corny they all used to be to justify any bad writing." This is like the first time I think that really, and you'll see a lot more of that moving forward.
Did you see the one that said, like, why is everyone so obsessed with the plot holes and stretches of Stranger Things? It's a show meant for kids. I was like, hang on.
No, it's
Hang
not.
on. We can't be pulling that
that's
out for
just
this.
that's not even close.
I'm sure some kids have watched it or whatever, but, like, there's no way this is intended for children.
Well, the
I
Duffers were quite
remember-
open about that. It was not intended for children because one of the fights they had getting this accepted from the beginning was how they could make adults invested in a story about children. And they said, well, it's not about children. And this is why we've included all of the really adult stuff we have. What it is like the best of the 80s stuff, which is, I suppose, family entertainment. It expects that kids have a more adult sensibility than parents expect them to. They can handle more mature themes, but also the stuff you sit down to watch with your family should speak to every member of that family, and that includes dark, mature, and adult themes as well. So it's more consciously like a Stephen King style story, and though he is kind of a child, he doesn't write children's literature. So it's never been for kids, and Stranger Things fans who accept that argument are probably themselves dumb children.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of retconned that concept, but I remember when season 1 came out, it was first of all marketed as like a Winona Ryder show. And then the next thing I remember about it is that like children around me were so a lot of the children were not watching this because they were scared of it. Like it was a scary show for a child.
Scary bit.
I remember
Yeah,
when it was
it's got some
scary.
scary bits.
Those were cool times when it was
Yeah,
the
they were
scariest
just-
show.
Yeah, but
Well,
now
next
we've got hype
season-
moments.
Well, next season there's a giant creature made out of human body parts, but that's for kids.
Well, it's
Oh,
funny
kids.
because it's so goofy, but but you're
Dude,
right.
the
Like
exploding rats are very funny.
Yeah,
The exploding. I was very sad for all the rats dying. I'm like, no.
Yeah,
same here. It is
Oh,
funny that
no.
the more ostensibly mature it gets, the more childish it gets because it becomes just this cartoonish
Well,
kind of
so-
show. Well,
I talked about this on another stream, but like the first season is borderline an old folk tale, right? This horrifying monster in the woods comes and grabs a child and drags them away, and you never see them again.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, what was that? Why did it happen? What does it mean? And the whole town is like shaken by it forever. It's just like, oh yeah, this is like a creepy hum for that. But the more you go on, the more it's like, whoa, giant spider in space. You're like, wait, what? What's happening?
Power of love and friendship will save the day.
Hmm.
The power of being gay will literally save the day.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Great.
If I may as well, of course, the big thing that struck me so quickly was like everyone loved the lights representing the letters to have communication. Like we got to do that again, but different.
Oh,
So-
that's where I was out, Mahler. That the minute I was out on season 2 is when when they redid that.
The tunnels,
That's
shit.
my favorite quote. That's my favorite
Yeah,
quote.
go ahead.
Oh, that's Lover's Lake. They're like, this is all random. Your kid should be like locked up. Wait a minute, is that Lover's Lake? It's like this. It's like one to the other.
Turns out this
immediately.
all makes sense. I understand it fully, and it's totally a
Dude, Bob Newby understands like radios, so clearly he can identify maps that are spread out across all different rooms. That he
Yeah.
can't look at all at once.
It's so
My dad could
awful.
do anything. He's a TV repairman.
So
Sorry.
desperate to
Another
be
movie
like a redo of like the cool iconic shit, and this is so embarrassing and stupid. They're like, no, we gotta find Hopper. He's in the tunnels, like for some
Mm.
reason.
well, yeah, I mean, there's so much. For all it does it in a way more diffuse way. Like so much of that plot is just the same but worse. I mean, you get that big beat. Obviously, it's the same, but structurally, it's kind of the big beats are all just repeats of the first season. Even to the point of Harper goes on an independent
the
investigation,
light
gets
thing, right?
ambushed, and his life's in danger. Will is imperiled by a creature from the upside down within the first 10 minutes. Joyce has to, try and stick stuff on walls to help him. That's all extremely the same. You get Nancy breaking up with Steve and going off with Jonathan. That's the same. You get Eleven falling out with one of the nearest protagonists, and then she has to go off her own adventure, which is what she does in season 1 as well. Dustin and Lucas go off on their own thing until they learn something new that they bring back. They all reunite at the junkyard. All of that's in season 1 and 2. All the walking down the train track stuff. It is just the same. So much of it is the same. And then the big battle at Hawkins Lab at the end when someone dies.
We get our second of many instances, something that bothers me too, that Steve is definitely the writer's punching bag. Season 1, he gets beaten to hell by Jonathan. Season 2, beaten to hell by Billy. Season 3, beaten to hell by Russians. Then season 4, he gets torn to shreds by the bats. He's just getting eaten by them for a while.
Yeah.
It's this strange sort of obsession that they have where they got to torture him at least once per season. It's like, okay.
But it does kind of give me my favorite moment in the season where he's beaten up and he looks at Mike and he's like, Nancy.
Well, I just
That's,
like Steve. A lot of the stuff to do with him, all of his scenes, all of his effort, like the actor's great. It's just like, yeah. So showing him getting beaten and still going, I'm just like, yeah, I like you. You keep it up, buddy. Keep defying
Story
the
of
writers.
characters
No,
in the
I like
show
the scene with
beaten
Billy,
to
like where
ground.
Billy and Steve kind of fight, and then Max just like stabs him in the neck.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could like it
Oh, in
fully,
the
but
cabin.
what I don't like about it is
Just way
Steve is
too much
clearly
standing
losing
around.
badly, and
Yeah.
none of the guys do anything.
To the
It's
point where
only-
he's like
it's
about
only-
to.
Yeah. Like,
Yeah, he's,
I'm
like,
sorry,
on him, on the
even if I'm
ground,
that
punching the
old,
shit out of
I'm
him.
gonna grab something and hit the asshole with it that's killing my friend, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but
Thank
I
God
just
we got
think it's
Max
funny that he
here.
wakes up in the
Being
car.
agent.
It's like, have you ever driven before? And she's like, no.
And that's the thing that I think bothers me as well. Is like they would tell you, it's like, we got to give it to Max. It's the payoff for like her brother, and it's like, I'm sorry, all of them would do something.
Everyone, yeah,
Yes.
they all like Steve. They would all do something instead of standing there like lemons, watching him get his face pummeled in by this.
But they had to
psycho.
give it to Max. And
It's boring.
That's a thread throughout the rest of the series.
I mean, you could have worked both in. The boys could have tried to help, and Billy could have knocked them away, which enrages Steve
Yeah.
to fight harder. But then he gets beaten down, and then Max comes in for the
Well, you
needle
have
stab in the
them-
neck.
You have them each hit him with something, and it's all feeble. It doesn't work, and then she hits him with the thing that actually gets him, which is the injection. Which is like, oh shit, that actually
Yeah.
will do something.
You know, it is funny though, because I don't think if you plucked out season 5 Dustin, I don't think he stands a chance against Billy in that moment. But season 5 Dustin has to fight a fucking kaiju.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What a season. Only other note I'd sort of made to discuss about season 2 is because we'd praised season 1 for being way more a story in the 80s than a story about the 80s. But season 2, though not as bad as subsequent seasons, is already taking this turn toward extremely meta references in the sense that entire scenes are constructed because they are references to 80s things you've watched. So obviously the vague idea is it's aliens to Stranger Things 1's Alien. But because that's the vague idea, they lift entire scenes from Aliens, like when people go down into the basement while their bosses watch on camera and they all get torn apart by the aliens. There is a almost shot-for-shot same beat from The Exorcist, which is when Winona Ryder is criticizing the scientists who are trying to figure out what's wrong with Will. It's filmed in exactly the same way, same camera angle, same everything else. They then break decade a bit because most of the Hawkins lab section where Bob sneaks around with the radio is Jurassic Park, which is 1-for-1 as well. And it's the first time I noticed myself watching it saying, oh yeah, I've seen this before. Whereas with Stranger Things 1, it was way more, okay, no, this is kind of like, I see what their inspirations are, but no one scene is telling me they're just ripping it off.
Yeah, season 1 is like a cool setting in the 80s that they wanted to write in. Season 2 is a cool setting in the 80s that the audience really likes, so they have to pander to it. And then it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse.
There's a depreciation of the way it's shot as well, and the color grade. You'll never get it as good as season 1, and by the time you hit season 5, it is.
4 is better. Not better than 1, but 4 gets better than 3 and 2.
There's comments to make about cinematography for sure, and just certain moments that get highlighted. But
felt different.
something else that's very much noticed if you're looking to listen to pay enough attention. But I suppose I don't know if you want to talk about it, Fringy, is the change in philosophy with music. From season 1 to 2.
Yeah, you'll just notice in season 2, there's just a lot more instances of 80s pop music being played, whereas season 1 has much more of an emphasis on its original synthwave score, which I really like, because synthwave is a really good genre of music.
Yep.
And it's fair to say that Stranger Things may well have had a big influence along with like Daft Punk in terms of sort of making that more popular, but that had a really cool and moody soundtrack that matched it with much more reserved usage of actual 80s music. But now there's a lot more, and like from this point onward, that's going to be the sort of attitude with music in this show is 80s music. We got to play 80s music just over and over and over and over and over again.
Hope you like Kate Bush.
In place of the score. Wow, that's
yeah, there was one track.
Yeah.
I think it's called "The Kids." It's very recognizable if you know which one it is. I don't think that gets played at all in season 5, and I don't know if it gets played in season 4. But it was like one of the most iconic songs from the early show. But now they have Right Round or whatever. You spin me right round, so that's better.
Yeah.
And it gets to the point where they start advertising the show on the basis of the 80 songs they're going to include. It's like season 5 has, we're going to play something that's never been played on TV before. You'll love it. It's from an 80s thing. You know the 80s. The 80s are really cool. The music is now like not the original score. The score that the soundtrack songs that they use are the ones that are like, hey, look, it's another 80s reference. Come watch our latest season.
On the aliens influences you were mentioning, by the way, the one thing I do appreciate season 2 for is introducing Paul Reiser's character, because he's one of the only things that like is kind of borderline a breath of fresh air.
Does that bring you joy in life?
A little bit. It's a little bit of joy.
One of the only things,
a solid actor and
take what I can fucking get.
Desperately. The thing is, like, it took a little bit for me to get on side with him because I didn't know if he was being deceptive, right? Like, is he part of the evil government? He's just pretending to be good. It's like, no, we find out he's just through and through a really good person. He's trying to help. And
yeah, but they're kind of handcuffed to the radiator with his character.
Yeah, a little bit. You might even say permanently once that happens.
Dude, he's a skeleton.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
He's as skeletonized as Derek's family.
He's gonna show
Yep.
up in the sequel series, whatever they do. He'll be the guy to show up because they completely forgot what to do with him after season 4.
I will say, because
He did
someone in
well.
chat
And
just
there's
mentioned
plenty
it,
for him to do.
they don't treat him very well, considering these characteristics for him in the show overall. Like, he's not very much trusted by the good guys, and bad guys fucking hate him as well. He's kind of just like,
Even
you're
though he's not
here.
as big of an asshole as Hopper.
He's
I
kind of
can't
one of
wait
the
though
nicest
when they
people in
bring
the
him
show.
back to use him again. He's gonna be like, I used to know a girl just like you.
Yep.
And she was strong too. Like they're gonna do that shit.
Oh,
He'll
what
pop
happened
up.
to her? I don't know. I wasn't there for that bit. So,
they didn't pay me for that bit.
he was an interesting one. I mean, I liked, as you mentioned, that the twist is almost there is no twist with him. He is genuinely a nice guy. I wasn't sure though that season 2 ever figured out exactly what it wanted him to do or be, because once again the government scientists are a strange addition to season 2. Season 1 they are the sort of overarching threat. Season 2 they're not an overarching threat. They are sincerely trying to help, but then there are weird moments like when Hopper goes to report that there's that rot spreading around the town, and it's probably
Oh,
something to do with Hawkins'
yes.
lab, and Dr. Owens is like, probably not.
It's fine.
like,
Don't
well,
worry about it.
Your entire
Just because
thing.
there's this weird goo spreading out from the epicenter that is our lab that's seemingly
That's such a
otherworldly.
catastrophe,
It's
dude.
nothing. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You're
You know what else?
overreacting. It's probably just a pumpkin.
never
or whatever.
mentioned
Burning
it
those
again.
tunnels borderline kills Will. Crazy, isn't it? The damage you could do
Yeah.
to Will by doing that. Crazy to think
Yep.
about.
But all
Yeah.
he's been doing, like, also there's a bit where he learns that he overhears on the radio that this Russian girl has escaped, and obviously Hopper knows who that is. He knows it's 11, but Dr. Owens also knows that it's 11 because he struck this arrangement with Hopper, which is, you can keep her locked in a cabin in the woods as long as nobody ever finds out about it. Whereas at the end of the season, the happy bit is, I got you the adoption papers, so now everyone's allowed to know. So, well, you could have just done that at the beginning. She didn't have to be.
Wait, was that the arrangement? I thought the arrangement was if I see anything, I'll let you know. We're working together, but he was still hiding her from them.
No. So Owens knows about it because the exchange they have is like, I keep this shit locked down and you keep your shit locked down, basically.
Yeah, I thought that was
I
like.
thought what Nicholas thought. I thought that 11 was still a secret regardless. The arrangement
Yeah, I thought they were
was
hiding
that-
her from Owens too.
Yeah, they were hiding from all the feds, and it was just the arrangement was that Hopper wouldn't tell anyone about all the crazy shit going on, and then he and they in turn wouldn't like bug the town or whatever. They'd keep their shit closed off.
I
It was like,
assumed
we're all
that
just gonna-
was impossible given the amount of information that was left over from season 1 that they had to be aware
Well,
of. in
season
order
1,
to
everyone
the-
thought she was
Yeah, but-
dead.
The Duffers never let that sort of thing get in their way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was about to say. This is the bad writing issue of you can't tell
No.
what's supposed to be intentional and what's just like a fuck up
Dude,
of the
right?
writing.
The amount of
Remember,
people
there was-
I've seen conclude the fate of a certain character at the end of season 5 based on certain things happening in the show where I'm like, dude, that's just bad writing. That's not intentional. Like, they're like, no, but this thing happened, so it must mean that's where they are. It's like, no, that's an accident. They didn't mean to put that
We're
there.
gonna get to that meta moment, but that was like almost like a joke
That
where
meta
it's
moment.
like it was like, yeah, dude, you don't understand. That writing that you saw on the screen, that was bad on purpose because
Yeah.
here's my theory, and it's like, oh,
I've
Oh,
seen
it's
it
a
so many
lame
times with
theory.
fandoms. It's so sad because you know it's over when they're like, no, all of
It's
this
the
bad
quote,
stuff is
yeah.
actually. I think they did this with Doctor Who's fucking Flux season as well, Gary. I could have sworn some
Yes.
people did it with that. No, all of
This
this
is a case
cringe
where you need
shit,
to-
it's going somewhere. Trust me.
dude.
You need to believe in yourself. Believe in yourself and rise above the belief that the writers actually know what they're doing most
Oh,
of
No,
the
dude, the
time.
Duffer Brothers
sorry,
are awful, and the best example of that, and I think we were watching this together in Waller, is when they're like, it's 7 seconds. That's when the lightning is going to strike.
Oh, God.
And you count 7 seconds and it's perfect. And if you count 7 seconds at any other point in the show, it doesn't work. It's only in that
The-
one
Yeah,
specific
yeah.
moment. And it's
The
like
actual
immediately
first
after
one.
if
Called it
you
out.
keep counting. Yeah.
You've
no.
just-
The first
you've
one,
just
after
told
the
me to
7 seconds
conspicuously
proof, you
listen
can
to
count
this.
it. It is exactly 20 seconds until the next one after that.
So, I don't know
It's
if
not
anyone
even
here.
a multiple of 7.
No, I don't know if anyone here watched Sherlock as it was coming out, the BBC Sherlock, but that show got so horrifically bad. The fandom was so coping in
Yes.
favor of it that they
Yep.
came up with this conspiracy theory that they had a secret episode they were going to release to reveal that everything you'd seen was bullshit. and that it was all like in the
It was
heads of
Vecna, yeah.
whatever.
You're
Basically,
joking.
yeah, and there was like essays written and loads of timestamps to point to symbols to explain like they've left clues everywhere, guys. This is going to happen. It's definitely a secret episode they're going to release. It never happened. The fan would just have to sit with it.
That's simultaneously like really sad, but also kind of endearing that people are so invested in a show that they want it to make sense. They want it to work.
Yeah.
But also, it's really sad that they're holding on to that kind of hope for what is obviously a terribly
Well,
written show.
Well,
I
you
think
see them
it's,
put more work and effort in than the writers of the show did, because like lots of fan
Yes.
theories would have just improved the show they actually made the theories
Oh,
about,
man.
but that's because
Yeah.
they're
Well, that's what
thinking
you
about it.
unfortunately
That's a sign.
realize that there are plenty of instances where the fans care a lot more about it than the people who like spend their lives working on it. Like dedicate weeks and weeks and weeks and even years of their life working on these things, and they don't actually care that much. They don't have very good
It's just a
answers to the
paycheck to them,
questions
yeah.
that you have.
Gary, do you remember I think it was Christian Harloff who said, "I've been busting my ass as a Star Wars fan."
Yes, yeah,
I-
for 5 years.
Yeah, that
Been
line
busting my ass.
is
What's
funny.
this?
He
Oh,
said
you
it.
never heard of this?
Yeah, he said it
might
because
have,
he was pissed off that he wasn't invited by Disney to some event, right?
man.
Oh, this, yes,
But
I know.
I like to change the context into like these Sherlock fans or whatever, being like, I've been busting my ass being a fan of this stupid show and it couldn't be good. God damn it. Worked so hard to try and defend it, and here we are. Because that's the thing, man. Every single time, once the last episode's out and there's no more episodes, it's just like,
Nowhere
that's
to
it.
go.
End of the cliff. There's nothing else.
All your theories were better, but wrong.
Yep.
Yeah, just like
Mhm.
it really is a case of you need to have a little bit. And it's kind of funny is that the Stranger Things fandom has become much more confident in their willingness to sort of trust their critical thinking skills to
yep.
realize that the show sucks. It just would have been
I
nice
wish
if
they
they
do it for
started
everything else, but
Well, it's
They-
'cause so
well,
many
it'd
of
be nice if
them.
they did
Yeah,
for
just a
everything else.
few
It'd be nice if
seasons
they
late, you
started
know?
a
A
little
few seasons
bit
late, but like
earlier.
Stranger Things makes it easier for them because so many of the things they thought were meaningful were so obviously not meaningful that there is no room for interpretation left. Like the number of theories about, we'll come on to some of them in season 5. Just stuff like obvious continuity errors, which until the end of the season, it's like, well, no, that could really mean something. And if it had been left ambiguous, then fans could still say, well, maybe it did secretly mean something, and maybe it actually led to this, and maybe this informs that, which actually did happen, so it still all makes sense. But with Stranger Things, there is no ambiguity. Most of these things are just completely broken, and there is no theorizing left to be done.
Well,
Which,
the problem is for this specifically is what you said before is that they're writing right through the season. So it is possible that some of these things were meant to be important. They're just not because by the time we get there, they're not important anymore.
Oh yeah, stuff
So
they
these peop-
introduce.
so it's coping, but it's also like the Duffer Brothers' bad writing is still a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, what does that clock mean? What do the numbers on that wall mean? What do the numbers on the
We'll get
uniform
there.
mean?
yeah.
We'll
The
get
needles
there.
mean? We'll get there, yeah.
One thing about season 2 I was going to ask, by the way, do you remember the climax is, this becomes a problem as well, is the end of every single season is Elle holding up her hand and screaming. That became like a meme.
Yeah.
yeah,
Which
that was
is,
all really
consistent throughout. But she's closing the big old rift because that's like the leftover problem of season 1. It's like, yeah, we dealt with the Demogorgon, but there's still the connection to the Upside Down. We got to deal with it, and then the tunnels and stuff. But do you remember as she's closing it? The Mind Flayer is on the other side, possibly about to get through. But now with full context, what does that even mean?
Yeah.
Absolutely no clue. It even reaches out, I think, as a
Yeah,
little
like
sneaky
what-
tendril reaches out of the rift, so it is coming through. But then you also learn that it's already through because Mind Flayer gas is in Will, and they have to burn it out of him.
This is the
It's not just in
catastrophe
Will,
of
it's
like
in Russia.
ending
It's
so
also-
badly that
Is
all
that
you
Vecna
do.
Russian plot.
inside the Mind Flayer in season 2 at the end there? Like, where's Vecna?
So
There
he's
is no
inside of
Vecna.
the-
we haven't
well,
thought
he's-
of him yet.
No.
Well, he's inside of the Mortal Kombat arena inside of
Yes.
the Mind Flayer.
Okay, gotcha. On the
he's,
abyss.
he's,
That
he's
shit,
just a
man.
He's
sperm
hanging out.
cell. He's a sperm cell inside the ideas of the Duffer Brothers.
He's in the
Yeah.
milkman's eye. But what I don't really understand at all is just the nature of like all these different mechanics. You don't pay them off in any significant way. You don't look back at the old seasons. So all the fans, I guess the Duffers can move on, so they don't give a shit. But you can't rewatch this. You'll just be like, oh, that meant nothing. Oh, that meant nothing. Oh, that meant nothing. Oh yeah, that doesn't
And
go
even
anywhere.
The
That's
question
crazy.
seems interesting. So, what does that mean? What if the Mind Flayer got thrown through the portal into season? Oh no, never mind. Because there were some interesting ideas they could have taken the new direction with. They just did not do that, and now it's like, well, you can rewatch it to try and imagine that subsequent seasons were different and create your own better one, but it's not going to be the same as actually them doing the job in the first place. I did want to briefly before we move on to season 3 talk a little bit about trying to connect the villain's plans, at least setting a few things up for what we're later told is the case, even though it definitely fucking isn't. So the tunnels that are built out of Hawkins' lab.
Yes.
You might remember that the corruption is spreading basically from the beginning of season 2, and that corruption is spreading from the tunnels in season 2. At the time this is all happening, Will has not yet been flayed by the Mind Flayer. He has the little goober inside of him from the end of season 1. He still has weird feelings, but he has not yet had the
Hey, you
pivotal
can't call him that.
confrontation.
Yeah.
What's the politically correct term for little goobers?
Oh no, I can't say you can't just say he has weird feelings.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He does have weird feelings, but
You can
that's
say
a
little goobers.
It's
Gotta call them little
He
gumbos.
doesn't. He
They prefer
doesn't have
gumbos.
the He doesn't have the hair raising gaydar yet. So, but like,
Yeah.
he's he has not yet been flayed by the Mind Flayer. That happens after this conversation with Bob, when Bob tells him he needs to stand up for himself and tell the evil Mind Flayer to fuck off and leave him alone. Then he gets flayed, and that is the thing that triggers the actual spy mechanic that the rest of season 2 operates by. However, we are now expected to believe that he was already flayed, and that this happened all the way back at the beginning of season 1, in fact.
To build the tunnels, yeah.
And he was building
and
the
a few
tunnels,
hours
which
while
caused the
Vecna saw
corruption
him.
before he got flayed. So either the Mind Flayer in season 2 is just activating something which is already inside of him, which I think is what they want us to believe. Or
Well,
they
yeah, that's the
didn't fully
explanation
rewatch
they
the show.
provide in 5, because when they pull all the kids off at the end, all the Mind Flare particles come out of them. So now, if you've ever been hooked up at all whatsoever, you've already been flayed. That's
Yeah,
the
because
retcon.
they need
What
the
is the point
12
then of the Mind Flayer
kids
doing the
to-
actual
No, there is no point.
flaying?
It does retroactively ruin it, but that's that was
But
their
well,
retcon.
yeah, but then how
Yeah.
come Will didn't buff? Oh, wait, no, never. It's stupid.
We didn't
It
know.
doesn't
Actually, no,
seem-
no,
No,
you're
bring
right.
it-
You're
you
right.
know-
You're right. Because they show him getting disconnected. He didn't barf it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
right. So why didn't they? Or did they?
No, he does. When they
God
burn
damn
it
it.
out of him, I think when they burn it out of him, it goes like the Mind Flayer goo comes out of him and then flies away, because season 3 uses that, I think, is to explain where that Mind Flayer comes from.
The contradiction is
Yeah,
also
the
on the
issue is
other
it's not
side.
consistent. Like the dirt doesn't come out of him until the end of season 2, whereas the
Yes.
kids that are getting
Yeah,
flayed
yeah,
in
in
season
season 1,
5, it comes out
like,
immediately.
why did it
Yeah,
happen
that's
in
the that's
season
the
one?
that's
Yeah.
more the issue, because they were
Yeah.
like, oh, I guess we got to show it coming out, and it's like, but why does it come out? It's like, fuck it, it comes out, there it goes,
And
boom.
what does it mean? Because like they
Because the
want you
Mind
to believe
Flayer's
they actually killed the Mind
dead?
Flayer, except
Yeah,
that the Mind Flayer in
well,
previous seasons is in the goo, and that's the real Mind Flayer. I guess we'll discuss more. I just
he in the
wanted
goo
to
or
establish
is
that
in
we
the
are now
smoke?
expected to believe a bunch of stuff happened that plainly didn't happen, but we
And
are
the thing
now
is, they
supposed
could
to
have
believe it did.
explained that. They could have just made it so 11 had to go into their head and like get them out or something, and then the goo comes out or something in
Yeah.
season 5. But that's too difficult for them. It
yeah,
had to
we've
just
already
There's a
done the
lot of
whole
things they
memory-
could
Some
have
next
done.
level thinking right there.
Yeah.
And if I may,
solve
it's
solve it with 11.
more of a pet peeve, but it's something I've never forgotten. I really didn't like, and this might be tied to how much I like Bob Newby, but having a kid tell you that they have like a nightmare, that they constantly run away from this monster and they're scared, and then he like very supportively and lovingly explains, like with his own personal story, that you got to stand up to it, and you got to say no, and you got to stand your ground, and you'll find your strength, and you'll know you can overcome it. And that's what gets Will fucked. I was like, oh, that's a bit lame.
But it's not Bob's fault
Well, but
because
it's
he's no
funnier knowing-
context for the real issue, because Will hasn't like told.
It's of course
Well,
not Bob's fault.
I think
I'm
it's-
saying I don't
what
like it
he's
on a
speaking
meta
to is,
level.
like, it's-
Dude, it's
Yeah,
so
like
funny
you're
because the
right,
original
yeah.
Why
script
would
was that
you-
Will just snaps his neck right there and then, like right after that story, that heartfelt
Well,
story.
that was the
Will
original
just
idea,
kills
whatever.
him.
But
That's so fucking
I
funny.
don't know
That's
what you're getting at,
wild.
Moeller. It's like, why would you, if stories are meant to inspire people and they're meant to like prompt change in real life and make us better people, why would the moral be don't stand up to the thing that scares you?
Run
because
away.
It will fucking destroy you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
keep
in this
running
story,
away.
it actually is an extra dimensional crazy monster creature.
It is.
It's not just like a figment of your
Well-
imagination or a phobia.
But on that note,
Which
right,
makes it completely
Elm Street
incompatible with the story.
or
Well-
fucking even Chucky or some other things, like when a kid does that in the story, they'll usually reward them. Be like, you actually do get a bit stronger, you get an advantage. But in this, they're like, no, don't do that, never fucking do that, idiot. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they
I guess-
reward him extremely late because it's the same lesson in season 5. Is no stand up for
Yeah,
yourself and
I was
believe in
gonna say-
yourself.
They could have called back to that. I mean, they weren't afraid to throw in flashbacks.
No,
They could
they
have used
weren't.
one right there.
Bro, listen. This is the same show that says that if you're a victim of abuse, you need to leave so your family can fucking go on and move on with their life. That's the big ending of the entire series. If you're a child of abuse, you either need to get over it or get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
until the Duffer brothers explained in an interview that that is not what they meant. They meant something else entirely. And
Duffer Brothers reveal that the theme of the show is the opposite of what is depicted.
It teaches you that it teaches you that you are a burden and you need to go away.
It's
The
upside
show's a
down.
burden.
it's pretty bleak, but yeah. Oh, no, the correction on the Dr. Owens point from Medina, Rags and Nick were right. It's episode 9 when the finale when Hopper reveals 11 to Owen, so he did know about her. It's just the non-reaction
Oh,
to
he
the
did,
tunnels
okay.
that makes him bizarre. The only other thing he learns is that fire is really super effective against the upside down shit, which I'm sure is a
Oh
skill they
my
will go on to apply
God.
liberally going forward.
I didn't think so.
Ugh.
That
Flamethrowers, yeah, but
Basically-
what if 78 ineffective M16s?
Dude, clearly you guys just
Shooting
hate the
circle.
80s, all right? You guys hate 80s movies, bro.
Well,
I do now.
well, and just for the record, because you know, I was in the trenches when this came out. I was like, "This is a bad season." I got shit on by everybody for it because everyone loved season 2 when it came out, adored it even because it was on the hype of season 1, and things were just going so great. But it's like in retrospect, some people saying it's like season 3 where it fell off. It's like, nah, man, it was already fucked by season 2 completely. Really unfortunate.
It was. So I guess, that unless there's anything else anyone wants to say about season 2, that kind of is a nice segue to season 3, which I'd still say was my least favorite because for all of these problems we've just been talking about with season 2, I think at least the show was still it thought it was a serious show at the time, and in
What do you
season
want
3
to
it
do?
doesn't.
The one weird thing again?
Oh, why not? Fuck it, we've done it for the other 2. Let's go left to right again this time. So Fringy, one word for season 3.
Clown.
Good word, Mulder.
Catastrophe.
Gary?
Corny.
Nick?
I would say trough. It's like the opposite of peak.
Oh, I thought that was like a slop reference, like how
you want-
pigs eat slop, and this
Nick,
is
you
more
want
like eat
valley
slop out
for
of a
that.
trough.
Could be that too.
Valley
yeah.
is the word you want.
Nusser.
A trough is like a little valley.
Messy.
Messy,
Oh,
Rags?
man. Whatever. What's a good word that I'm trying to think of a word where it's like you're at a bit of like you're numb.
Apathy?
Like
Would
where
be
you
a
don't-
good word.
It could be. Yeah. I mean, numbness is kind of what I
Hopper, you're
started feeling.
suicidal.
Numbness.
Apathetic.
Apathy. It might be apathy, might be it.
Yeah.
Because you just like you've watched something, you're like, because I'm not like any huge Stranger Things fan or anything, but season 1 was okay, and I was like, all right, I'm invested. I like some of these characters quite a bit. I wonder what they get up to, and then season 2 happens, and then at that point you feel exactly how you feel after watching season 2 of Stranger Things, and then season 3
Remember we were
happens.
supposed to say
At that
one
point,
word?
you're just kind of like staring at the screen, like what's
Does
happening?
Hopper turn into Hopper 2988 in this series yet? Like, is he
Hopper
reached the point where he's like,
2988.
I hate being alive, I hate being alive, I'm in tremendous pain, I'm in tremendous pain, help me, help me, help me.
Coming at you live through the power of yet another memory adventure.
One
thanks to
word.
11.
Coming to you through the power of my daughter's
One
memory.
word.
Yeah.
That one
Or a
word thing's
memory
out
and a
the
memory and a
window.
memory.
My one word would just be
Very
aggravating.
That's kind of you.
It is
a good
extremely. Well, it's kind, but we'll get into why it's kind. On the Harper subject, there is a funny little clip when I think it's the
HQ.
making of season 2. Might be season 1. I think it's season 2. It's filmed after season 2 anyway. When he's sort of like they have most of the cast in the room. He just does a video message. And he says he's really enjoyed playing this character so far. The one thing he doesn't want Hopper to do is to turn into a fat joke character.
No.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh no! I don't want to turn into a fat joke character whose daughters all die. Is that what he said?
It's so weird to have him assassinated in season 2, and it's like, don't worry, we're gonna re-assassinate him differently in season 3. It's like, what?
Make
Because
him
at
a
least
fat loser.
with season 2, what you can say is that they assassinated him to try and build him back up again at the end. So he comes to this new realization. He's learned to trust 11 and how to be a good father as opposed to a bad, overprotective father. So then we pick up in season 3, and he is an even worse father than he has ever been before. And all the trust that they gained, that entire arc in season 2, that's all gone. Because now the idea is that while he was just being a father in season 2, he is now a father to a teenage girl. And we're going to meme about that because virtually every character and
Teenagers,
arc
am
in
I
season
right?
3 is just a meme. It is meme storytelling, and it's quite
Yep.
annoying.
Mhm.
So
You can tell they thought they had like 10 years with this IP
This is-
as well. They're just like, oh, we could just do whatever the fuck we want this season. We'll figure it out next season.
Mhm.
Where it's like lining out all the good stuff of season 1 and being like, okay, so what's the bad stuff? This is more of a, should we start with the good stuff? Because that list is, well, like 2 things, maybe?
Well, do we all agree this is
You know?
this might not be this might be a hot take. We all agree that that this is like the worst season.
It's
of the show,
between
right?
3 and 5.
Between this
Yes.
thing
I
and
would say
five.
5 is worse.
I think 5 is
You might be
worse.
right.
I don't.
I
I
think
think
five
this
more.
has to be worse than. I think this still has to be worse.
No, I
because
think,
this establishes a lot of the shit that sucks in 5.
Sure,
Dude,
5
2 broke
invented
the
a
show.
lot of things on
They
its
fight
own
a fucking
This
completely.
kaiju
breaks the
in 5.
entire show.
yeah,
Yeah,
5
they-
is
they
worse.
fight a
But 5
mini-
doesn't?
they fight a mini
Joyce
kaiju
is
in
fighting
season
a
4.
kaiju. Okay, Joyce. Joyce is on a different planet fighting a kaiju.
Yeah, but I get all that. The fucking Russian subplot.
That's
That-
more
that, like,
believable than
destroy-
just
that
No
ends the
one,
show off
no
on a cliff.
one is
But
going
Nick,
to
these are
defend the
magnitudes
Russian
of nonsense,
subplot.
you know?
No, I'm not
Right.
saying that you're going to defend the Russian subplot. I go, but this is like this like destroys.
But that's
the
kind of
show.
grounded. That's relatively grounded. No, it's not. It is
Relatively.
grounded.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No.
That's season 5.
I don't know.
It's
Well,
more
how did they build
grounded.
that shit
I think
under
I
the
know what
town
Rags is
and
saying.
nobody noticed?
Space
So just
kaiju,
to-
Yeah, but
Russian
that's like
subplot,
kind
you know.
of like a.
To
I
clear
could
this
believe
up,
They
that
started
more.
digging under Canada, okay? It's way more believable than Joyce being on another planet fighting a kaiju.
to clear up like the argument for this being more grounded and believable, it is unbelievable, absolutely, that the Russians'
Yes,
plan
it
in
is
this
not believable.
is
It's not
the Russians'
believable.
plan is that they have somehow learned about all of the stuff that happened in the first 2 seasons. They have bought up a huge amount of property in Hawkins by corrupting the mayor. They built a huge lab underneath Starcourt Mall, which is the most populated part of town, and nobody has noticed them doing it.
They
in
must
which
have
they've
done it
built a
during the
giant
mall's
laser,
construction.
and they are
Dude, it's
using
while they
the
were all
giant
sleeping,
laser
bro.
to burn a hole through dimensions to open the upside down. Now that
will
is
say,
absolutely insane.
insanity,
However, building a laser to open a hole to the upside down is way more believable than the 17 new dimensions that season 5 introduces
Yes.
at the same time.
Yes.
I'm so glad I'm not Platoon this episode, who's gonna have to soon explain or attempt to explain what the fuck is going on in
We're getting
season
closer.
five.
Well,
What do you think that's what all
As
my
much when
Chris was
5
doing?
is as the dimensions, as much as the physically moving the dimensions is where I kind of go crazy.
There's plenty to go
I can
crazy
believe
about.
there-
But just, I just
If
want
you can travel through dimensions, I can believe there's more dimensions.
I just
But
want it for
slamming
the
them
record,
together,
right?
that
Being
gets
like,
fucking insane.
5 doesn't hit as bad because 3 already destroyed the show. It's like 2 already destroys the show. So, like, if you want to
Yeah.
make that argument,
season 2 seems like to me the last time the show tried to take itself seriously, right? It's the
I mean,
Yeah.
4.
yeah, it's
4 is an
literally-
anomaly. I described 4 to you privately as like, you know, when there's a cancer patient who's in hospice and they have one really good day.
Well, yeah, I got 17,000 flashbacks of a cancer patient in hospice. How could I forget? How could I forget, Nick? That's the only thing I can think about. The only things I can think about right now are cancer and Kate Bush.
Dude, when that happened in season 5, I lost it. With Hopper being like, do you know why I'm hard on you, 11? I have a daughter. And I was like, no.
What?
I saw one meme. It was like, dude, Hopper for no reason, and it was like SpongeBob screaming, "I have a bomb strapped to my chest," and then just exploded up. I have no
But
idea what they did.
At the very end of season 2, when the mind flares over the building, right? You know,
Yeah.
like that shot was like, okay, I'm
love
fine with that.
scene.
I thought that
love
was good.
The music
Yeah.
choice in that scene is really good.
Again, to be clear, right? If you're going to make the argument that, hey, season 2 leaves it in a place where it can go somewhere, but season 3 doesn't, it's like, yeah, but it did go somewhere because season 4 has some good stuff in it.
The music was good, but I think we could have
Yeah.
used Kate
No,
Bush
but
with that
but
scene.
I'm giving
We
that
needed more
credit to
Kate
season
Bush.
4.
That
My
one
position on
song.
4
Kate Bush's only song.
So
we
season
needed.
4 does take it, but then the worst bit of season 4 is the continuation of the Russian plotline. So
well,
season 3.
I actually, I've turned on that. I think the worst stuff is what they do with 11. Like the
Yeah,
first
that's the
part
worst.
of 11
The
is
worst
the
part
worst.
is
Oh.
the California part. The
California,
California
And the
yeah.
California part's also
Sure,
quite
yeah.
bad.
I quite hate
and
Mike's
so is
plotline.
the Mike's actually quite a lot of the plot lines in season 4 are really shit. But we'll
Yeah.
come
We
to that
hate
after
3
we've talked
this
about how
much.
shit season 3 is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
yeah,
hate
yeah,
three
yeah,
this
Yeah,
much,
yeah.
so we're
Let's
trying
not
to
get
jump
ahead
out
of ourselves.
Oh,
it.
Season
Hopper is
3.
just a fat
Hopper
idiot
should have
loser
died.
clown.
He should die here.
So that's pretty painful.
He's
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
already
he's already
Yes.
by season 3.
spiritually dead.
The gift
He's
of
supposed to
hindsight,
dead.
he should have died. Yes.
Yeah.
It's undercut the entire point of his existence in season 2 and in season 1. Like he's not the same character. And as is mentioned, when it comes to the end of season 3, there is the big moment when they've broken into this underground Russian secret lab with the giant laser beam. Stranger Things, grounded show. And he stands next to the laser, and he has loads of time to not be doing that, but he keeps doing it, and then he blows up, and then he seems to be dead, but then he's not because season 4 happens.
Another
so he
Hopper
should be
fake
dead.
out.
Yeah, and
Another
I
Hopper
thought
fake
that
out.
he
It
jumped through the
would've been,
portal, but apparently there's just like a safe spot that he could stand. where he
Yeah,
doesn't
of
get
course.
Meanwhile,
Yeah,
all the
just
other guys,
step down
Or
and just
it
beat
doesn't
anyone.
actually-
all the
it doesn't
other
actually-
guys got exploded.
And even
Yeah,
though all the
or they
American
say it doesn't
soldiers run
vaporize you,
in
it
right
transfers
after it
you.
happens, the Russians still manage to get him out of there. But unlike season 2, I don't think Hopper's character assassination is quite as notably worse than other people's, because this time all the boys basically got no development in season 2. This time they're all horrible shits because we're doing just the cliche teenagers who fart and smell lots and like girls, and it's like the exact thing that made seasons 1 in particular work, and 2 to a lesser degree, is portraying kids as kind of like, well, themselves first and foremost, but also kind of like every kid's idealized version of what their real life actually is. Now it's like this is every 35 to 40-year-old parent's idea of what teenagers are, and it's quite obviously like the writers just memeing on how gross teenagers are known to be generally. So you don't even have, as like a younger viewer, someone to look at this show for and say, I can see myself in this character, because they're all just horrible. They abandon each other. Mike and Eleven breaking up, and then that
see
having
myself as
virtually
Steve.
no character impact on either of them whatsoever. It motivates some plot stuff, but they go from friends don't lie being the most important thing to, oh, you lied? I dump your ass. And then 80s
Ugh.
theme plays, and off they go.
Oh, it's so
that was
bad.
painful.
Yeah.
That line.
They're
Because
not
you could
even
tell
the
they thought it
worst.
was so great.
They're not even the worst characters. I don't think. I think that Robin is like the most offensive character this season, because she's like a normal person for the majority of it. Then she
Yep.
gets drugged, and then they literally lobotomized her. For the
Yep.
rest of the show, she maintains her drugged persona.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Uh,
she kind of sucks.
Absolutely.
He's
She
often one of the
kinda sucks.
characters
Well,
that
but it's
people
also-
bring
Once
up
again,
She
when
got
you
like
ask
4
for the
or 5
overstayed.
episodes.
but I
Yet
also say it's
another
indicative of
character who
another.
just tears into Steve relentlessly as well.
There's
Love
that. But I was also going to say it's just an overall issue. It's like, here's some new characters, and it's like, guys, you're not doing enough work for your actual characters yet. Like, you shouldn't be adding new ones to do work for. And then they just join the shelf of characters they don't do work for in future. 'Cause
What
holy
if
shit,
instead of
Robin
working on the
and,
main
you know,
character,
ugh,
I made this
man.
likable one and then killed him?
But just the more time goes on, right, the less Winona Ryder is even relevant to this show. She's like, oh, there she is again, I guess.
Oh,
Also,
That's
we
what
were
I'm-
talking
Rob
about
Billing,
how they
too,
hate
like, all the
families
time.
and stuff. Mike's fucking mom almost has sex with Billy.
Yeah.
That's
Like,
crazy.
That was so
That is
awkward.
crazy. That is crazy and weird.
Yeah, but
I don't know what I was
Counterpoint,
thinking.
look at him.
Yeah, it's a strong argument. And
It's a
in her,
strong
in her
argument.
moral defense, she doesn't go through with it. So she's at least kind of nice. But on Joyce,
Hey,
that
look
was
at
kind of one of
her.
the starkest differences for me, was that if you consider season 1 is like, that is the emotional core, her son has disappeared. Season 2, kind of the same, but it's still the emotional core as her son is in severe danger, he's been possessed by a mind demon. Season 3, some magnets fell off her fridge and she got interested.
Yep.
I was like, that is the opener to this whole investigation. And it's awful.
Also, is this the beginning of the iconic Will holding his neck action? That
Yes,
we
Yeah.
see
Yes,
17
he does.
times?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Was that
Power
not in
gear.
2?
The back
thought
of
that
Will's
was in
neck gets
2.
way more scenes than a lot of other full characters do.
Well, so he has a scene, I think one scene in season 3, which is almost, no, 2 scenes, which are almost useful, because they turn his lack of character development in seasons 1 and 2 into a kind of a character point, because obviously he spent all of season 1 missing, and then all of season 2 being possessed. So season 3 is the bit where they do something with him, because he's not had this chance to grow up alongside his friends. So there's a scene where this causes an argument because he wants to play D&D, and they don't like that anymore until in season 5 when they do. And then
Well, they just don't want to play
causes an
D&D
argument.
because very important things are happening, and then he like acts like a psycho that his friends don't want to play
Yeah.
D&D right
Well, he
now.
goes to storm off.
I think the
but
Duffer
from his
Brothers intended it to be
perspective,
not cool anymore. Like like D&D is uncool, dude. We're trying to like.
Yeah, it's
No,
1983.
dude.
D&D
Oh,
isn't cool anymore.
The idea is
I
he's
know
not
D&D
cool
was
then.
so fucking cool in the 80s. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it used
Get
to
the
be
fuck
back in
outta here.
82.
No, but it's like
or-
the trope where they're like rebelling, like they're rebelling again. Like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
we're older
yeah.
kids now. We don't like our old toys. doing
But it's all,
new
but
shit.
that's because
Yeah,
that's
I
largely
get
because of
that.
the
I get
downgrading
that.
character writing for the other boys, because their entire thing is they're just interested in girls because that's what teenagers are. So the idea they had for this was that they're all interested in girls because they're teenage boys, except for Will, because he didn't have the chance to grow up and he's still trying to live his childhood again. Because they got one and he didn't. I don't mind that as an idea, and it creates one kind of okay argument with Mike, and then there's one scene where he goes and destroys Castle Byers and sort of this record of the childhood that he lost, which is more character work than anybody else gets in season 3. So I think that's okay as far as it goes. But then that happens, I think, all within the first act. And from that point onwards, Will is in the scene, so he get a little gay tingle, and then that's when the plot has to move on because he's just a censor.
Mhm.
But other characters, obviously we've introduced Robin. Robin, her thing is that she can decode Russian on the fly because she speaks
course.
Italian. This is how languages work.
I don't know about this one, guys.
I don't know.
There
about
does
this
get to a
Forgot about
point
that.
where I think I don't know if a bunch of teenagers in 1980s America could do all this. You know,
Well,
you
so
get that
we-
little voice that says, "I just don't think they could do this. It's not possible."
We're gonna end up repeating this, but I think it bears repeating. The plot line is fucking insane. The
It is
Russian
insane.
mole
Yeah.
shit.
It would have been insane, and then they added the Terminator.
Oh
Yes.
God, we'll come to the
Oh,
Terminator in a bit because there's a whole bunch of there's a virtually a
Oh,
section we could talk about all the
God, I
callbacks
forgot
from this
about
show.
him.
Yes. The Russian Terminator.
So the Russian plan, yeah, is to build this giant laser. They've tried to do it in Russia, and it doesn't work in Russia until in season 4 when it kind of does. But it's so they've built this giant laser. Whenever it's activated, it sends a huge EMP pulse all through town, and the only person who notices that anything's wrong is the Joyce because she spots the
Joyce.
magnets.
Yeah.
So she goes to see Mr. Clark. She stands Hopper up. Hopper has become an abusive boyfriend at this point. Never mind an abusive father.
he's
What if
so
the science
awful.
teacher doesn't notice?
He goes along with it, but he just doesn't pay attention to it. People in the mall notice when the power briefly goes out, and then they just go about their business. But so Hopper wants a date with Joyce, and he tries to pressure her into it, which is like the opposite of him at the end of season 2 when he's really understanding that he knows that Bob is dead. So she stands him up because she wants to investigate magnets. Magnets leads to EMP. She thinks maybe Hawkins' lab's involved. So he reluctantly goes to Hawkins' lab. And then when they're in Hawkins' lab, there's another character scene that in complete isolation is quite nice, which is when he says that he's doing everything he can to make sure that Joyce can still feel like this can be her home. And if you forget that he spent the entire season leading up to this point trying to do nothing at all to do this, it's a nice scene. But he had to be dragged kicking and screaming into doing it, so it kind of defeats it. But at least there's like
I
a
did
bit of
notice-
character work between them.
There are very big stretches of the show where Hopper and Joyce just don't have any connection or any time together whatsoever. It's almost like you have to be reminded that they're interested in each other intermittently, kind of.
That
Sometimes
happens a lot in this show, to be
Well,
fair.
certainly in this season in particular, because that's the
Yeah.
designated Murray scene. He does what he did to Jonathan and Nancy, and he does it to Hopper and Joyce. And this is the
Yep.
season where they pretty much spend the most time together, because that's one of the groupings. So they're off investigating this crazy Russian thing via the Terminator, a Russian scientist, an amusement park, and then a giant laser. But meanwhile, the boys have been split up in weird ways because Dustin's come back from summer camp and he has a girlfriend in summer camp, and he's built this custom antenna array because they forgot about the ham radio in season 1. But then he spends all of his time away from the rest of the boys, and he's with Steve and I keep forgetting Robin. That's the one.
Robin.
And then that involves Erica. She's a terrific new character. Everyone loves Erica.
Oh, I love Erica. I'm so glad that she only shows up briefly in this season and never comes back again. Jesus Christ. I'd be so
What a-
upset if this fucking cunt ever
Another
showed her
example,
face.
dude, though,
Oh, jeez.
just adding more people that have spent so much time with them, because Holly's going to be the biggest, most egregious example, but yeah, Erica is another one where it's just like, do you really have time? And then she's annoying as well. You're like, great.
Did anybody
She is
ever
a
like Erica?
bitch.
Like, ever?
I'm sure some
Have you ever
people
heard,
would
like,
claim to
incidentally,
like her.
even with the Stranger Things stands, like, oh, I love Erica. It's like,
I
No,
assume
they're
they
in
do
season
like her
4.
a lot. I assume that is the case, that they do.
I don't hate her in season 4. That's but like the
I
only
mean,
time though.
I could do without these.
it's the
Sorts of
nicest thing you can say.
characters.
I don't hate her.
Yeah.
particularly when you do have that problem. You just keep stacking them up, and they all eat into the time that you need to serve the characters that you already have. She's probably cut it out and stop
It
introducing
is
these new main characters.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I'm trying to think of a scene that I like from her. That's why I've been quiet. I'm trying to figure out.
There
what that I like.
isn't one, I think.
There
at all.
isn't one.
I
Well,
googled
maybe
America's
Erica.
strongest defender
Well,
can't come
there
up
might
with
have
an
been, like,
Erica scene.
Yeah.
She shares scenes with Eddie in season 4, which helps her.
I
Because
think-
Eddie helps anybody that he's with, yeah.
Eddie's a
So-
multiplier.
I feel like it doesn't count for her, right? Like he's the force multiplier, not her.
Yeah.
I think she was fine in what season was it when she was introduced? Season 2, when she was like shit talking her brother. It was kind of like
when she had
it
one
was-
scene, she was fine. Yeah.
cute
Yeah.
sibling dynamic. I wish they
She was
kept
basically
it at that.
Holly in the early seasons, where she was like around for a couple words.
Yeah,
so her
I mean,
character development will be extrapolated from one scene. This happens a lot in this show, by the way, and just carried on through the rest of the season without changing much.
yeah, she was, and that's what makes this show so like funny because you had her character and characters like her that grounded this world and world building of Stranger Things. You had this side characters or like background characters, right? That had functionality of like, oh, Lucas actually has a sister and they actually have a dynamic and relationship without her being that important and that integral to the plot. But, we all have these kinds of things all over the place that build the world for us to believe in. And suddenly,
All the little things add up.
yeah, and those things, little by little, stop existing, either disappear completely or are completely like set to the front, become the biggest thing ever, like Erica, and become like the main cast. And sort of the world of Stranger Things shrinks and shrinks with each season, and sort of becomes a parody of itself.
Yeah. As the characters grow, the world gets smaller.
I got a fun
Yeah.
fact for this season. This is the last season that the characters are really allowed to smoke.
Oh well.
Netflix
Oh,
came
you're
in and said they're not
right.
allowed anymore.
Yeah,
3
we
was the
don't
last
have
season they allowed it.
smoking. It's
That's right,
1984. No one smokes anymore.
Boo.
True.
Yeah, everybody quit smoking in
Well, and
86
just-
or what? Yeah.
Well, it
When
was
it used to
because
be
they put out a
conspicuous.
report that ages like 12 to 24 were the main people watching the show. So then people started complaining.
That's when I started smoking, about 1984.
The thing is,
Because I remember there was a specific scene where they very conspicuously showed people smoking on an airplane, and I was like, "Oh, that's like a fun little thing to
Yeah.
show how back in the day smoking was just normal, and people would just smoke on airplanes."
Yeah, and somebody watched that and they're like, "Are you fucking kidding me? Get
And I'm
that
like, "Yeah,
off
that was the
show!"
world."
I wonder if the butt out guys in South Park came to the set on season
and helped them
3
realize
God,
the
yeah,
folly
the
of their
Rapper
ways.
song.
no, they're smoking. No smoking. And then they were like, you know what? I'm convinced. Dude, that shit is so
The one
funny.
thing they have to figure out as well is you can't lose smoking because it's so cinematic. It makes any shot look better.
Smoking is
automatically.
cinematic. Bring it back.
It's very cinematic, but well,
You should smoke.
Hey, look, right? This is not that's
Smoke
your
more.
opinion, Rags.
Dude,
That's
just-
one of the
They put
biggest.
out, Netflix strongly supports artistic expression. We also recognize that smoking is harmful and when portrayed positively on screen can adversely influence young people.
So it's allowed in context where it's definitively said to be a bad thing, or when it's by villains, maybe.
I think so.
So does that
yeah.
mean that-
Anyway,
so they would never
here's a
have
scene
the
we
Bob
wrote where
Damon
the
getting
character we
drunk
think is
again.
good.
So we could have had Vecna smoking. They fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could have.
We could have
Yeah,
fucking
he's got a
turned
big old
to the
cigar.
camera and said, "Don't smoke. You will get cancer, like my daughter. Remember my daughter? She died of cancer."
Dude, again, because it's on my mind because of Futurama, but there's an episode where Fry beats the enemies by using is it a library? It's with books and writing and stuff, and they say like, "You did it, Fry. You beat them." Then he turns to the camera and goes, "And all with the help of my books from my local library." I love shit like that. So what I want to bring up, right, with the nature of how this sits with the rest of the show, it's like with everything we know now about how this all turns out. It's like season 1, Vecna sends the Demogorgon in to go and get Will. You're like, all right. Season 2, the connection's been made, and now the tunnels are being built, and we're trying to strengthen it all because of the ultimate plan that's on the way. And it's like, okay, so what's season 3? It's like, well, the smoky goo that came out of Will has collected in like a basement. And it's tempting in rats to then tempt in Billy to then get him to tempt in other people to then create a giant flesh mound to just stomp through Hawkins.
Also,
Speaking
did
of
you
giant
think about
flesh
this? But like fucking Vecna must have been so happy those Russians came in because he was like defeated after.
Yeah,
after
he was in
season
trouble,
2.
man.
And they're like, he's like, holy shit, dude! Somebody just opened the fucking portal.
I'm
I can
back
come
in the
back
game.
through.
Thank
Back in the
goodness.
game. Because they want it to be like, oh, Vecna had this grand plan for 5 consecutive seasons, but if a bunch of idiot Russians didn't open a portal under a mall, like that would be it.
He'd be just pouting in the abyss. With his big
Forever.
kaiju.
Yep, with his big kaiju. But we built a big kaiju in this season, so this is
Thanks,
everyone thought
Well,
this
and-
was amazing, so we did it again.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm realizing too, season 3 versus 2 is less complicated in badness. It's like season 2 you have to do a bit of, breaking down and comparisons and understanding like
Yeah.
where they may have gone wrong. But season 3, it seems like everyone agrees like, yeah, it's bad.
It's obviously bad. Yeah, like
It's obviously bad.
the whole Russian plot and the way
But
that
it's
it's paced
boring.
and under the mall.
Yeah.
It is
becomes a
relatively
caricature.
focused as well. Like, if you compare like the overall just narrative structure, it's actually closer to season 1 than it is to season 2, and the number of branching plot lines and the number of separate goals. There's not as much sort of totally independent stuff happening in 3, so it's easier to follow, which I think makes the fact that it's bad that much easier to spot.
Yeah.
Plus the fact that you end the shot of season 2 with this huge mysterious smoke monster that looks really cool, and it contains loads of mystery, and you wonder what it could be and what it's going to do next. And you get to season 3, it eats a bunch of rats, and then with rats it gets a little human servant, then it eats a bunch of humans, and then it becomes the Thing, kind of.
And what a
but worse.
waste. What a waste of like a body snatchers-esque plot. You
Oh,
could have
yeah,
had
dude.
with secret
Oh,
So he
yeah.
didn't need to do
people.
this. Vecna had 8 fucking Demogorgons that could have
I
just
don't
ripped through anything
understand
they
how this.
wanted.
That's my whole point. How
Well,
does this
Vecna-
fit with anything in season 4 and 5? This
No.
makes no fucking sense at all.
It doesn't.
Part
I
of
mean,
the issue that we'll get into is that Vecna should have won the plot like 700 trillion times in a billion different ways, and
Yeah.
he should have no problem whatsoever. It's nonsense that he lost.
You at
And
this
I
point
think
you'd
about
assume that
this, it's the
Vecna didn't
same
even
thing.
exist until season 4.
I hate how they
What?
talk about
It's-
this season. Like when Billy is like talking to 11 or something, and he's, people say like he's possessed by Vecna in that moment, and I'm like, no.
There is no Vecna at this point. No.
I had no idea who Vecna was, but you keep thinking that, sweet summer child.
Yeah.
Oh man. I could travel back in time during this season to ask Duffers like who the fuck is Vecna, and they're gonna be like,
Well,
who?
Well,
I
that's a
was
good
telling-
idea. I
I
gotta
was
write that
telling,
down.
I was talking to I wish we recorded these sessions. I was talking to Waller before we watched season 5, and I said I think the reason why it makes sense that like Vecna was brought in is explicitly because like it's more believable if they're fighting this entity, this gigantic kaiju monster is cool, but I don't know how they can reasonably fight it. And then they reasonably fought it in season 5, and it was terrible. It was
And in the
absolutely
most
horrible.
conventionally basic way ever. Like it had a big health
Yeah, it was
bar.
horrible. Yeah, and at that exact moment, I'm right. Like, yeah,
What if I shoot it with my
they should have just
machine
done
gun?
Vecna.
Oh man.
Yeah.
They were
Mhm.
trying to match a D&D campaign at the end, guys. That's, everybody has
I
their
didn't
different
get that at
weapons.
all. It's
and,
people say that, but I didn't get that at all.
I think if
Oh,
they say it more and more, then it becomes true. I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah,
They just need to keep
Well-
saying it.
It's so
I don't
funny.
think the people who wrote the show like know anything about D&D.
No.
Like obviously
Yes.
it
No.
was obviously
Didn't
different
they
in
say
the
they
80s than what
didn't?
it is now.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
like the way
Let's
that they
This is
talk
the
about
dice
it.
game, right? Yeah.
Look, all I'm saying is that Mike is a shitty DM.
Is D&D like Monopoly?
Which is funny
And
because his entire life future is to make more
It's like
stories
solitaire.
based off his D&D.
It's funny to me that they actually on record admitted to the fact that they don't know it that well and they don't even play it, which makes me more like skeptical, and to like buying into that freaking weird Ghost Rider like rumors and stuff. Like, how do you center your entire show about on this game that you don't even know that well? They probably
The
have
way
to
that-
Google all the
What
time.
they did was that they just they had like a D&D 5th edition manual, and they picked out, oh, that villain has a cool name.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
that's what they
They-
ran with.
They portray D&D like people who don't know it, who think they know it, or they just go by what they've heard. They've never actually sat down at a really good session and listened to a good GM and good players go through it. And I don't
they
think
could
that the way that
have.
they portrayed in the game.
They could
They
have.
really could have.
Yeah, that's
They
all.
had
stuff that
all
would've
the
been
time
good
and
for the show.
resources. Yes.
But they
Yeah.
just didn't. They don't
This
make
show
it
was
look
responsible for its. I mean, it's not solely responsible, but it is somewhat responsible for its resurgence.
Mhm.
It was popping up already beforehand, but it really put it in the stratosphere. And then
I
all
mean,
the
this is kind of a
celebrities started playing it.
stereotypical thing for me to say, but they made an entire pinball machine on D&D. Like Dungeons and Dragons is now big enough to sustain like
Of course,
a
yeah.
niche $10,000 machine.
Dungeons and Dragons, well, tabletop role playing has gotten really big. I
Mhm.
mean, I'm a big fan of it. A lot of people do it. It's really awesome, and it's a shame that watching this show, I realize, oh, like they portray it in this the lamest, shittiest way possible. Where it's like, oh, the monster appears, roll. Oh, you died. I'm like, oh, really? That's not how it should. Oh, your DM sucks balls. That's not how it should go. Like, what are you doing? You're gonna push people away from this cool hobby.
Oh, by the way,
Ooh.
Proxy Doug, this is not live or pre-recorded. Just wanna
Yeah,
make
this
sure
is
you're aware of
pre-recorded.
that, Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for.
A lot of the
Yeah,
references
we're
to season
anticipating
5.
your comments
Right
in
on
the chat,
time.
by the way, and I think we're doing a pretty good job. You'll be the judge when you finally see this video.
Making a lot
Yeah.
of predictions about season 5 off the trailers, and I
Yep.
think we're going to be on point.
Yep.
Yes.
I bet she ends up in Iceland. But if
What?
we go back to season 3, so let's focus on the villain for a little bit, obviously, because it's the bit that will have bearing for season 5 more than virtually anything else in season 3 does. So, excuse me, you've got the Mind Flayer goo that survived from season 2. The Russians opened the portal. It reconnected to its hive mind. Then it becomes the Meat Flare, is what they called it, which is a really shit name.
Jesus.
And its plan is, I think Invasion of the Body Snatchers was mentioned. It wants to turn people. It wants to turn people for some grand and nefarious plan. And it's quite successful in doing this. It starts
Yeah.
progressively turning different parts of the town. It gets both of Nancy's bosses at the newspaper, where their job is to be incredibly sexist and do no work. And it gets then a huge bunch of the town from the theme park amusement ride thing at the end. And its grand plan, having corrupted half of a town, when it knows that Russians have built a base under the mall, which would allow it to open its own portal and get into the world properly, its grand plan is to use all of these people to eat them so it can get a bit bigger, and then it can try and get 11, because it tells us, we built all of this for you, and I don't know what this refers to, and I don't know why it wants to kill her specifically, because it won't do that later seasons, but that's kind of it. It's really simple and really, really bad. I mean, it's just like all of the mystery and the threat of the actual Mind Flayer has just become, oh, it's just a stupid flesh monster that wants to kill a child. And it's actually sacrificing way better strategies that it's capable of enacting because child. I don't
Also, I
understand
think
it.
it's
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, but after this season, nothing that Vecna does is for 11. 11 just kind of shows up to things.
Yeah, no.
It's all for the Mind
just
Flayer. It's
have,
all
like,
to take over the
full-
world. Like they never actually do anything with like we're doing this for you.
They tried to retcon a few details in season 4. It's mentioned that when
Yeah.
the Meat Flayer grabs her and she loses her powers, that it was trying to steal her powers from her, even though it's quite clearly trying to kill her in season 3. They've retconned it to mean, oh no, it just wanted to steal her powers for itself and then to make her vulnerable. But after that, Vecna has he has his own plan. So it ceases to be about 11. It's just in this season that it was. But then you try and square that with the motivation for the Mind Flayer in later seasons, and then it makes no sense whatsoever. So all of this is about 11 in season 3, and then it's about something totally different in seasons 4 and 5. So what were you doing fucking around in season 3 for? And you sort of get the sense that the Duffer Brothers just ran out of things to do with the Mind Flayer, and they thought this would be a good way to end it. I use the word good loosely.
I would even go as because so just fun fact, Fringy had seen on his first run, quote unquote, season 1, then season 4.
He had like the goated breakdown. Yeah.
So you know, and you might be like, why? It's like because you can skip 2 and 3. You don't need
You
them.
can.
There's not much you get from them that can't be summarized in
Of course,
maybe a
now
sentence.
that it's all done, you can just
So-
not watch any
Yeah.
of it. You can just not watch
You
the
can just
show.
watch Andor
But, like,
or something.
I'll give a sliver of credit. Season to 2, 3 is the most superfluous, to the point where it's actively like it's almost like an alternate reality show where they just decided on a different plot line for a little bit. They're like, what if the Mind Flayer's goal was body snatchers? You're like, huh?
What if we did nothing interesting with the body?
Yeah,
snatchers
if they just
concept?
did that, that's Lovecraftian. You'd leave the Russians out completely. That would have been enough for a show.
It seems like
Guess not.
they have severe identity issues, Duffers or Stranger Things as a show, Like they tried with season 2, as mentioned, to repeat the same thing, right? They had no idea what to do after season 1, so they were like, okay, let's try this thing again, and that didn't work. And then they were like, with season 3, oh, well, let's just try something completely different. They just completely gave up on coherency and just cohesiveness, I mean.
I
Oh.
think
Pre-COVID, they probably thought they had like 10 seasons. They probably thought
Maybe.
this one could be inconsequential
If they
because we're gonna
were-
have
Yeah, we can
tons
fuck
and more
around.
content.
I just don't
Yeah.
think they just don't think that far ahead. I don't think they're
No.
capable of conceptualizing time in that way. What I think happened is that to the extent there was criticism of season 2, it's that it was too slow and too dark and miserable. And so what they did is they read all that criticism, as they always do,
Yep.
and they overcorrected. And what they gave us is something which is way shorter, incredibly bright to the point of epileptic inducing fits. All neon, massively
mall,
80s,
man.
so much
Oh.
comedy,
Yeah.
so much action, so much stuff. And that was just all their attempt to correct for the perceived flaws in the previous season, which were not the actual flaws of the previous season.
Wait, guys, we're
More
leaving
was not.
something out. Nancy fucking sucks in this season too.
Yeah.
Wow, what a
Yes,
change
Holy
of pace.
shit.
Yes,
She's
yeah.
awful. They portray all the people who work work with her that like the worst people on planet Earth, but she's also like absolutely unhinged the entire season. Jonathan
Incredibly
clearly just needs a job, and she
Well,
keeps
so
dragging
this-
him along.
Yeah, and this is where Jonathan,
Yeah.
like, season 2's already the beginning of it, but Jonathan's no longer a character, a POV character. He's Nancy DLC. He's not a person anymore.
Mhm.
It's like how Lucas becomes Max DLC.
Yep.
Yes.
He
Yep,
sucks in
yep.
this season. How she
And he-
goes like, Jonathan. I mean, their family is poor buyers, so the fact that he needs this job so severely and is doing everything in his power to support his family, and Nancy over here, this little brat is like, I don't care. Let's just do what I want to do, and let's put your like life in danger and your family's support in danger. Just fuck that.
It's insane to me.
Yeah,
that
I'm
people
just
post-
picturing the Duffer brothers like,
No.
yeah, they're gonna love this. This is awesome. This is such a
Yep.
good thing to do.
Well, and people post the whole, like, the first image of Nancy versus one of her last ones. It's like, look how far this character has come. It's just like, dude, the fucking scenes in the middle of these two images do not justify these two images changing. Like,
No,
what do you
and
mean?
No.
It's not actually character development. It's like she gets progressively sapped of what very few good qualities she even had in season 1, which is that at least she had a pronounced fear of being like her parents in season 1. At least she did sort of interact. Like she kind of had
Fear of being a
priorities and
hero.
values. Like she wanted to investigate the death of her friend. Like all of that stuff, that's just gone. She's just going to end up a bitter single university dropout with no
She got-
relationships and no career.
She got churned
So
up
funny.
into modern female badass
Yes.
character.
I mean, she
when
sure does
used
look
to
like
have some
Rambo
good-
in drag, so that's
Oh.
progression. But we'll come to
Isn't it
that.
Nambo or
But,
Nanspo?
like, and for
Nanbo.
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 for Jonathan, this is like, I mean, I don't want to say it's as good as it gets because it was probably good as it gets before this, but it gets significantly worse after this for a while.
Oh, yeah,
And
Jonathan's
like,
fucked now.
he's not allowed to have anything. Like, one of the things that people don't remember is that's not Steve's baseball bat in season 1. That's Jonathan's
Well-
bat. And Joe
Well, that-
Carey has to correct people when they go, no, that's Jonathan's bat that we're using.
Well, when you asked me to talk about like Jonathan, especially looking back, the only things I could really remember Jonathan ever doing recently is talking to Steve about Nancy.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's an
It's-
inverse Bechdel test.
Ah, it's a reverse Bechdel test. Exactly.
Well, no,
exactly.
And just to be clear, like, this probably would have happened to Steve if not for the fact that the actor is so charismatic. They just, anything they give him, he makes work. But I'm sorry for Jonathan's actor. It's just like, if they don't give him anything worthwhile, like action-packed or anything, and he's just in scenes doing things, it's just like you start to forget everything he's doing. It's like, okay,
So-
he's there.
It just became painfully obvious because, again, back in season 2, when Joyce was doing the fucking art thing and they're redoing that, I was just like, oh, they got nothing for the
Yeah.
rest of the show. But 3, it became painful obvious that and you guys have brought it up, like they listened to their critics, but all the wrong ones. I don't know what.
Well,
they
I
were,
think by the end of the
they were
show,
very
they're listening
sensitive.
to everyone. They're listening to
Yeah.
everybody, so their things are
What is that?
contradicting.
There is no correct or incorrect. Like, they were fucked anyway. They can't write.
Yeah.
There's nothing they
Yeah,
can
Reddit
do.
wrote the show by season 5. It
it-
just gets
yeah.
progressively worse.
Absolutely did. And well, them not having a plan either, but they were very sensitive to a lot of stuff. They were very sensitive to the criticism of lack of LGBTQ plus representation in the first
Yeah.
2 seasons, which there was
What?
criticism. Yeah. There was.
There was
So,
some, but like they overcompensated so hard.
they
pissed everyone
overcompensate
off.
everything, yes, and that's what brought on Robin, and yeah, and
It was
Nancy
done
just had to.
alright.
Be,
I think
well,
the
not
initial,
Robin's was
like
fine. Robin
yeah,
would like
Robin's
was,
was
Yeah,
and
fine.
she
season
Like, that
4 was okay,
alright.
but I think part of the problem is that I think I'm right in saying actually Robin coming out was again the actor's idea.
Of
I
course.
think
Yes,
she
it
insisted
was.
on that doing. Now that makes for a kind of okay scene in season 3, I guess, the actual coming out
It's
scene when
alright.
they're both high. The problem is though, if you're already planning, and they were already planning to have a major coming out scene as a pivotal point in the plot later on, they
the one thing
kind
they
of
were planning.
read on each other. It is the way, yeah, because it's from right back in the Montauk Bible. It's mentioned that Will has sexual identity issues. They just didn't get around to making those surface until season 3-ish, mainly 4, and then too much in 5. But once you've done it once, it kind of makes the really important one less important because it's already happened. And it's like, well, oh, okay, but this time magic, great. And it's the only thing that's really there to be said for Robin as well. It's just like she's chippy, she's got a weird personality, and she likes slamming clam. I guess I don't know. She's just like she's
But that's
just
the funny
quite
part is she
I've
boring.
never
wasn't
heard
like
that before,
that.
slamming
She
clam.
wasn't like that until
No.
the Russians used permanent drug beam on her. She was like a normal person prior to that.
No, yeah, well, and you know, somewhat intelligent, charismatic with Steve. They had a good back and forth. They could burn each other.
They had a good chemistry. Those
Yeah.
two.
They ruined her for 4 and 5. Holy shit.
Yeah, like I guess I try to understand my logic with her because when I was watching season 3, she very quickly before the torture stuff was becoming, and partially it might have been because of Steve, but very quickly becoming one of my favorites. Maybe it was because as a girl I just like never identified with Nancy, and obviously not with
yeah.
11, and I just thought that I found myself in her or whatever. I related to her in a way. Like I liked her quirkiness. I liked her dynamic with Steve. And it's funny how over the course of this entire show, she became maybe one of my most hated characters.
Well,
When I
because
thought
it's funny
she was
because
going
they
to
see
be
the
my goat.
reaction to a lot of these characters. Like, oh, you like how quirky she is? Like, well, we didn't really. I mean, I guess that worked out. We just have to really lean into that in season 4. It's like, no, you did it enough, right? That was fine.
Yeah.
But they're like, no, we have to
She was
overcorrect
normal
because people like
quirky.
it.
But
She's
it's
the kind of
also-
quirky that you'd see in a person out in the wild. Where you're
Well,
like,
it's
oh
like the
yeah, this is like a
80s
normal
shit.
person. They're just a little quirky.
The thing, what happened with the 80s in the show happened to every good part of the show. It's like, oh, okay, the 80s is a cool place that we can like put like ground this film in, or this show in, and then everyone's like, oh, we love the 80s. Like, oh, you love the 80s? Just wait to see what we have in store, and then they
Just
kind of
wait.
flanderize the fuck out of it.
A lot of it is because they introduce these characters with one big idea for a season, and then once that big idea has been accomplished, they have no ideas for what to do with them later. Their purpose has been served. Robin's purpose is arguably completely served by the end of season 3, but she has to stick around because they refuse to kill or offload people. So once she's fulfilled her major purpose, and she gets one of the stronger scenes, and she does do well acting against Steve, and I think it's because they are both quite charismatic. After that, there isn't anything for her to do or to be except the quirkiness that's her core sort of personality trait. She doesn't really get reset like the other characters do. They reset Hopper every time, obviously. They reset Joyce sometimes. The boys just sort of do their own thing. They don't really get moved, reset, or otherwise. But that's, Mike is the heart of the party. Why? Well, because he was in season 1. Okay, what's he done since season 1? Nothing. Well, he's still the heart of the party, though, guys, honestly. We'll even have a scene in season 4 telling us he's the heart of the party. He'll go on to do nothing after that. It's because that was the one thing they knew about him when they needed him. And then after that, they've just kept them around for no reason. There's loads of that. I mean, season 3 sort of memifies everyone a bit, but that's the same core problem that they have. They don't just... I mean, they do lose a character. We can give them credit for killing someone. They lose Billy. They make Max more of a pronounced character. Like, she maybe has the most sincere character growth and moments in the entire season. Most of them revolving around Billy. But obviously, it's that trauma of the person that you thought you really hate, but because of family loyalty, secretly also quite love, and you understand that it's the trauma in Billy's past that's kind of made him like this, and he doesn't deserve to go the way he's going. So she wants to try and help him, and I think Sadie Sink's probably the most competent of the younger actors, which helps those scenes.
Yeah, she's pretty good.
Come off. And then Billy's sort of moment of self-sacrifice, having been infected by the mind flare, overpowers its will in the big finale at the mall. and I say sacrifices himself to save Eleven. Kind of not. He just dies.
Yeah,
He does delay
Yeah,
it.
it just dies. Yeah,
It's the thought that counts.
I
Yeah.
don't see it that way.
It's
I think
meant
he
to
just
be a
died.
sacrifice.
Yeah.
You know, I just forgot about Never Ending Story until right now.
So yeah,
Oh,
we have
God.
to talk
Yeah.
about that.
Remember
Oh,
Neverending
God.
Story?
Yeah.
So
Well,
is
I
that
hope
us
they have a
moving-
long-lasting relationship after that scene.
Yeah, they seem like they really gel and they have
Yeah.
similar interests. They get along really well. I'm sure I'm sure she won't end up on the pile of characters that just disappear from the story.
It is
I would hate
crazy.
to I would hate to hear about her from a Duffer Brothers post-season interview.
They
Oh,
just
yeah,
Or
forgot
a
about
tweet
it.
about how the Duffer Brothers talk about
She moved to Europe off screen, and then she never came back. And then they had a breakup, and it was really Dustin was really sad. The Duffers said in an interview.
Oh
Um,
me.
It's
What's funny to me is that they invited her on the premiere, which is so backhanded.
Yeah.
I would be so pissed if I was that
You want to
actress.
come to the premiere you were left out of? That
That feels like a
probably could.
like a fucking automated system ticks all of the
overcompensation.
actors and actresses' names across the show. Just like, of course you invite these people. Yeah, just like you're invited. Okay.
I mean, she literally
Well-
could have just physically showed up at the graduation, and that would have been fine.
Could have, but no.
Like, just had her standing there off to the side, or like they cut
This is
to
what I
her
mean.
for a second.
It's like, oh, we don't have room for someone like her in this fucking story. It's like you introduced like fucking 15 new characters
Yeah,
in the
that's
season,
the-
bro.
That's not her
What do you
fault.
mean?
You did introduce her, and she like
Well, that's the-
Dustin
yeah, it's-
giving Dustin a girlfriend would have been like, oh, that's like palling around and doing stuff, or she's the constant voice on the radio. Like that would have been an interesting dynamic where you have a character who's like a character, but who's not physically with them.
But
Like a
her
long-distance girlfriend. That
sort
could
of
have been
element in the
something to do.
season does take up a chunk of time, and it's like, well,
A big
okay,
chunk
you've
of
done the
time.
work now, so she's here, and then it's like, bye. You're like, no, you, okay, fine. And it's like,
Also, it's insane how incompetent the Russians were this season. Like, they couldn't
Ooh,
kill a
nice
bunch of kids
segue.
who were running downstairs.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
that's like the U.S. government. All governments are incompetent.
Yeah.
don't even just get started on season 5 government competence. Holy moly!
But the Russian incompetence is like from the beginning. So they do the Empire Strikes Back reference when the Terminator, instead of Darth Vader, chokes the guy out for failing and says, and gives it to the Admiral Piet of the Russians, which
Yes.
is Mr.
You'll have a
Alexei.
year.
Gives him a year to do it, has to do it in
Alexei,
Hawkins. All of
yeah.
this happens within a year. But the only reason that fucking Hopper and Joyce actually get on the trail of the Russians is that for reasons, the Terminator is hanging around in Hawkins' lab, and he knows they're after him, although they don't know he exists yet. And then rather than just sneaking out of the building and leaving, he stays to punch Hopper and not kill him.
Yeah,
And then he drives off so Joyce can see his number plate and look and find he's driving a motorbike. So like, if he hadn't done any of that, they couldn't have discovered it. He's just there
just
to be
loves
an
punching.
incompetent Terminator.
well, wasn't there a thing of like he drives a motorcycle, and then Hopper was like, "Wait, I saw a guy with a motorcycle
Well,
helmet in
she
a plane."
says,
Uh,
yeah, Hopper asks, what was his car? Like how he got away in a car? And she's like, no, he didn't use a car. He used a motorcycle.
And then he was like,
They
well,
really
I was
wanted him
at
to
the
think it was a
mayor's
car.
office a few days ago, and
I
the guy with the
hate
motorbike helmet was
when
there, and
plot
so we're
works
going to
that
go
way.
talk to the mayor.
It sucks balls. So bad.
It's so coincidental. There is a line in season 5 saying, I don't believe in coincidences anymore. And
You
it's like,
should.
Fuck me. It's the
I
entire
think
show.
Luke, yeah, I think
The
But you
entire
need to
show
believe
is
in
built on these.
coincidences. Yeah, that's how it's written.
Yeah.
It's
The
none of
Russians,
it's a coincidence. It's a Vecna all along was doing the mind something, to
Mhm.
make a memory happen.
We have
Yeah,
to talk.
whatever.
We have to talk about the coincidence that was the entire like saving Max thing. Eventually,
The entire
when we get to
plot.
5.
yeah.
oh,
The coincidences are staggering in this, especially in terms of like a monster or a baddie's about to kill a character, and then at that exact moment, something happens to save them from either an extra dimension or the dimension they're currently in. And it becomes so like, oh, once again, the amount of Deus Ex Machinas in this and last second saves
Yeah, we
that are
haven't.
often completely unrelated, staggering.
Something that Fringy was pointing out a lot when we were watching it the first time is they're having a lot of these eureka moments, but most people don't think that's a season 2, 3, 4 problem. It's only a season 5
Oh
problem.
yeah, it's been
Like,
there for
no,
ages.
It was
It's-
only it was only realized by the masses in 5. It's happening here too.
Yeah, I mean, there's fairly few big ones in season 3. The whole discovery of the Russian base underneath the thing is because, oh yeah, Robin realizes she can speak Russian because of Italian. she decodes a thing, and the thing happens to convey a message,
Has
which
learned a
she
different
goes out into the
alphabet.
middle of the mall and says, "Oh, it's referring to that shoe shop and that Chinese takeaway and that and that and that." And then Dustin
Yeah.
happens to recognize the song playing on the fucking toy
The little
horse thing.
yeah,
But
the
then
little
you
yeah.
actually see the Russians recording that message later in the show, and you can't hear that music, so it's just there because reasons. It's the whole thing proceeds on eureka moments. Even Joyce's magnet thing. Oh, electromagnetism. Oh, the scientist can tell me. Oh, the scientist knows exactly what it is. Oh, it must be Hawkins' lab. Oh, it must be the Terminators there. Oh, it must be the Russians. And throughout all of this massive set of coincidences and eureka moments where they learn A, that the Upside Down is still active, and B, that the Russians are involved in it. When do they actually contact their, friends in the government? What's Dr. Owens doing for 99% of the show before he shows up right at the end? Because the answer seems to be nothing. They just don't tell anyone until the final scene when he shows up with the military. So
It's like Will in
coincidences
season
and no one
2 and
responds.
stuff when he has all the
Mhm.
spooky, scary,
Well-
apocalyptic visions, and it takes him like ages to tell anybody about it.
Do you know whose fault that is? The reason why Dr. Owens can't be there?
The Duffers?
It's Nancy's fault because they ran him out of the town, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
Because Nancy told everybody that he was responsible for a huge chemical thing, even though
But all he's
all
done
the
is
good
try to
people were
help.
there.
He does
if,
come back
if
after
she
that
doesn't
to
do that, they
give-
probably would have done
Oh,
more
well,
to stop
yeah,
this.
they would have spotted the Russians, and the Russians couldn't have done their thing. Yeah, I think he does come back after that conspiracy was revealed to give the adoption papers to
Yeah.
Hopper. So, he's still around. And then when he comes back, he is in charge of a
found
bunch of military
him.
people.
For that, he like randomly bumped into him at a restaurant, and then the doctor pulls out, "Oh, here, this is for you."
I
Like,
thought
oh,
that was
I
a
guess it's
planned
good thing you
meeting, wasn't it?
I thought it was a planned meeting, but I could be wrong.
The way that he says it is almost like it was coincidental, but maybe I just missed it. Oh, this is for you.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff which sort of fades from the memory, particularly in season 3, it must be said, because it's also awful.
Jesus.
It's bad that my most vivid memory is Neverending Story, which is just, I remember thinking
Through
at the
sheer
time I was watching it,
repetition and
what the
annoyance,
fuck
yeah.
are you doing? How is this an extended sequence? To get Planck's constant to stick in a safe, to get 2 keys you don't even need to blow up a big Russian laser in a basement. Stranger
Well.
Things, what have you done?
Wait till later.
Hopper is all of
They
us.
thought it was so funny to have them singing that while big, serious, horrible things are happening. Like, we're getting chased by the giant kaiju. But funny, they're singing Never-Ending Story. Teehee.
Yeah.
Oh.
What is
It's already hard
tone?
enough to take it seriously when they're driving and the big goo CG monster is going glar glar behind them. It's just like, yeah, okay.
It's doubly depressing for the big gloopy CG monster because you can watch the interviews with them on season 1, and they were talking about how they made a real point to try and make the Demogorgon practical whenever they possibly could.
Yeah.
The van stunt, they did it practically because they really, really wanted to, because it just looks better. They didn't want to spend loads of time and more money on something that they would never be able to make as convincing as the real thing. And, I think the designs work pretty well in season 1, the Demogorgon design. He's not on screen all that often, but he does a good job, and the costume's pretty good. They just
also kinda
abandoned that
replaced it.
completely.
They replaced it in season 1. Like when they made the model in 4, they went back and digitally altered the model from 1.
They've digitally altered a few things because they also changed. Didn't they change the color in the final scene when you see the Upside Down, or what we thought was the Upside Down? It was originally all red, and they changed it to yellow, I believe, because they admitted they're George Lucasing the shit out of it.
Well,
and-
whereas they may have gone back to improve the fidelity of graphics or whatever, now they're mostly just making up for mistakes. Like, oh shit,
Yep.
that's the wrong color. Oh, there's a coffee cup. Oh,
we
there's the
hadn't
wrong
thought that the
icon there.
yellow-red distinction was important at the time we made it, but now it is because we're introducing a new dimension that's
Yeah.
yellow.
Well,
So-
and if we can be honest, they never beat out the Demogorgon as a design of a monster. They
No.
just never did. Like, that was the coolest it ever got. The rest of them are kind of like, okay, yeah, I guess that's that.
They
Yeah, I
patched
guess that's
the
that version of a different animal. Yeah.
they patched the Under Armour thing real fucking quick. I think that
Yeah.
was noticed for a day. That they put a patch out that night.
Yeah, I'm sure in season 5 they're going to be very present.
Yes,
Very
all of
important.
the many creatures. The Demogorgons, Demodogs, Demobats.
Oh, yes.
They're all there.
Mm,
Anything else that is to be said? I mean, to end season 3's plot-wise,
Really
Joyce
bad.
and
And-
Hopper do destroy the Russian laser. Hopper seemingly dies. 11 loses her powers and moves to California with the buyers.
I think that the way to end this off is I think it's surprising how popular this season was.
Yeah.
How little criticism it seemingly got. How high its IMDb ratings are.
Well, again, this is all things normal. We're still continuing. The story develops. We've got plenty more on the way. Don't you worry, fans. And they're all comfortable because it fed them all the all the ways that it's supposed to manipulate you were successful. All the 80s references, all of the like sort of surface level payoffs and stuff.
You said it, Mahler. I mean, this show is emotionally manipulative, and I know that's what you're supposed to do when you're telling a story, but that's all it is. Like, and that's what they hope you remember, especially with that. And I'm sure you guys will get to it. The hour-long epilogue of season 5. They're hoping you'll forget all the dumb stuff. But yeah, season 3 was corny. I just accept. I'm like, this is what the show is now.
But that's it's so sad because the season 1 is just like, what the fuck happened?
And the thing is, like, it was you're right, Mahler. It was immensely popular. It was watched by a lot of people.
Well, yeah, and this is where I was just like, so I had given up after season 2, and a friend of mine said he really wanted someone to watch it with, and I was like, I don't want to, and he's like, please, and I was like, okay.
No friend of mine.
And I remember watching it while playing video games and just being like, I can't believe this is what it is now. It's just like, but whatever, fuck it, like, and then I was like, no more, won't be watching any more after this, until a different friend who's here right now told me to watch the next one.
That's
Yeah. No.
Well, that does lead us on to season 4, and we'll do the one word to describe it thing again. Yeah, sorry, Nata.
I would like to say about season 3. I don't know what you guys think about that ending of season 3. Does it work for you guys?
The fight in the mall with the big
no,
nothing works for me. Oh, Hopper should have died. I'm glad you brought this up. I'm lethally angry that they immediately kill Hopper.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
But wait, they actually put a scene in to show that he's alive instead of even letting us think
alive.
that he might have died. That is fucking crazy. That's insane.
Yep.
On Hopper's letter, though, I think is the one you were thinking of, right?
Yeah. I mean, I like Hopper's, the concept of Hopper dying. I think it made sense for this season and the show, and I wish he stayed dead. But yeah, I didn't dislike that letter. I wish that's how the show ended, basically.
It would have been a good ending, yeah.
It was
for the
kind
very
of
end
a
season 5, the
cool
letter idea.
tie back. I liked it. Emotionally worked for me, actually. You know, I think it's more emotional than anything in season 5.
Well, and he's allowed to be something like the Hopper from season 1 again, as opposed to the Hopper all the way through season 3. But the funny thing is, we almost didn't get that because they have him writing this speech that Joyce is narrating for him to give to Mike and Eleven. Earlier in the season. The way it's actually written, now you're supposed to believe, so they always planned for him to have been writing this. It turns out that's not true. They had forgotten that he had been writing this letter, and they only remembered while writing the finale, someone brought up the fact he had been writing an earlier letter. So, let's use that. He can use the speech in there. Because if you actually go and actually piece the bits together, he isn't writing that when he's writing the letter at the beginning. He's taking down Joyce's thing. And then he gives up on that because it's not his language and he doesn't like the idea. So that's when he goes and kind of just bullies Mike into lying to his girlfriend and ditching her. He's just horrible. But then they made use of it in the end. The letter itself in isolation, I quite like. That
was funny. Nana's dead? No, Nana's not dead.
Because here I was about to compliment the fact that they kind of set something up at the beginning of the season and then completely banked on it at the end, which worked for me. And, you know, as bad of a father he is throughout these past 2 seasons, I really liked his letter and what he had to say to Eleven. And though he was struggling, I liked the sentiment of it all. And, you know, 3 inches, that was quite annoying at the beginning when it was initially, you know, introduced as a concept. I think it worked at the end. And it was kind of a good emotional punch.
The letter kind of shows
what could have been.
It's evidence of the bad writing of how Hopper got just destroyed by the writing with his parenting and everything. Because you look at the way he's written to behave and the stuff that he does in, you know, earlier seasons, and then you see like the letter and the way that he like acts and some of the stuff in season 4, you get a really big disconnect between those two things. And you're like, dang, the writers really failed his character in that parental role.
Yeah,
he climbs the likability ladder really fast whenever he's season 1 Hopper. It's like, oh, never mind, clown again. Clown again. Oh, never mind.
I bring this up. Yeah, Go on.
I was gonna say I can't believe they couldn't commit to killing off Nana. That was when I knew the show was down the drain.
And yeah, I bring this up because after finishing the last episode, I just went back to that as sort of to delude myself that that's where it ended, kind of, though that's not perfect, but, And, and watching David Harbour, like, because when he's initially reading it, it cuts to his scene where he's supposedly writing it and he's mumbling it to himself and kind of has this very human moment. And I really liked that. It's just the acting is amazing in there. And it's funny because him reading that letter in this very mumbly and kind of to himself kind of becomes his default mode in season 5. But yeah.
What a season.
Yeah, what a season. Has one nice moment, and it's right at the end. But,
Holy fuck. Dude, this just popped up. It's kind of relevant to season 2 and 3. Apparently, they weren't going to have Max's character, well, Sadie Sink, kiss Caleb Lucas. And the quote that I'm seeing from the Duffer brothers here is, "You reacted so strongly to this. I was just joking, but you were so freaked out. I was like, well, I've got to make her kiss him now. That's what I'm saying. It's your fault."
Yeah, that was the thing.
It was. I mean,
that's crazy.
It sounds worse when it's read, because I think I've seen the interview that's actually from. It's one of the cast sit downs, and like they sort of have this quite joking relationship with each other. And they do all seem to be quite on a level, and like they sort of rib each other a bit for stuff like that. So I think that's one of those things that sounds really terrible when you read it in that context, but when you see it in the original context, it's like it's kind of an in-joke as opposed to.
I was thinking that Murray was a self-insert, but maybe you're right.
You just get reminded every once in a while of just how PR trained people are not, in different industries. They're just not ready for how the things they say sound.
Yeah, even as a joke, it's just a weird thing to say about a child.
Yes.
Especially as a boss and a supervisor in that instance.
It was asked it was said there's the one sad thing in season 3 was what we talked about, but I'll say it. I was sad when Alexi died.
Yeah.
I was sad.
Didn't work on me.
That means they got you. That means they got you. You've been got by the Duffer brothers.
That entire plotline just pissed me off so much that I didn't.
I just liked him.
How are we having
I think it's fair to like him.
Where we're interrogating him about Slurpees, cherry fucking
like
Slurpees.
That smile.
It's just, it didn't do anything for me because it's so obviously constructed that way. It's the same with Bob Newby. The closest I feel is anger rather than sadness. I'm like, fuck off. Like, I know what you're doing. This isn't.
Yeah, I didn't like seeing him die either. I was like, fuck. I was really looking forward to him like being a part of this crew and developing this parental role and being a nice guy now that he knows what's going on, and then they kill him. And
it's kind of what Nick's talking about. I don't know if it feels the same when you find out in the writer's room they're like, we need to make people sad about someone dying, so can you make someone to like? Oh, how about just some random Russian dude they come across and we'll make him really like cheerful and happy and enjoying American culture. Yeah, and then we'll kill him once we've really maxed out the likability of him. It's like, yeah, that'll be great, because then we don't have to lose any of the main characters that we can't fucking lose ever.
I will say they should have given him some kind of like the final thing to do. Like as he's dying, bleeding out, he gives them the secret code, or he gives them the thing to, that only he knows as the engineer or something. But instead he's like, oh no, it's just sad. And they're like, yeah, but that's it. I'm like, okay, I guess it was sad.
My meta theory is that they have Russians in this season because they thought, okay, 80s. What is in 80s? Okay, Soviet Union is a thing. Okay, Cold War. Yes, we gotta have Russians in this season. Gonna have Russians because that's 80s. It's 80s.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
Remember the 80s?
Yeah, it doesn't at all fuck with things that come later in the show.
Nothing but
not
great
at all.
ideas.
I guess
But
we're
that's the
moving
thing.
on.
That's why I want to draw a point to it's crazy how well this season was
Received.
reviewed, and how nobody really cared about any of these issues, and everyone was just saying it's amazing. And then for some fucking reason, the Duffer brothers hard right turned.
Oh, you mean like they actually took the next part way more seriously?
Yeah, and I think that's insane because as much as I'm probably there's not a lot of positive things to say after season 5, that was like a jarring shift.
No, yeah, I understand.
I don't think people expected them to do. They didn't really need to. They could have just become they could have posted more slop, I guess.
I still remember, because Gary, you were like, have you seen season 4? And I was like, no. Yeah. And you were like, you should. And I was like, what? Just for as a talking thing, not as like some masterpiece, just as like this is curious after season 3. Something weird's
Yeah,
going
my
on.
media diet isn't where everybody else is here, but that kind of shocked me that happened.
Yeah. Well, it's rare. It's rare that it happened. It was not I was not expecting it. I was more thinking like, I was like, oh, this is just what we're gonna get. We're gonna get
this
more
was
slop.
Usually it's a slow slide into oblivion, or in this
Yep.
case, not even a slow one. It was just, it was doing all right, and then it collapsed, and then it was a slow slide from there.
This is a big old eyebrow raiser, but I guess we should do the one word assessment thing first.
We
Platoon,
should,
or-
and since we went left to right last time, we'll go right to left this time. So, Rags, one word to describe season 4.
Mixed.
Mm-hmm. That's it.
I don't really want to say it.
Do it.
Oh gosh. I dislike. It's a hot take, but
No, it's fair. Mr.
Fair.
Dario, what's yours?
Infinity War. It's like one word now. I've decided.
Infinity War. There's a dash. In
It's a
there.
hyphen.
Yeah,
Yep.
Infinity Dash War.
Gary.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna describe it as I felt at the time without the hindsight of season 5. Okay, because it's different, but redemptive.
Okay. Mordo.
With all that time, I was like, I can figure out a word. I still haven't got it yet. I can't think of a word that summarizes this.
Yeah.
I guess the only one that I can think of is the one that's already been said, but maybe someone can help me. I want a more negative version of mixed.
I think I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Mhm.
Overrated.
Well, if you want help, here's my word. My word is,
That's not really
That's
a
my
word.
Yeah.
It is a
It's a
word.
noise.
It is a word. It's EH. That is a word.
How many H's are in?
Or
are there more E's?
Well,
As many as
listen,
you
I would
want.
say- I would say it's just the one, but you can add more if you want to really draw it out. But mine's a pretty short, like,
I
That's it.
agree.
Because
The
some people are
negative side of
recommending
mixed,
whelmed.
yeah.
Bit too high for me.
that
Whelmed.
is too high, yeah.
Maybe
I
just
don't-
I was
underwhelmed
much more
then.
gung ho to come in here and defend this season until I watched what would happen with all of the plot lines that are left open.
Yeah, it changes after watching season 5, for sure.
Yeah, like one doesn't change for me that much. I can go back and watch the first
Yeah.
season of this show. I was very high up on season 4, but season 4 is reliant on
Oh.
what they do in season 5.
Exactly.
Well, this
Sort of.
season, I mean, something that helps it out immensely is that it follows season 3.
I mean, I think that was one of the things that struck me about it is that I remember watching it the first time and thinking, oh, actually, this is a major step up. And it's only later, it's like, well, it's a major step up from one of the worst seasons of television I sat all the way through. And then season 4 on the rewatch, I don't think holds up as well as I was expecting it to either. It's got some strong stuff in it, and just the fact that it's taking itself seriously again makes it a significant improvement. But actually,
Yeah, there's like a tonal shift that came from that that I
Yeah.
very much enjoyed.
which was really
Yeah.
welcome. It's just that the actual core logic of most of the plot lines, not sure about that.
Like
And
one of the
with the-
things that I was going to be really positive about is that Hopper gets kind of redeemed, like in terms of his character. By the end of this, we're almost back to season 1 Hopper, which they immediately gimp him in the first episode of the next season.
Yep.
So you've got
Yeah.
the 4 basic strands of this plot. So there's the Hawkins plot. So that has a fucking character bloat. Dustin and Lucas and Max and Steve and Nancy and Robin. And we've now got a new designated sacrificial lamb called Eddie. And they are investigating a bunch of murders. Meanwhile, you've got the California plot line. So you've got Eleven, who's living incognito with the Byers family. But then Mike goes to visit them. So you've got Eleven, Mike, Will, Jonathan. And they're trying to figure out, like, what's wrong with Eleven? Why is she being bullied? And why is she losing her powers? That splits off into the Nevada plotline later, but then you've also got the Russia plotline, which has been mentioned. So that's got Joyce and inevitably Murray. They have to go and get all the way to Russia and break Hopper out of prison. Where Hopper is allowed, as Nick's mentioned, he's allowed to be a more serious, grounded, like adult human being, I guess. The problem is the whole "we have to go to Russia to rescue him" thing. That never
Yeah,
really.
the two of us are going to go to Russia to break him out of this allegedly super secure, top secret, KGB prison facility.
Yeah,
Season 4 feels like different writers took over and they said, oh, okay, we have got like 2 seasons of shit to kind of weave into one central narrative. And I felt like it literally still is the Duffer Brothers, but like I feel like they did a good job with what they gave themselves. It's not like you can't really give them an accolade for it, but they implemented that stuff well, I think.
In places, it's just funny that there's a line in season 5 where Joy says to Will, like, "I will never look away like that ever again." As a fucking bitch, you went to Russia and abandoned him.
He goes
for an
to
entire
Russia.
season. It's
Yeah,
like,
but
And you thought that
when
was a
they're
bit of
in
a stretch
Russia,
till
though,
season 5.
the Russians in season 3 are like incompetent comedic characters. The Russians in season 4 are totally entirely different. And I
But
think
they are
that
still really incompetent. That's worth noting. They are still pretty incompetent.
in which ways I'm forgetting.
Just the collapse of everything at the end of the season. How
Well,
everything falls apart there.
It's crazy because they're incompetent. They're incompetent. Then somehow they've captured a Demogorgon and the Mind Flare, and they'll never
Yeah.
explain how.
Mhm.
And then it takes over the entire place and kills everybody.
it's because every other time you've seen them, the Demogorgons could just portal in and out of everywhere at will. But in season 4, it's like, nope, you can just put them in a cell and they'll be stuck there forever. And also the Mind
That
Flare, you can put in
kind
a
of
we
makes
see- well,
sense. Like the
I don't
Demogorgon
know, I don't-
part, because they
I don't
can't
think
open a
the Demo-
portal if there's no Upside Down. If the Upside Down is centralized in Hawkins.
Oh, I think
But,
that
was there any
Cage
reason
thing,
to
because
ever
the
conclude that
demo.
that was the case? That it was just Hawkins? Was there any reason not to think that there was an upside down
Actually-
that encompassed the entire planet?
Actually, well, even that.
They
How-
introduced this shit in season 5 with that fucking wall, but like I don't recall ever having any indication that the upside down only encompassed the town.
But the closest
just
you get to that is in season 3. The reason the Russians go to Hawkins is because it's where
Yeah,
the
'cause they
dimensional rift
couldn't
is
open a
weakest.
portal.
They tried to do it in Russia, which implies they could theoretically do it. It's just that they didn't have the technology to break through the dimensional wall there because it was too thick. Whereas in Hawkins, it had already been done.
Yeah, that was
so-
The
that-
worst
that-
aspect of that is that these Demogorgons have the innate ability to travel through rifts, but only through the thing that 11 created. So they could never use this power until 11 opened that wormhole. Because like in the orange thing, they could only open rifts if 11 created that. Otherwise, that ability didn't work. I guess that's what we're supposed to believe. I think.
Well, season 5 complicates this because of who actually makes the upside down in the end. There's the whole. Oh fuck it, we'll get to season 5, but
yeah.
let's just say it was kind of nice to see Demogorgons back in the show, given they were
Yeah.
completely absent in season 3. It did invite some questions like how the fuck they were ever captured or transported or maintained in their prison, and how they got the Mind Flare gas in their cell as well. But within that, you get Hopper being, kind of dark and more mature again. I think it's the first time we really talk any great length about his backstory in Vietnam, for example, and like
yeah.
how that impacts his relationship. But like we add some more material to the beginning of his backstory with his daughter, as opposed to just repeating the backstory with the daughter. It's not just that she dies of cancer; it's that I thought I had escaped this curse of the Agent Orange shit that I was using, but it turns out it followed me, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it's definitely an improvement. Yeah, it adds a new dynamic that changes the way that he views it. It's not just he doesn't necessarily view it as this weird cosmic accident. Just
The-
oh no, it was because of me and what I did. I thought I was safe from it, but no.
The Hopper part of that Russian subplot, I kind of like and believe in. The Joyce and Murray part of that whole thing.
Don't forget Yuri.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Oh Lord, no.
I kind of like
It's
him
just-
though.
remember him.
Oh God.
Oh fuck, I do. I don't know. Maybe he was just like, because of where he was and who he was with. I'm like, I don't know. He's got some energy here that I kind of like, and his character is very selfish, but he like plays, pragmatically with whoever he's with. And it was Anton, the prison guard. Was that his name?
Oh, sorry, I was mixing those up. I like Anton. If that's who
I
that
like
is.
him.
The
Yuri's
guy from
kind of annoying.
whoever the
I'll
one that Hopper's friends with.
Anton,
If that's
and I
him,
like
yeah.
him.
He was
He's
Gary.
like-
he was
he's
in
alright.
he was in Game of Thrones, right?
He
Yes,
was
he
Yakin Hagar.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he plays the part quite well. He does sort of maybe, and it's a fun and relatively grounded look, I guess, at like the Soviet Union. It's not too in the way that the Russians are comic book villains in season 3. It's more kind of, no, this is actually just late stage Soviet Russia in season 4, and they sort of make the point that it's it's pretty bleak and horrible, and there's prison camps and all that stuff, and it takes that aspect of its world building semi-seriously, I'd say. And the stuff that happens there, I enjoy, I suppose. The stuff that gets us there, I enjoy significantly less.
Yeah, I think that the prison stuff I kind of like, but there was a feeling that I got while watching this episode that maybe I got more than any other point in watching the season, or at least up until this point prior. The fact that I guess it's this specific plot in Stranger Things, the show, that actually we're in a Russian prison in Russia, and we have to do this. Like it's so far removed from everything else that's going on in Hawkins with the kids, and even its connections to the Upside Down and the Demogorgon stuff. It seems so like arbitrary that none of this needed to happen at all. And even though there's stuff in there that I like, it almost felt like I was watching a different show whenever we went to that part of the plot.
Yeah.
Like, in what world does Joyce, who, no offense, but can barely like track her 6-year-old son, goes to Russia to rescue a freaking a captor or like a captive from this very highly secret Russian base, military base thing where monsters are hiding. How did we get here?
It is very difficult to buy in terms of their ability to actually pull it off.
Well, particularly when Murray's being like a joking sort of goofster the whole time and not really taking it seriously. Like that element of the subplot I found really annoying. The Joyce and Murray like misadventures.
Yeah.
Whereas the Hopper stuff was decent.
Yeah, if you had an Anton-like character or a very serious, Russian character who was with Joyce and Murray, if you really insist on bringing him along, who kind of like was showing him what was going on and was the very serious, grounded, like, this isn't a joke, this is, the KGB in Russia and they'll shoot you and kill you and da-da-da. It would have been a bit better maybe, but I don't know. It's a strange subplot to have in Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's...
Wait till season 5.
Yeah.
Murray strikes me as that kind of character. He does fly a plane, right, or something like that in this season. I completely...
Yeah, they fight the pilot who is Yuri, right, and then they knock
he uses
him
his
out.
black belt
They
training.
have, yeah, he's
funny.
That whole plane sequence was so...
My arms are arrows.
My hands are arrows. My arms are steel.
Spears.
Why are you laughing?
Because if I didn't, I would go insane, Fringy. Because this is what keeps the demons at bay. Is if I giggle.
Murray is like our secret kind of like a character. If there is some asset that we need or some skill that we need that nobody obviously has in the show, we're just gonna attack.
Yeah.
Like,
he's the
we need someone who knows Russian. Okay, Murray.
Murray isn't cursed. He is the curse.
She figured it out, so she could have done it. She knows Italian, right? So she can.
I could have taken Robin. Why not?
Yeah, I'll give Robin something to do if you insist on keeping her around.
No, well, they really insist on keeping her around. With Nancy, what a great pairing. Nancy and Robin.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I had forgotten that entire subplot where they go and visit
Henry's
father.
And employ more subterfuge to get what they want, because
the
Nancy,
crazy guy,
she just can't stop lying.
That's a pretty big fuck up on their part with that guy, because they basically discover that he's entirely innocent. He's in jail, somebody didn't do it all. He's suffering immensely. And they know all of this, and they can kind of borderline start to prove and help him, but they just leave him.
Yeah, we're done with you. Thanks for giving us all this information. Now enjoy your tragic life with no eyes, with your family slain, and everybody believes that you did it.
Eyes.
Yeah, which it is a bit awkward, but I mean, it's very in character with Nancy. She's used him for all that he's worth, and now that she's extracted all of his value, bye, see ya.
By the way, I know that there's people jumping the gun. By the way, this is pre-recorded. I know that ahead of time, people are going to jump the gun and start defending this. Like, what are they going to do? He's in prison. Guys, we just went over the plot line of going to Russia to break Hopper out of a prison.
To break you out of prison, yeah.
Please don't.
No. But
Don't
They
do
could
it
have.
that
They
ahead
could
of
have
time.
tried.
Don't
They
do
could
it.
have showed her trying or like attempting to care.
The
They
show
should
doesn't
have.
recognize that that's a problem. That's it. Because the Duffer
Yeah,
brothers
that's
are really
why.
bad
Yeah.
at this. This is like the Barbara thing. It's similar to that. If you don't realize that the story should be giving this way more attention than it actually is, you just view it as like, yeah, all right, we're done with that. Moving on.
Also, like,
and
if
it's
we can break Hopper out of the Russian prison, why can't we just break out Victor Krill, who seems to be like probably the biggest asset against Vecna because he's his literal dad.
Yeah, like there's no reason to assume that he's told you everything that you could actually stand to know.
You know,
Once that
and
episode
also,
is
like,
over, that
nothing.
character just disappears.
Yep, and
It's
he's
like
still
Eleven's
rotting in
mum.
prison.
Do they do that with characters in Stranger Things?
no, he's having dinner
Yeah,
with
they
Harry
do it with
Ives
another
in the
character in
afterlife,
season
wherever the fuck they are. So obviously this plotline is to give us some of the backstory for Vecna. I can't wait to see how that unfolds in the play, which we'll come on to later. But it's toward the end of, I guess, the Hawkins arc of the show. So this is the one we've got Dustin, Lucas, Max, Steve, Nancy, Robin, and Eddie, who is our designated new character. There's a strange and unexpected murder. Strange things have happened. There's a girl cheerleader in the school. She goes to Eddie because she wants some drugs because she's seeing strange things. She's upset. She's unhappy, and he is the local druggie / all around lovely person who everyone has to like
Yeah,
and love
lovable
because he's going
rebel.
to die.
You know.
But she
Nicest
gets
drug dealer.
nicest one ever. Yeah, I've met a few. They're none like that. But she gets weirdly murdered in his cabin, his home, and then he has to go on the run. And because off screen, in between seasons, he has become Dustin's best friend. Dustin then ropes everybody else into trying to investigate this so that they can exonerate Eddie, whilst at the same time you have the Satanic Panic jock set going around town trying to find him and beat
Which,
him
by
up.
the way, he gets that's another character where it's like, Riders, you don't seem to understand. Based on all of the information that he receives throughout the story, he is not being unreasonable. He's slightly unhinged, but of course he would be unhinged. He saw like one of his friends float up into the sky and have all of his bones break magically. But like the show seems to think that he's just an arsehole, so when he gets split in half and has this horrible death, it's like, well, fuck that guy. Even though, like, from his perspective, his girlfriend had been killed, and he had basically no reason but to conclude
Yeah.
that Eddie did it. Of course,
he
he
hasn't
is
been a
wrong. He
Yeah,
is
he's
wrong.
wrong.
Like, the information that he has would lead him to the conclusions that he draws, but the show seems to think he's being unreasonable.
it's
They
like
almost think that he's a main character from season 1, 2, and 3, where he just like knows all this magic, crazy, extra dimensional stuff is happening. It's like,
Mhm.
well, no, he's just a normal guy. But he would. Why would his mind go to any of this?
he's like Steve from season 1, completely misunderstood by the
I
plot
know,
itself.
but yes, but with no favor. You know,
Yeah.
he suffers the
Yes.
horrible demise at the end.
He
doesn't
This doesn't
learn a
change the
lesson.
A
fact.
dismissive demise too. The show doesn't care.
Yeah, it happens.
Mhm.
It happens
Yeah,
really
like,
quick.
oh,
Blink
yep,
and you
there he
miss
goes.
it.
There he is screaming his lungs out after getting split in half, but whatever, we're done with him.
Yeah.
Not to distract from the fact that Eddie is really good. Like Eddie is a really
We should
strong
probably talk about
character.
him fully. There's a lot to say.
Yeah, why
Something
not?
that struck me with this episode was his introduction. I was like, whoa, we don't do writing around here. What's going on? Like, everything hits on his introduction. They give you all of his characteristics. They try to establish quickly, like, a lot of history to catch you up. He's, like his
Yeah.
position in the school, what he represents to the boys, and then, of course, Joe Quinn is fucking nailing it. It's like, holy shit, perfect casting. This guy knows exactly what he's doing. And then, of course, there's the personal thing. But finally, a metalhead. What the hell have we done
Yep.
for 4 seasons? You stupid losers, Duffers. It almost feels like this couldn't have been their idea. This
Only a
had to be
few
someone
pop
else's.
songs,
No.
really. That's what 80s were. Yeah,
I-
that whole part of it.
It's funny because I remember this season sort of coming out, and I remember seeing Eddie for the first time, the picture of him, and I was like, oh my god. Not again, not another new character, and he looks like an 80s stereotype. I couldn't, at first I couldn't remember his name, so I kept calling him Brian May. But, you know, it's crazy how he works, and I did not expect to like him this much. He's so well written. It's very weird for this show.
Well,
It stands out.
It's a nice little arc that he gets to go on, right? Because he's presented in his introduction as being very confident, very very self-assured, a lot of belief in himself, to then as soon as he is met with this supernatural threat, it kind of breaks him immediately. He's terrified, he runs away, and that's something that sort of lingers in his mind throughout the whole season, which leads to a choice that he makes, which we can talk about later. But it's like, it's nice to have a character have, like a clear arc that they're being sent on, when so many of these other characters, they don't really know what they want to do with them.
Well,
It is very rarely. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it's very rare in a story or a movie or a show where a character will, like, affect me this much from just a single scene. Like, I watched him in the single scene in his introduction, and I was on his side straight away, where I came in fully expecting to hate him.
Yeah,
because you just watched season 2 and 3, so.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not even kidding. So after the one scene where you have the multi-dimensions, right, like the support for the group, his sort of stern and angry shit with defending his main thing he's invested in, which is D&D with these guys, like they're showing a little less interest, and he's like, no, take it seriously. I like the idea that he's strong and sort of even intimidating in that arena, but he's still looked down on as like fucking nerdy weirdo with possibly satanic game by other people. Outside of it, and then as Fring was just going over, when presented with like the supernatural shit, it breaks him completely out of that. But you got all that going on, charismatic actor, and then he's funny as well, and a lot of like physical acting that he's clearly taken care with.
He's very energetic. Yeah, he's
After
bouncy,
one
he's
scene,
moving around, he's grabbing people, he's taking them with him.
He's already crossed off like basically 90% of the characters for me. Like, it's already like, I'd rather see the next scene with you than mostly everybody already. So it's like, what the fuck's going on?
The fact that he has such a clear arc means that his trajectory is a little bit obvious from the get-go. It's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
And plus with the precedent of other seasons, like, you're not gonna make it, are you? you will not escape this season.
Like, no, never stood a chance.
No.
Sorry.
No.
And he's another one of the examples of he basically has chemistry with everybody who has a scene with him. And then what was crazy is after my first watch season 4, he's one of the things I praised a lot. Rewatching it, I completely forgot how little Eddie there is.
Yeah.
There's
It's
a
not
huge
a lot.
stretch, I feel, in the first like half where he's just gone when he's
I
hiding.
mean, you get way more time with Robin, that's for sure, and Nancy than you get with him.
Ah, yes, more Robin.
Amazing.
Yeah, he does a
Yes,
lot of the
that's
heavy lifting for season 4. Like a
I
lot
think
of
Nancy becomes Rambo in this season, right? This is where her
Yep.
Rambo arc
Well,
is.
this is where she becomes more of the gun. Oh, look, she's the gun girl. That's what she does. She,
You know, all
she
these
knows
white
guns.
boys from the little town in the
From the
80s, they wouldn't know
Midwest,
anything about
yeah.
guns. Yeah. But thank goodness we got this girl here who could show them all how it's done
Yeah,
with
but see,
guns.
that's subversive. You wouldn't see that
Wow.
coming. It's like, yeah.
I was shocked. My
Meanwhile,
jaw
Steve's
was on the
signature weapon, I
floor.
guess, is just a baseball bat with like
Nails.
with nails out of it, which is a very unhinged weapon. That's like what Mo would use, you know.
We love Mo, okay? We are
It's funny
Mo
because
advocates.
Nancy's first gun is Jonathan's dad's gun they stole out of his car. So it's Jonathan's gun.
Nobody remembers Jonathan.
Another weapon that has been
Yeah, but-
taken from Jonathan along with the
No
bat.
one
Who?
cares
Jonathan
about
doesn't have
Jonathan.
anything.
in his balls.
Once again, proving he is just an accessory for Nancy.
The other thing I'd say Eddie
A
has
lot of
that
the characters.
a lot of them others don't, you could say this is a character thing or an actor thing, is that he like gives off of voices in different way. Like he has different modes, you know, the fearful or the angry or the sort of interested and jovial, the
He
supportive.
can
and then-
act.
I know
That's
what
kind
you
of where I was
mean,
going with
yeah.
that. You could call that a direction thing, maybe. You have to lock certain people into like Hopper has, like I said, you know, season 1 Hopper's got mainly one mode and it's really good, so I'm fine with that. He doesn't need to have all the modes or whatever. But one that comes to mind where I was just like, fuck, I love this character, is when they're panicking about getting a song for Nancy. They're just scrambling through a bunch of different things, and then Robin says like no to Iron Maiden. She says that we need music, and he goes, "This is music."
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really good.
The way he said it, it's
I
just like,
like-
fuck, they've got an actor who's so willing to get into this role. You should not kill him. Like, warning,
they
don't
decided,
kill
like,
this guy.
No. Hey, look, this grants you time to be in a Marvel movie, and this you can be in a Marvel movie. It's going to be great, and everybody's going to talk about it, and it's not going to die basically a week after it comes out.
Fringy, listen, you're gonna have to tell me what the fuck you're talking about because I have no clue.
Oh, he
What-
was in Fantastic Four. He played Johnny
Yeah.
Storm.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he did.
Yes.
And
God, you're right. I did
and-
forget about that movie.
Don't you mean
Jeez.
Johnny
Yeah.
Blaze?
Holy
Because
shit.
Johnny Blaze is
Johnny
a
Storm,
human
yeah.
torch.
Yeah, Johnny Blaze, that's right.
What?
Johnny
Oh,
Blaze. Ooh. And then how many people like that? Wasn't
Yeah,
it like
loads of people liked it because they don't know what the
20,000
fuck they're doing.
Yeah.
Oh, I love Fantastic Four. I love Johnny Blaze and Elastigirl and Mr. Incredible Hulk.
I love the Marvel.
Pedro Incredible. Yeah.
Oh
I mean,
man.
he was decent in that movie, but it's a case of like,
Yeah,
damn,
he was, yeah.
they didn't. It's just not a very good script. And I
Mhm.
mean, it's not like this season is a great script either, but all of his stuff is really good. And then of course,
Really
getting to
good.
play
Well, yeah,
it-
what
The
we're talking
fact that
about-
this season
Playing-
has bright spots is something.
What we're talking about is
Mhm.
basically it launched like fully his career now. He's pretty much set if he can
Yes.
get into all these different roles, and it was
Which makes a
everyone
lot of
liked
sense.
Eddie.
Hell yeah.
I feel like
Which,
stars
which means that-
around for Eddie. Sorry.
God damn, that's very lucky for him because that sort of jury's still out on a lot of other actors from this, whether or not they're gonna make something of their careers after this is done. Sadie Sink will probably be fine, and Joe Keery, he'll probably be fine. But as for everybody else, I guess it doesn't matter with Winona Ryder because she's already had like a lengthy career. But as for the rest of them, who knows? Who knows
Yeah.
what the future holds?
And Renata Ryder, she got like top billing in all of the Stranger Things
Yep.
episode. First
Yeah,
one
the
she
original
got.
tweets and
Highest
stuff. Like the
pay.
new Winona Ryder show is coming soon.
Yeah, that's right. But we
Okay.
forgot about that.
Yeah, I
And then of course, yeah,
yeah.
go for it.
No, go on. Finish.
I was going to talk about how he's playing heavy metal at the end. That's a really cool sequence. Him playing on the roof. It's
I
fun.
think that's like
the fun stuff that I like in this show when it happens. That's like a really cool idea.
it was such
for
a shot in the
sequence.
arm. Oh, when
Yeah.
that,
Well,
that
it is
was
a crazy
like,
example of,
actually
like,
super cool.
Holy shit, where's this been? You know, like this is like a
Yeah.
really cool sequence, man.
Because
Mhm.
I couldn't think of any equivalent thing for like season 2 or 3, and even 1 I feel didn't quite. It's such a unique, cool, awesome. The music, the visuals, the fact that it's him doing it with this, this guitar that he loves in the real world, and it's the upside down version of the guitar, and how that's so fucking metal to him.
Oh, and it's him
And-
being himself in this
Yeah.
incredibly dangerous situation. It's like he's rediscovering that inner confidence that in this new circumstance that's terrifying and it's going to save the day. It's
Mhm.
super cool. It would have been nice if he didn't die immediately afterward. though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and or
Well,
if
and
he
there's a
did,
couple of
the
mechanical
reasons for
issues,
him
honestly.
doing that were clearer than they really were because
Mhm.
it's still did he accomplish much by doing that?
No,
Nah, not
there's
really.
a lot to it. We could probably maybe get to it in a moment. Because what I was
Yeah.
going to bring up as well was the scene with him and Chrissy and the drug deal. I
The best scene in my
I got
opinion.
so struck by I was like, okay, when they were filming this, they need to realize that these two are better together than the majority of their cast right now. Like this is bad in a way. It's good, but it's also bad. Really charming together, which makes the scene where she the first episode I was just struck by like, whoa, this is like enough to make me like this show if I had no idea what it was. I'd be like, oh, this is cool. There's lots of things in this that are pretty likable, but knowing the first 3 came first is like, like, well,
Mhm.
not a huge amount of confidence. I say that obviously withstanding the first season for the most part, but yeah, his screaming at what happens to it, all of his acting in that sequence where she's getting vecned, I was just like, this guy's good,
Oh, that-
man.
And that meme afterwards, oh my god, it was everywhere.
What
The
mean?
song, Chrissy Wake Up song.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
That was kind of iconic.
I don't know.
No.
It's
Yeah.
they like did a filtered thing.
Oh my god.
You know, Fringy,
It
like the
was
one I
everywhere.
was showed you with with Abe in Simpsons, where they took one.
Oh,
It's like that, but with
Oh,
Chrissy Wake
I
Up. It's like
see.
Chrissy Wake Up.
okay,
They
okay.
change it a
Kinda
bunch.
like that Rick and Morty "I Am Alive" thing, kind of like
Yeah,
that.
kind of like that.
Yeah,
Yeah, right. I see. Yeah.
yeah, it was a fun time. It's with Eddie, it's kind of confusing because I go back and forth between acting and writing, and if it was both. Because when I think back to it, I think Eddie could have gone wrong in so many ways if it was a different actor, even with that script. Because I mean,
I think you're right.
you have characters like Robin, right? Like very high energy. And if you think about how Eddie operates, he's very energetic, very over the top, and talks a lot. that could have gone so south, like it did in case of Robin, and with
No,
any other
I
actor.
agree.
Oh my gosh, it could have been. Eddie could have been so
'Cause
exhausting.
you need a good actor, you need a committed actor, and you need relatively good dialogue, because if you lose any of those, then it can get really annoying really fast.
Hmm.
And meaningful stakes, which helps as well. Obviously, he becomes the subject of this murder hunt because they will pin the seemingly satanic murder of Chrissy on him. I'd forgotten how long he disappears from the show for, but he's out for quite a long time after he goes into hiding, and it's the rest of it is
Yeah.
it's kind of notable, I think, partly that we've spent so much time talking about him, but that is because when you come on to the rest of the plotline he's a part of, there's a bit less to say about the others, and it's more of sort of the more typical Stranger Things writing, which doesn't particularly function. So you've got, obviously, Dustin is leading the others as a group in this investigation. The police are after Eddie as murder suspect number 1. Dustin and his group find him instantly just by going to the video rental store, I think it is, and looking at computer records. And then they get there, what feels like several months before the police finally do. And it's like, I don't actually believe you could do that so easily. And if you could do it so easily, then they could too. So, nice one. You've made the police kind of retarded in order to accomplish all of this. And I'd rather he spent more time in the show than we spent time with people actually investigating what was going on. But we do have to spend time with them because you have to learn, for example, that there are certain traits that people who've been killed this way share. They have strange visions. They have headaches. They see strange visions of clocks. I wonder
Yeah.
why. And then Max has the same thing. So that's when they learn that he's coming after her. So the stuff is happening. It's just that it's the smaller details that would have made it, I think, a more believable story, like the police being kind of really useless, don't quite add up. But the murders themselves are kind of horrific. Again, it's sort of a massive tonal shift after the comedic lightweightedness of season 3. Vecna's mode of killing people is pretty brutal, pretty dark. Lifts them in the air, snaps all the bones.
Kind of permanent, you
their
might
eyes
even
in.
say.
Yes.
Kind
In
of
almost
like
all cases.
wouldn't recover from that if someone did most of that to you.
Unless you are a named character, in which case the rule doesn't apply. So, yeah, I mean, is there anything to say really about the other characters in that grouping during that investigation? Obviously, you've got a little bit of development for Lucas's relationship with Max, I suppose, but it's really just confirming what we already knew about them, which is that Lucas really loves Max. Dustin and Steve, I mean, Steve sort of starts having that little element of resentment, I suppose, that sort of boils to a head in one particular scene in season 5 because Eddie has kind of replaced him in Dustin's eyes. And Mike is just kind of there.
Oh,
in
yeah.
the beginning bit, at least.
At the beginning, but then disappears off to the worst plot line of the season.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's worth
With the
talking
best
about
action
Max.
scene.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe it is worth talking about Max, because she's one of the, the people that Vecna's after. And she becomes a character this season.
It's
Which
crazy.
is kind of nice.
Max, the person who, when I was watching this, I was like, oh, that character that they keep forcing and trying to make happen. Then she ends up being one of my favorites of the season. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah. And it sort of builds on what little they did do for her in season 3, because Vecna's MO in this season is that he exploits people's past trauma. Now, that isn't going to last beyond this season, but in this season, that's what he does. And it's kind of an interesting thing to do because it allows them to hone in on Max's feelings about Billy and Billy's death and their relationship, and also their how they grew up and their parents. And obviously, she's back with her mum in season 4, which is a different situation we've not seen her in before. But the idea that you make a villain exploiting the character flaws you've established in your named protagonist is not a bad one, I think, and it allows Max to do principally some good acting, but also some half decent writing, I think, for her as well.
Yeah. The through line obviously being what you just laid out, plus like whether or not it's taken seriously is nothing you have to worry about. It's like they really want to lock in on this, and it has like effects on her relationships with everyone else, and then you will coincidentally, because of how Vecna's targeting people, leave her extremely open. And instead of doing like some goofy panic where we're like, oh geez, how are we going to save it? She comes to terms with it pretty quickly in terms of like a sense of, well, it's happening, it's going to happen. And unfortunately, because of what she's been through, she's got a borderline of like, I kind of don't mind, which is the concern, right? And then you get the letters being written, and just, I don't know, I just felt like a lot of her dialogue became a lot less annoying, and instead of the writers trying to put her with the boys, it was like, how do we save you? And then her being like kind of not even sure if she wants to be saved. And
The
all
letters are so funny because we never find out what she wrote to anybody. They're like, "Oh, we're writing letters when I die." Oh,
I mean, the thing is, season 5 does irreparable damage to all of this that we're going to be talking
Yeah.
about. So it's really unfortunate. But, you know, before that happens, as the time is closing in, the fucking sequences with the nightmares and the clock and the sound effects with it is so much more interesting than anything they do with Vecna in season 5. It's kind of crazy they lost all of what you would call the source with him in the nightmare
Well,
sequences.
part of the problem is turning him back into just a regular person, which you know, there's benefits because the actor, man, he's his eyes-
unfortunately the best actor on the show.
Yeah,
He's pretty fucking good.
He's kind of excellent, I would say. Like the amount of emotion, the amount of variety that he's able to convey, like just with his eyes, is very impressive. But you know, Vecna's like a cool, spooky monster, and having him just be like a regular guy is like, I don't want to be doing that. I know, obviously, there is an intention behind it, but like, you can make whatever choices you want with your show, and you chose to do this.
There's something to be said about if you want to have this, do you want to have this weird, incomprehensible, otherworldly, bizarre creature entity thing? Or do you want to have something that speaks to you, talks to you, has a human form, interacts with you? Like it's almost like you kind of have to choose one and the other, or one or the other, because if you start to cross the line between one and the other, it kind of loses. Like you kind of have to go almost like all the way. You can't really have both.
Well, it's because I mean, this season tries to have both, and I don't think it entirely fails. I mean, this is a show that
It
makes
does
very liberal
okay.
use of flashbacks, for example, which is one way you can have your alien-seeming villainous character present in his human form without trampling all over what you're setting up in his like present-day plotline. It would be a more focused use of flashback than what we do end up getting when it comes to season 5, if his human form had just been relegated to that, as for the most part it is in this season.
Purely
Yeah.
flashback kind of. This is like a very different version of what it used to be. He used to be this person. Something very clearly happened to change him into something else. He became Vecna 100%, and he stays Vecna. He doesn't like flip back and forth in terms of now he looks like Henry. Now
Yeah,
he
you're
looks
more
like
on a season
Vecna.
5
Like, you
issue
need
with
to-
the flipping stuff than season
Oh,
4.
man.
Season 4 is like, this is all the history, but this is what he is now and what he's doing this day, and what does that even mean? What is he exactly? And that's the
Yeah.
thing. Before the
Yeah,
questions
like he's
get
become a new
answered,
character, yeah.
we can all imagine that it might be pretty interesting. Like, what could it be exactly? I don't know.
Oh, and can it happen to me? Can this happen to other people? Is this what's destined for everyone in the world to become these weird creatures after
Well, so
the Vecna and the Mind Flayer has its way with our world? Like, what's going on?
obviously lifted from the best interpretations of what they were doing in Elm Street, Vecna's strengths of like taking the fears and insecurities of the victims and cranking them to prepare them for the what you could call the ritual or whatever. One of the stronger executions has to be like Max desperately trying to sort of maybe explain stuff to her mum, and just the dialogue from him getting more and more aggressive, rude, cruel, and then haunting, and then it all turns dark, and it's like, yeah, she's in a nightmare sequence with Vecna right now. You're like, oh, good job. I was about to say good job,
You
Duffers,
could
but I refuse to
predicted it.
believe it was their idea.
It was probably the act. It's probably the
Probably
actor's
Sadie Spink's idea.
Yeah, it's probably the actor's idea. It happens a few times too, which I kind of like, where it's like one of these little hallucinations. They start off very normal, but then you're like, oh wait, this isn't real, because even before the voice starts to change, but just by some of the words and things that are spoken, and I kind of like that. Like you could, especially once you sort of once you're familiar with the idea that this is a thing that Vecna can do, and you're kind of looking out for it, it does keep you on your toes a little bit when a character talks to another, or when someone approaches someone else. You do like, oh, is this a hallucination? No, it's not. Okay. Or,
Yeah, and
"Oh, is this
unfortunately,
one?"
that only
"Ah, it
does
is."
work on the first watch. That's what sucks about it. It's not. It doesn't like add replayability to it.
Yeah, like there's not hidden ones in there where you have to think, oh, was this really Vecna and he didn't reveal himself? Which would have been really neat on a rewatch if they added scenes like that, if there were scenes that were legitimately up in the air. If he can make you essentially hallucinate things that are very realistic. Well, I mean, we're going to have, especially in the season 5 stuff, where have a lot of chatting about Vecna's power level and why he should win easily, instantly, without question, and things of that nature, and some of the weird things. But like that would have been really cool to have. You have hallucination powers. You could really use this to fuck with people, and they don't know that they're being fucked with.
That would come in handy later.
It sure would.
Yep.
Which would then push us on to actually getting the major payoff, which is what season 4 is, I think, majority celebrated for, is like a peak. They're getting dragged into Nightmare Land while everyone's sort of figuring out how to possibly have a clue on how to beat Vecna. And she's going through a whole Nightmare sequence, which I quite like as well. The stuff with Billy, like the graveyard, how everything is sort of shot in it. It's nice and horror-y and spooky, and they take it seriously. And her whole speech trying to like explain somewhat her guilt, say goodbye to Billy, sort of stuff, but then everything goes, it slips her back into the nightmare sequence again. And then the team seeing that she's got the eye shit going on is like, oh god, we gotta do so, we gotta figure it out. It's all very panicky and the time's running out. And I think you could be tricked for a second to thinking like, are they gonna kill Max? It's like nah, no, they wouldn't do that. But the tension's strong enough that it's just, you want to see what's gonna happen. And then
you want her to, I think the thing is, you want her to be saved. You do. You're like, oh, okay. I don't want anything bad to happen to, Max. I think she took a while for her to kind of grow on me. But there's a point where I'm like, okay, I'm invested enough in stuff that's going on. I'm not in that season 2-3 malaise where I could not give less of a shit who lives or dies.
Well, she got to fight something
and
real. She's been targeted specifically. It's for things that happened in the story. She's reacting like a person. There's consequences emotionally. You're just like, oh my god, it's like a story is happening. Yeah, I do care somewhat.
Yeah, when it happens to Chrissy and when it happens to I forget the other guy's name, and it's because of things that are in their past we didn't know, but that sets up when it does start happening to Max. Oh, what is it about Max that he's trying to, get into her head about? What are we going to learn about her psyche and how she views things? And I think they chose a good way to do it.
With Max, why Max's character works in this season is solely because I think this is the first and the only time Stranger Things introduces consequences. Like, actual character in this world reacting to stuff happening around them. Like her reacting to Billy and actually being emotional about it and going into this depression. I mean, these kids see horrific stuff all the time, and it's just like none of them are affected at all. They can see a person like get, I don't know, just scrambled to death, and nothing happens. But here, Max is just it goes into such an interesting and emotional journey, and it's cool to see her react. To stuff happening around her.
It's also striking on retrospect to see this area, right? It's the broken up Creel house. It's like his almost HQ. This is where the kids end up when they're taken. And it's like, this has nothing to do with season 5, by the way. We got a whole other thing in season 5. Don't you worry about it. I know it turns up. You know what I mean with the abyss and all that. It's like this isn't really relevant when you get to that point. But Vecna's about to sort of stop fucking around and just kill her at this point. But you get the music on it, and this is why the less they talk about it and redevelop it in the future of this show means the stronger this scene could have remained, because you can think about every interpretation of what it all means, right? But text level, it's the Vecna gets you when you're emotionally weakest, don't believe in yourself, don't believe you even could do anything to defeat this sort of thing, but that if messages can get through to you, if you can believe and think strong enough, you could probably get out of there and stuff, and unable to victimize you strongly. And then the idea with the music is that it can remind her not only of the stuff that she's passionate about, but like reasons to stay, along with like Lucas's little speech he gives her. And it's funny because I didn't really care that much at all about any scene with Max in season 2 or 3, but with the way that this is edited and constructed, when they show the flashbacks, I was like, oh, I think you're getting me a little, because it's like it's less to do with what happens in those scenes in their context and more to do with the concept of someone remembering all of the reasons why life is worth living.
Yeah, that's my biggest compliment for the Duffer brothers. They took what they had access to and they actually used it positively.
Yeah.
Even if there were tons of problems with what came before it.
And
it doesn't always work, but when it does, it's pretty cool. It's cool.
Well, and I love the allegory, right? In this case, it's music that gets through to her. She's finds meaning, sort of reinterpret what it all means to her in her life, and it keeps her going. When
sanitarium.
we're watching like a show that, for many people, with many shows, many movies, many whatever, it'll save them a little bit spiritually, gives them something, unlocks a part of them that they didn't realize was there, or gives them some lesson or meaning. So, like, it's a really fundamental theme that I think has not been necessarily covered by a lot of stuff, but that this weirdly, in the middle of a, like I said, less than mixed, as far as I'm concerned, season in a series that's pretty bad, as this sequence, the running up that hill shit with Max, where I'm just like, how did you do this? Like, how did you make a sequence here that's, like, extremely meaningful for a character I don't
Whose
even like?
actor's idea was this?
Yeah, right.
It's because there's so much you can say about this, and like when she runs away from him, breaks through, lands, and says, "I'm still here." I was like, "Oh, that's oof, you guys, what are you doing making good TV?" Like, what's
I will say
happening
this. This was definitely a part where you sort of, and we'll see this going forwards in season 5 quite a bit. But we've already kind of mentioned how Lucas's character basically gets sidelined to be Max DLC when he kind of used to be a character. Like, he can act quite well. And so when, he's very emotional about Max and stuff, you definitely see that coming through. And then you wonder how come he hasn't been given anything to do for the last 2.5 seasons of this show. How come he just hasn't been around for a lot of this stuff. He seems quite minor.
Yeah.
I feel like this.
Yeah.
Because I liked the way that the season began with, him going to, he's part of the team. They're going to the championship. It means a lot to him. He's trying to get the others to come. They don't. In that the whole aspect. I guess it kind of reminded me that in season 4, like Hawkins is like a town again. It's relevant to the plot in a way that feels almost season 1-y. The satanic panic stuff, people trying to find out what's going on with the Hellfire Club. Is just the general gist of their kids in school, they have that part of their life as well, and in 2 and 3 that part just kind of got, I guess, smothered by everything else that was going on. So
yeah, I mean, it's almost a meme at that point. Hawkins just does not react to the events that take place within it. But in season 4 they make a point of making it do that. But before we do move on to talking about anything besides Max, I know Gary's got a head on out. Sorry to see you go. I don't know. Do you want to give us a quick overall take on season 5?
Yeah, you're
before you head
assumed.
off, like where you are?
Obviously, before it comes out, season 5, what do you think it's going to be like, and what do you think you're going to think of
on a
it when it's
scale
out?
of great to I loved it, where would you place it? Really?
Man, I just have a feeling it's going to be the worst season of the series.
What?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, no, say it ain't so.
Yeah, I think they're gonna wrap
Gotta have
everything
hope.
up quickly. Okay, hear me out on this one. This is gonna sound crazy. I think they're gonna fight Vecna, who's in a kaiju mech suit that's supposed to be the mind flayer on a different planet. I know sounds crazy.
Different planet,
What?
like Mars?
On a different planet.
Well,
On a
like
different
it,
planet.
Venus?
so it'll be like an
Okay.
icy planet, right? Because they really like the cold.
Yeah,
so
it
it'll
would
be
be a
like dark
cold
and
No, it's gonna be
planet.
like a desert planet where
But-
I guess gravity doesn't affect anything.
like
Here's my
Tatooine.
Oh,
yeah. Here's my. It's like Jakku.
like
okay.
piss
It's
Tatooine,
Tatooine.
like a piss
Yeah.
flavored Tatooine.
It's
It's gonna
Tatooine.
look like
It's like
3D.
planet Tatooine, Mexico. And the craziest prediction will be a planet descends in the upside down and the military's not going to notice. All right. So,
Wait, so is this the planet that descends? Is that the Vecna monster planet, or is that a different
Yes,
planet?
it may
Okay,
be.
it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Both
What?
of those things.
Okay. All right.
And so you really like that
What?
idea, and that's why you said that?
I
That would
love
be-
that idea.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yes.
pretty
And
epic.
Then an hour of character resolution. Like that was just brilliant to sit through all that. But and the military's just going to let everybody go.
Well, that
no
wouldn't
problem.
happen.
Cool.
But they've killed
Uh,
Okay.
Hopper killed 37 servicemen with families, and he gets
Oh,
okay.
37.
I will
37
say,
now.
Yeah,
Gary, a
jeez,
little bit
that is a
disappointing
lot.
you could only stay for the preamble, but all right, fine, I guess. if that's,
I'm
you know.
sorry. Well, you know what I have to do? I have to go work on a Stranger Things review.
Maybe you're just happy to.
Not even
maybe
done with the
not talk
intro,
about
and he has to
season-
go.
Yeah, I know. Right.
But I will say,
Thanks,
maybe
guys.
it was a breath of fresh air to talk about the other 4 seasons instead of 5.
It was. It was.
Because I was going to
Very
say, if
much
anyone
so.
wants to hear what Gary's got to say on season 5, obviously ahead of it releasing,
What
he will
what he will be
eventually
saying
do
on it,
FNT episodes on it, and he'll be on Open Bar, maybe.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure I'll be on an open bar. Maybe, you never know.
Eventually, he'll do an
FNT.
FNT episode yesterday,
Yeah.
and then he'll
Yeah.
talk about how he feels about it.
We talk about it for 2 hours straight. So there, which is, I know, like a blink of an eye here on EFAP. So, but it was great talking to everybody. Thanks for having me. Thanks, chat.
Thanks for joining
fun.
us.
See you
Yeah,
later.
we'll see you later.
See you later.
Bye. I guess just in closing, I really liked this sequence, and I was like, Jesus Christ, I guess they got their magic back, because it was enough to push it past a lot of the shit in this season, combined with Eddie.
I think so. Yeah.
I was just like, I'm into this now, and I'm now invested in them, defeating Vecna as well, because I find him interesting enough as a villain. As well, because the one thing I forgot to mention as well was when it cuts to black and she does a gasp of air, which feels very much like, again, allegory, being completely suffocated by your essentially mental illness, right? And then getting a release because you've found a breakthrough of sorts. I was just like, oh, these choices, man. It feels like they had
How
someone
does
working on
stuff
this
make
that
it,
cared.
you know?
And then, of
Then
course,
the-
I bring all this
then-
up because of the reflection. This gets annihilated artistically. Like, you have to not watch season 5 if you want to keep this the way that it is. Even to an extent, you can't watch the rest of season 4.
Yes, that feels like it's noteworthy. Unfortunately, if this was the Duffer Brothers, their normal terrible instincts as storytellers come back at the end of the season, or if it wasn't them, they came back into the room and decided that it would be a good idea to essentially pussy out of the ending that they should have done, which is that Max dies when she goes back in to try and stop Vecna. It fails, and she dies because of it. And then it's tragic.
We get
because
all
as
of the
soon as
worst
you see that
things.
She survives. It's like, oh, she's going to be fine. Like, no way there'll be permanent repercussions for this, because this is a show that was made by the Duffer Brothers, so she'll be totally fine in season 5. And
it's so good
nice.
because she
You've
comes
ruined
almost
it.
the closest to definitely going to die of any main character. So if they can't follow through with that, then they're not going to follow through
Dude,
with.
they
basically
break her
anything else.
arms and legs and melt her eyeballs. And they're like, no, she's fine.
No,
Don't worry about
she
it.
was in a trance, bro. She was in a trance. Her eyes weren't
Don't
fine.
worry
She was
about
in a
it.
trance.
Oh,
She
man.
literally said that she couldn't see. It was like,
No, that was
Nah.
part of the trance, dude.
Nah,
that was
it's
part of the
fine.
trance, even though she like survived and stuff. Yeah, it was like
It was
maybe it was
different.
Netflix. No, I'm coming from the past to tell you, no, it wasn't Netflix. It was the Duffer Brothers, because they have horrible.
Yeah, this is
writing
totally
instinct.
Duffers shit. This is why I would
Yeah,
rather be
Duffer-
like, this
the main
wasn't
thing about the
Duffers,
Duffer
right? If you're gonna pick one or the other, this initial sequence with Max is like, was someone else there that
It's
day?
not, yeah.
And
The-
they
the
do have
main thing
they
you
do
need-
have a bunch of writers who go in with them. There's Kate Treffry, who's one of them. She did the play as well, which did not go particularly well. They have a couple of others, and then obviously like occasionally the Duffers will do some just on their own, and then Sean Levy will do some. But then they all sit in the writers' room at the same time. Wouldn't be surprised if a different writer did take the lead on these episodes, though, and the Duffers kind of took the backseat for
I
it
mean,
because it is so
It's
different.
so
from
markedly
everything else.
different.
It's so different. And the reason why it's safe to conclude that Max not dying was the Duffer Brothers is because a main sort of overarching thing to describe their approach to storytelling is cowardice, and unwillingness to commit to the sort of logical conclusions or the most potent conclusions for the stories that they've actually written. Every time it's like, no, but we like Max, so we're not going to get rid of her. And it's like, yeah, but unfortunately, you've written a story where it'd be a lot more effective if you did.
We've seen this before.
But they'd be like, no, we don't want to do that. No, so we're not going to. Not only are we not going to, but we're going to even undo any permanent ramifications for it. She's not going to be crippled. She's not going to be blind. It'll be kind of like it didn't even like, even to the point that people on Twitter are like, wait, how did she like graduate if she missed 2 years? It's like, yeah, because there's no consequences for this, because that is their approach to storytelling, because they're just very immature. Very immature writers.
Got all of that and some of the stuff that Freen's mentioned, but the thing that kills me is they borderline recreate some of these sequences in season 5, and they're just categorically worse, not just in writing, but in effects as well.
Oh yeah, effects
When
worse,
you-
the way they're shot, everything.
Watching her run in this sequence is like, it's already pretty obviously like a super CG composition-y thing, for many reasons, of course, but it's like, they've done the best they can to blend it. It looks pretty good, and then when you're invested, because the story is right,
Yeah,
when
and
they
the music
recreate
and the
it,
slow-mos a bit, and
it looks
you know.
horrific, fucking hideous, and the context for it, because we'll go over it, it's so insulting, and it's part of why I'm still figuring out what I hate the most, if you will, for any given season. But the fact that you pull me back in with this, but then you damage it at the end of the season before we're even out, and then season 5 just comes in with a haymaker, like, hey, you enjoyed any part of it artistically? Here we
That
go,
episode
boom.
was directed by good old Sean Levi, the acclaimed director of Deadpool and Wolverine, acclaimed by some of you.
And it's funny, the
Ooh.
defense for that scene that I have seen online is that like, well, there's a light
Oh,
that's
whatever.
shining over it. That's what's making it brighter. But I'm watching the clip right now, like behind the EFAP logo, and that light is still there. So I have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah,
It's just that it cost them 400 instead of 500.
$100 million for all of this.
It's all
Isn't
rushed
that-
It is
as
mad
fuck.
to
And
think-
So it is 400 million for just this season.
but
I believe that
for
is the
season
figure.
5.
Yes, like the
For
season
season
season 5
5.
cost
That's
more
what
than
they said.
Avatar
That makes
3
it the most
did.
expensive
Well, I think
thing ever.
Noah said that he's making $900,000 an episode.
And they got a big cost.
and,
Remind me
just
of the actor Noah plays.
Will.
Snap.
Will.
That's
Oh
Will.
shit!
Yeah, Will's making $900,000 an episode.
And to be clear,
That's some
right?
gay money right there.
We got it's totally in line with their MO. You know, season 2, a complete rehash and everything is worse. And then they like roll a dice of experiment every once in a while with stories or characters, and they roll Snake Eyes fucking constantly. You got this and Eddie, and you're like, oh, wins. And with this, they were like, they liked that from the previous season. Let's just do it again, which is their fucking, like I said, it's
But
their
worse
MO.
in every way.
Yeah, and they don't even realize that doing it again is already enough to ruin it from the first time. Whether or not
Yeah.
it's good.
It's like how that one good episode of Mandalorian snuck into season 3. You're like, oh, this was clearly somebody else. You know,
Yeah.
that's how I feel like
And
the
it
good bits
literally
of the
was
show
somebody
are.
else. It was the two writers from Andor who did it.
Crazy.
It's
Funny how
funny.
that goes.
Yeah, go on.
No, that's it.
Yeah, it's funny that this is the last time we see her run ever, and it's not because she breaks her legs after. It's just she does not choose to run afterwards.
The hill has been run
Yeah.
up, so
We'll
it is not
definitely,
required to be run upon anymore.
We'll come on to her strange choices when it comes to her escapes plural in season 5. But for now, just sticking with season 4. Obviously, that's a lot to be said for Max. Probably the standout, one of the standouts, along with Henry, at least in terms of performances. Henry also gets a lot of writing for him, though, and that sort of takes us to one of the other major plot lines in the show, which is the Nevada story. So you sort of have a bit of a mix, because the California one blends into this. You get Mike and Will Jonathan and some inexplicable hippie stoner who I'm glad never comes back after this season.
Argyle! I love
You don't like
Argyle.
Argyle? Try
Not a
before
fan.
you deny.
I was hoping he was the nice one we were going to kill, and no. But so they all go to try and
You hate
find.
fun.
I do hate fun, famously. Yes, they have to go and try and track down 11, because 11 has been taken away by the government. She was in California, and she twatted a girl with a roller skate because she bullied her. It's quite funny. Then the government
And
turns up.
she was wrong to do it, show. That was a bad thing that she did. You cannot
Totally
assault
wrong.
people like that because they made fun of you.
No, I mean, you might want to, but you shouldn't. Because
Now imagine what 11 might do if she had fucking superpowers.
I mean,
she did. She tried to throw her when she did the
Yeah.
cringe scream.
Well, yeah, and
She was gonna
remember,
throw her.
Do
she
you think it was
pushed
a throw, or
Max
do you think he was
over
gonna snap
because
her
she
neck?
smiled at Mike. Like, 11's a
Mm.
psycho.
Do you think
11
11
is a
could
psycho.
have snapped her neck in that moment if she
I
had
mean,
powers?
that would have been crazy, but she might have. You can't put
She might
anything
have.
past her.
also she
Everything's
did
on the table with
spend
11.
last couple
11's
of
like
years
pro
with
torture,
Duffers.
as we'll find out soon. So
She is, and we will. And so she gets taken by a faction of the government, and the word faction is quite important here, because unbeknownst to literally anybody else, the government is in the middle of a civil war, and it makes no sense. But
that's wild to me.
it's a little bit insane, in
Like
fact.
we're a
yes.
third world dictatorship, and we actually do have factions in the military, and they just like fight each other in the streets and stuff.
And it just sort of goes away after this season as well. But so on the one side, you have the evil generic military man, who's a really compelling character, so much so that I cannot remember his name. On the other side, you have, it's Dr. Brenner is back in the show. Dr. Brenner has brought 11
But he's
to his
dead. What do you
facility.
mean? The
Well,
Demogorgon pounced on. What are you talking about?
I've died before. The dark side of the Force, etc.
I've been pounced on Demogorgons many times.
And he's working with Dr. Owens, and they've set up this secret facility in Nevada. And so it turns out that Dr. Brenner, besides being alive, he says, oh yeah, I always kind of anticipated there might be a moment when you'd lose all of your powers, so I built this entire station to get them back. Don't ask me how I anticipated that this would happen, but I did. So here you are.
We're going to funding, or who paid for this, or
well, one half of the government apparently, apart from the other half of the government, which doesn't want them to.
Where does that? Yeah, I wonder where that half goes after this bit, because that half of the government seems to disappear.
Yeah, this is one of the constant flaws with Stranger Things is just that, the world building on the military side makes no sense, and then all the consequences disappear after the season. But it does allow 11 to get dumped into an isolation tank, and this is a great vehicle for exposition, because what we're trying to do under Brenner's instruction is to send her back to relive the memories of what really happened in Hawkins' laboratory, which serves dual purposes. It fills in some backstory, it invents a whole bunch of backstory that we didn't know about, and it allows us to spend meaningful time with Henry before Henry becomes Vecna. And so this is where a lot of the meaty stuff of the show happens. The Max stuff is probably the most meaningful character stuff, but the most meaningful plot stuff, backstory stuff, world-building stuff, I think that's all in this plot line, right? And it's so there's a few sort of problems with it, besides, obviously the fact that Brenner is alive and that he anticipated doing this. It's the way they try to firstly blend all of this backstory. And so you might remember when 11 leaves the lab in season 1, she's obviously traumatized and she can't speak very much English, but she's not a complete mad psycho killer creature. And she does have a faint memory of what happens, because when the kids go to try and find the lab, she says no, because it's dangerous. And then she tries to stop them happening because it's dangerous. Well, it turns out loads of stuff happened in that lab, which we've not heard about before, because the magic trick of writing, she repressed those memories. And now we're about to uncover all of them. So we go into this lab, and Brenner runs it. He's running experiments on multiple children. I'm sure Callie is there somewhere, but we just forgot to include her. And
I don't think she is.
No,
I think they forgot about her.
Yeah, it's so funny she's not there.
It's not even that she's not there. It's that her entire power set is not represented.
Yeah.
Every one of those kids is exactly like 11. Yeah, Holly has an entirely different set of powers that never come up again.
Isn't
very unique to her. Yeah, you're right.
In season 2, all of them, all those misfit characters have different skill sets, don't they?
It's the implication, yeah.
Skill set is
they're X-Men.
Here's the knife guy. Here's the strong dude. Here's me with my magic hallucination powers, and this is the driver. So,
yeah,
kind of, I guess.
They're
not all psychics.
You don't know they're not all psychics, and yeah, so I did actually check, because there's this line in season 5 where Callie says to Hopper, in fact, I know 11 better than you do. And it's is that actually true, though? I don't remember you in season 4. She says, we grew up together. And I remember a flashback.
You showed me 6,000 flashbacks, and you missed one that was actually relevant.
Yeah,
God
we
damn
have an
you.
entire plot line going basically from start to finish with 11 in this facility, and she just doesn't appear once because they didn't plan on bringing her back at this point. So, but what does happen is, so she's there, she's under Dr. Brenner, there's a load of other kids, he's sort of training them to use all of their various different powers. And she's obviously quite special, she's the one who seems to be stronger than all of the others. But there's one mysterious character there who is kind of I don't know, the helper, the assistant, we don't find out he's number 1 immediately. In Henry, Henry is there. Henry is also in the lab. And so we get quite a lot of conversations between him and 11. He turns 11 against Brenner, against the rest of the kids. He sort of makes her believe that they're all out to get her, that they're going to try and come and kill her, that he's her friend and co-conspirator. He's tricking her into helping him escape, which she does, because he's got this weird little power chip in his neck, which stops him using his powers. Again, something Brenner could invent without really knowing the use case for, because we also get more backstory for Henry when it turns out that he was, and this kind of dovetails with the investigation with Nancy. He was a psycho child who, in the 1950s, murdered his entire family and then was
You
given
mean
over
high
to Brenner.
schooler?
Yeah.
High school child.
Well, high
You know
school
that,
child, yes.
The little device, they should have put it in the mind flare.
Might have been a clever idea. Why not put it in a gun and shoot it
No.
with it? Because, we can shoot darts and shit. We have tracking fobs. Why not just shoot that? But anyway, so he's given to Brenner after murdering basically his entire family, and this power chip is put in him, and then he's sort of kept around for reasons I could never entirely figure out, because season 4 is unclear on that point. But so you get a load of this backstory for him, a load of like the backstory for what 11 goes through in that place. And I every time I was watching it, just thinking, does this actually accord with what I remember of season 1, the way she appears in season 1, how she acts in season 1? And the answer is no, because they didn't quite flesh it out or make it mend together very well. The upshot of all of this is that she frees him. He goes on a massive killing spree and murders everyone. She then
Even the kids, yeah.
even the kids, all of the kids. Yeah.
Why does he murder the kids, actually?
Because they were in Papa's image or something. They had to die.
Okay.
How is he not kind of in his image and then deserves
how
to
is
die?
11
I just
not
made
fit
I just made that
mold?
up. I used the Duffer Brothers
It's
writing style.
because it's indistinguishable from the actual answer, so I just went with it. So I legitimately was like, oh, okay, because I couldn't remember.
I mean, well, the actual answer is mostly season 5 stuff again. So he just, I think for the purposes of season 4, just kills them. Then he turns on 11. He tries to recruit her. He does his Darth Vader moment to Luke Skywalker. We can rule the galaxy as weirdly brother and sister, I guess.
But that is the funniest moment in the entire fucking show. I'm sorry, because it's happening at the same time as Nancy is getting all this exposition too. It's cutting back and forth between 11 and Nancy. Yep. So there's this part in this thing where he's just like getting progressively angrier. I'm just gonna read it if that's okay. Is that okay with everybody?
Reading is allowed.
It's like, you see, humans are a unique type of pest, multiplying and poisoning our world, all while enforcing a structure of their own, a deeply unnatural structure. Where others saw order, I saw a straitjacket, a cruel, oppressive world, dictated by made-up rules, weeks, months, years, decades, each less faded copy of the one before. Wake up, eat, work, sleep, reproduce, and die. And then it cuts over to a fucking 8-year-old child who has no education staring up awkwardly at him. It's like this fucking, and I put a picture in the Discord. This is like the longest monologue I've ever seen in my life. She got none of it. She didn't even know what the word friendship means. It's fucking hilarious.
But is that just, maybe she just repressed the memories? Maybe she did know all of this before that, and then she repressed the memories and forgot it.
Repressed memories solve literally every plot issue. It's a really powerful tool.
Yeah.
She just looks at it. She's like, "What?"
It's the kryptonite to bad writing is amnesia.
Yeah, like, and he's not making a joke there in as much as like season 1, she doesn't know what a bunch of words mean, like simple words, and he's giving her
like
this.
friend. Friend is, like, friends don't lie, and that's how that becomes a thing, is because it has to be explained.
And again, really good performance from Jamie Campbell Bower as well, but it's like, you can't be doing
he
this.
Sells the creepy
it's obviously meant for the audience, not for her.
I think his acting deluded people into thinking that Vecna actually had any motivation or anything going for him in that moment, because like the entire season is leading up to this moment. Like you keep seeing Vecna, you keep seeing Henry, and you're like, what's this guy's deal? What does he want? Why is this happening? And then he gives this speech, and you're just like, what?
The curse of good acting is that it can like be an unwitting accomplice to terrible writing.
Yes. And he's the actor is the only guy who cares about this working.
Imagine though if Brenner was like in that room, like he crawled into the room, and that's why Henry was delivering all of that dialogue. Like it's to 11, but it's also to Brenner.
Well, because he survives this as well.
Yeah, he survives that too. Henry killed every single person in the compound except for Brenner and 11 because they needed to be alive for the plot.
And he even sees him and attacks him full on, like deliberately, not just like as a side swipe. He attacks him properly, and he still survives.
Well, you'd be Brennan. He'd be the one he'd want to kill more than anyone else. He'd want to make triple double sure he was dead.
You think he'd want to torture him?
Not.
You know what's even funnier?
I think so, yeah.
He tries to kill him in the play too. Sends Brenner through the fucking ceiling. Survives again. Brenner had 3 of these.
Well, you remember Brenna's
We ran
actual
out of
death
fate
scene? He
points,
dies like
yeah.
3 times.
His
I
health,
sort of
the
remember.
person with the most health bars in the show is actually him.
The
Very
problem
funny.
was that
That's probably
there
one of the
weren't
kids.
any demo bats in that moment, so Brenner could die.
Oh
Those
yeah, if
are
the
the
bats had
best.
been there, he'd have been fucked. But
That'd be funny
they
if we
come slightly
saw
later.
him
By the
get
way-
swarmed by dozens and dozens of demo bats, and then inexplicably in the next scene, he's just back with a little scar on his face.
Well,
This,
it
like,
just seems like you guys hate 80s movies, man, because these are like 80s tropes.
Oh,
I
this
love
is
the
80s tropes,
movies,
yeah.
man.
This
True.
aggressive and incisive sort of like, this is absolutely who I am, why I'm doing it, now you know. It doesn't feel coherent at all with season 5 Vecna, who they've turned back into like, he's kind of just working with the Mind Flayer to be evil. Like, oh.
Also, I didn't know this scene was so bad, but like the Nancy part of this was like she gets out of her trance and goes, I saw them kill my mother. I saw them kill Mike. And
Yep.
it's like, why didn't you show us that part?
Well, it's kind of worse than that, because the premise is, and like Henry is kind of revealed to us at this point, the reason he's killing all of these people is because once he kills a certain number of people, like everyone opens a rift, and his eventual plan is to have all these rifts open and collapse the Upside Down into Hawkins. At the point he captures Nancy, he only needs to kill one more person. And so he says, I'm showing you all of this so you can tell 11, and then he lets her go. If he had killed her, his job is done, and it ends, he wins. But he doesn't, because his last designated person to kill is Max. But he's already captured Nancy instead, so like, it's like, what?
Well,
Why?
his criteria for who he designates is extremely
It
loose
doesn't
and
seem
broad
like
to
he
it
has
would
to-
apply.
I mean, he does the Cerebro thing of searching for the mentally ill, but it seems like you just grab anybody.
Yeah, everyone's got some problem in their life. And don't tell me that in this town, quote unquote, small as it is, it's small relative, there's plenty of kids, it's got a whole school, that you can't find another person or just go to the next town. It's probably just right down the road. You know, the idea that he hasn't, I mean, obviously in season 5, we'll get into it, but he should have won a long
Well,
time
I mean,
ago before
at
our
the very
protagonist
least-
even knew there was a thing to lose.
At the very least, he can remote stun people whenever he wants. It's like, man,
Yeah.
pretty good. You should probably use that a lot. You
I
know?
would.
Yeah.
I'd be like, oh, this is like a free repeatable ability that I could use just like constantly at no cost that will win me the goal. Oh, okay. What's the catch? None? Oh, all right. If you say so, writers. You're the ones who gave me this ability.
There's a bunch more sort of attempts to repurpose various things as well. So obviously the end of the big confrontation in the backstory between Eleven and Vecna, she basically force pushes him through a dimensional wall, and like he goes into dimension X,
He, like,
not to the
disintegrates.
Upside Down. He completely disintegrates. He's rebuilt as the Vecna we see today. So he goes
He gets
into
zapped
this
by the
dimension
spooky lightning.
X,
Yeah.
yes, and meets the Mind Flayer, and he sees Demogorgons, because Demogorgons at this point, there are some of those in Dimension X. Then they all disappear at some point to go because they're busy for the later bit. But so we've sort of got our first glimpse of Dimension X without any proper explanation as to exactly what it is. I think a lot of people just assumed it was an extension of the Upside Down, but we'll come on to what it really is in season 5. Yeah, that's thrilling stuff. The other thing they tried to repurpose, which again I think causes problems with season 1, is that the sort of during this sort of backstory exposition sequence, it's sort of said that Brenner discovered the existence of these parallel dimensions through 11. And the thing he was always really trying to use her to do from the beginning was to crack the dimensional boundary between these places. Which sort of doesn't really gel very easily with season 1, where like they are obviously just using her to spy on Russians because she's just a psychic weapon, and they accidentally discover the Demogorgon, and only after that does he become interested in what else she might be able to find in there. And then when she touches that, that's what sort of opens the doors and the portals between them. So it's like, I get
Which I
what they're
thought was
trying
really
to do.
cool. I originally, when I was watching like episode 1 and everything, I thought, oh, like the opening of the portal was very, very specifically linked to just the fact that, oh, in our attempt to try and harness psychic power to use against the Russians, we open up the spooky gate to this hell dimension and stuff like that. And I thought, oh, that's enough. That right there is already a neat enough idea that you don't have to go into these crazy levels of memory dimensions and stuff like that. That in and of itself is just kind of neat. Like, what has science done if we tap into the mind and like Event Horizon kind of stuff,
Yeah,
engines and
because
whatnot.
like season one understood the idea that like the villainy part is probably best represented in the human characters, but the horror is kind of inseparable from the mystery. So this idea that an understandable human nefarious motive, like, well, we've created this psychic child, we can use it to spy on Russians, but inadvertently tapping into something much bigger and more dark and more mysterious. That sort of elevates the mystery and the horror side of things and puts the
Yeah.
humans at a disadvantage to that. So like they're the proximate villain, but they're not the big bad threat that's really out there, and they didn't expect it or anticipate it coming. Whereas, and it's a problem Stranger Things has whenever it tries to go back like this and retcon a bunch of stuff into perfect contiguity, is that it always ends up making it like comically, cartoonishly evil on the part of the humans, which is less interesting than the mystery. And then it still manages to drop the ball on loads of occasions, so it just doesn't properly add up anyway. But now we're supposed to believe that, yeah, Brenner did much of this stuff that he did by accident deliberately from the beginning, because apparently that makes for a more compelling story. I don't agree
Well,
that that's the case, but
a good scientist slash government B plot element or characters would be really neat, because that would be our way to explore what they learn about the upside down, the hell dimension. What's the price of spying on the Russians? Is this worth it? Should we just close it up for good? Well, what if the Russians are doing the same thing? That kind of stuff could be interesting. Would make for a very different plot line from what the kids are doing and everything going on in Hawkins. But that's if it was
yeah,
written well.
and it's there's almost the seeds of it there, because you do have Dr. Owens, and Dr. Owens is sincerely a very nice man, and he continues to be a very nice man all the way through this beat and this entire season. In fact, like he's the one who
Until he
tries to
disappears,
take
yeah.
11 side until. Yeah, so the bad side of the military attack the bad side of the scientists and capture the good scientist, but the bad scientist escapes with 11 into a desert, but then he gets shot by a helicopter and lies down, and he says, everything I did to protect you, and please tell me you accept that. And she doesn't say yes, but she doesn't say no. You're supposed to be left with a kind of bit of ambiguity there, which season 5 will destroy, because I don't think, fuck it, no, we'll get to the pregnant people later, but I don't think that can be construed as trying to protect 11. So you've got all these many different worldy complications. The idea of the military civil war itself is just frankly bizarre. I don't know how it functions.
There's
It's
just
stupid,
factions
yeah.
in the U.S.
It's
government that like openly attack and shoot and kill one
open
another.
warfare against each other.
I'm like, that's
Like-
that's absurd. We're not some third world communist shithole country where you actually have factions in the military who want to like back or depose the dictator and take control. Like, what is happening?
And you never know who's actually in power here. Because is it the bad people or is it the good people? And you sort of get the
Or the
impression it's the
president who
bad
doesn't
people.
exist.
Or the president who's never mentioned and doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, is Ronald Reagan signing off on the plan to go and kidnap and murder small children? I can believe it, but I don't know. It's just a bizarre little subplot which season 5 realizes it
You know
can't
what you've got to
take any
highlight
direction.
there? There's not much reference to just general like 80s politics in the show at all.
There's some Ronald
Like,
Reagan
a
signs, but that's
couple-
basically
Well,
it.
they-
They're mostly
but not-
season
but
1.
not
It's
the
just Red
politics.
Scare.
Yeah, well, I guess that's what I mean. Other than just, oh yeah, I guess the Cold War was kind of happening. There's no like current day happenings of politics influencing the story in any major way.
Like social
Well,
issues.
and I'm
or
sure
tax
Yeah.
this.
They-
It's-
they want,
it's
like,
surface level, yeah.
They
It's
want
like, what are the
continuations of
memes from the
this
80s?
universe, right? Spin-offs
Well,
or whatever, to just be built on the reality that we have in our history, as though the events of Stranger Things change nothing about the entire timeline of Earth. It's just like, yeah, okay, sure, 100%.
Which they keep trying to. I mean, if the fucking resets every season. I forgot to mention the end of season 3 has that whole. Oh yeah, it's everyone just died in a mall fire. That's what happened, and everyone just believes
Yeah,
it and goes
no
along
one
with it,
noticed
despite
the
everyone
massive
dying
monster.
all over the
Yeah.
place. And so in this, I mean, season 4 has a similar problem in the sense that nobody notices this massive government civil war happening on their doorstep when different rival teams of government agents show up at a suburban house and start shooting each other to kidnap a child, leaving dead bodies all over the place. When random stoner hippie guy oversees and watches all of this happen and then is just cast out of the story to tell anyone he likes. None of it has.
By the way, that
weighty consequences.
white bodyguard cop guy, well, they're both heroes, but that guy in particular who went like John Wick to save them all from the evil soldier people, like what a Chad.
He
I was
deserved not to
legitimately
just
upset
die.
that
Yeah.
exactly he deserved way better from them kids. Fuck them kids for just putting him in a hole and being like, yeah,
Alan
thanks.
Gray, and
We're like,
yeah,
bro,
like,
he saved your life. He went total like John Wick 1 mode to defend you in that house against absurd odds. What an actual hero. And honestly, the other guy was too. He got captured and You know, it took him ages for them to finally
held
get the
out, yeah.
location out of him. Like the dude's a hero. They're both heroes, and I wish the show would recognize that, especially the one that the kids, who was with the kids for a little bit, and he gave him the pen with a number on it, and it's one of those things I was noticing. It's like, oh no, is this another like little bitty tiny side character who dies that I really like, who does a really cool thing, and the show doesn't recognize it? Yep, shocker. Take a drink.
Nothing will quite beat the complete lack of reaction to the events at the end of this season and how that gets picked up in season 5, because obviously season 4 culminates as the big battle against Vecna in the mind dimension, one of them anyway, and I got in my notes Max dies briefly, which I guess is now true. But this completes technically Vecna's win objective. 4th kill opens a whole bunch of rifts tearing up Hawkins. Looks very apocalyptic. And who could ever have anticipated how they don't pick up with that in season 5? Kind of shocked. We'll come to that in a couple of minutes' time. There was only one other thing I thought worth noting, sort of character-wise, about season 4, because I think it's an example of something done fairly well, and the same thing when done in season 5 is done terribly, and that's the Max Will stuff. So most of that plot line is a bit superfluous. Like that you have to go and find Dustin's girlfriend to get another clue to go and find 11, and so like they're just kind of treading water because there's not enough things for the characters to do. But it does allow for a couple of sort of quiet in the car conversations. And so there's been this tension between Will and Mike sort of bubbling basically since the beginning. Because Mike has not gone to visit Will in California, hasn't written to him, and he's feeling a bit sort of let down and rejected, and he's painted him this thing, but he's kept it hidden because Mike is only interested in helping 11 and figuring out what's wrong with her. And it all comes to this head in the car sequence on the way to Nevada, when, in a way I kind of liked, I thought it was kind of a pretty good self-sacrificial moment where Will sort of channels his feelings covertly and uses them to boost Mike's self-esteem, make him feel more encouraged, gives him the picture, tells him he's the heart of the party, and it's like, I know that isn't true, but it's nice that somebody thinks that it is true. And he does this for the benefit of other people, and it's kind of quiet, and you can see there's a little lingering shot on Jonathan, and he sort of knows what's going on, but that's it. There isn't really very much else said about it, but it does count as a character moment of the sort that we haven't really had from seasons 2 or 3 or much of 4. And it's a good example of a character turning an inner trauma and an inner sort of almost selfish one for recognition into a selfless act which boosts the people around him that he loves. I liked that, and I kind of hoped that might be roughly where it stayed, but that is not where it's going to stay because he's going to get superpowers.
Other things happens,
They do. Is there anything else that anybody thinks should have been mentioned about season 4 before we move on that has not been covered so far?
Just remarkable how many characters got nothing, basically, or borderline nothing.
I think the finale against Vecna was all right. In comparison to the 1 in 5, it's significantly better, but I think it was all right.
Well,
you still got some cringe with Nancy doing a shotgun thing.
Is it just all right relatively, though? Because, like, nothing...
Relatively
I don't really,
to what?
But there's no power levels that are clear. Everything's just happening at the whim of the writer. It's something I don't particularly enjoy about a lot of final sequences. But, for example, the damage they do to Vecna is kind of just the plan in season 5, and then it works. So, there's
what if
that.
we impaled him on a spike?
That's the part they missed. But then there's also
I think it's a big step up from 3, and I think 5 is a big step down from 4.
Well, let's ignore relating it to a season, and let's just talk about it as storytelling, as a sequence of a final to like summarize a story. On the
idea that they think that they can kill Vecna in the same way that you can like damage a Demigorgon is like, I don't know, man.
Yeah,
Vecna
I don't know why they
seems
would have thought that.
There's obviously
that's what the
crazy
show
magical
tells us
otherworldly
too,
bullshit.
If you remember as well,
like your friends are gonna die, is what Brenner essentially
Robin,
says.
Steve, and Nancy are strangled for like 2 hours.
Oh my god, do you remember watching that? We were cutting back. Like,
it's pretty bad.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
There's also just 11. It's like, yes, of course I can defeat Vecna now. No, I can't. Yes, I can. No, I can't.
I don't know why she thinks that she could.
Well, but she can.
She's like
then she can't. But then she can.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Well, she thinks she can.
The power
Mike
scaling
told
is.
her she can.
Oh.
We can't even get into the beginnings of an explanation on how powerful she is or should
Wait, but
be,
Mike only told her she can because Will told him he can at the episode before.
But
and that's why.
this is what I mean, though. Like, so the major stakes don't just. There's nothing for me to work with. It's mostly just cool stuff, cool looking
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
And then of course the angle. I hate to do this, but the distraction for the Demobats is pretty stupid. They put themselves in immense danger for no reason. They just need to make a big sound. Just get a stereo and play it somewhere else.
Yep. I
Safer
mean,
ways to do that.
Way safer ways.
I mean,
And then of course
They should have been with. I mean, they should have been with Nancy and Steve trying to kill Vecna. That's what. They should have
that's
been.
well. They play the music not in their breach to the other side of the world. It's just send a cable, put it really far away, put it in like a cage as well, so that they have to work to get to it. They can't just destroy the stereo, and you distract them infinitely at that point. Then you run to the house with them and help them out and stuff, and say, you can do it as a team. But then of course the Demobats get to them, and Eddie decides if we go through this portal back, the Demobats will inevitably... There's two interpretations for this. One is that he thinks the Demobats are about to return to the house, or that they'll get Dustin, ultimately. Either way, he thinks if I go back outside and distract them, then they won't be able to do that, which is kind of an insane
Very
jump in
dumb.
logic, especially because they could tear him to pieces in seconds. But he
And then
luckily...
the Duffer brothers awkwardly realized this.
He luckily just manages to open the door and just run past them with the bike and then get out of there. And it's like, okay. And then he's like, no, I will not run. He's like, oh, why? And it's like, because I always run. It's like, yeah, but this is appropriate. this is
It was
where
kind
you...
of appropriate the
I
first
hate
time
that.
I bet with the police not gonna believe you about the demon thing, but
Yeah.
it's like
I
That-
get the character reason, but like,
Well,
it's like that Steve thing. Sorry, it's just it's like when they keep repeating that Steve is a dick, though he isn't at all and has never been. The same goes for Eddie.
yeah,
'Cause they
I
keep
don't-
mentioning that he's a coward, though he has never. I mean, I don't think he has ever acted cowardly. More so, he has been so fucking brave this whole season, especially considering the shit that he has been put through and had to realize over the course of very short amount of time frame. Sorry, go on.
Well, that's a good example, right? The on the boat where they have fucking Nancy jump in first. It's like, yeah, of course, because that's how you write this. She's not a character. She's just sort of like, how awesome is she? Rambo Nancy, off she goes. They have him jump last. And it's like, see, because he's cowardly. And it's like, nobody jumped, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't
And
really
I
go
love
for
The ghost of Bob Newby came and spoke to Eddie and told him that he was like a total fucking loser. So then he immediately went and killed himself because of what Bob Newby told him to do.
It's a miracle that when Dustin is heading toward Eddie, screaming for him, that none of the Demobats have interest in him. It's like Dustin could have just been eaten as well. And then, Eddie dies, and it's like, oh, isn't that really tragic? It's like, yeah, but it doesn't really feel like it was for good reason, man. I don't know, just kind of...
Fuck.
And it's like, if you're going to write the ending to that degree, you may as well have just kept him alive. Especially if Joe Quinn was on board, because, man, he's a pretty good actor, pretty good character. Oh, well. So... that side of the end, I love the Iron Maiden sequence. I just don't think it's really justified mechanically, unfortunately, even though I enjoy the shit out of it.
Wait, Iron Maiden? You mean Metallica?
Oh, sorry, Metallica, yeah. Iron Maiden was the other thing, right? The cassette.
Yeah.
I assume Eddie's name is because of Van Halen.
Sure.
probably.
Okay.
Then there's the Nancy Steve side of things. The only thing they had to do was walk in and attack him, and even that didn't go without writing issues, unfortunately. Like I said, with the strangling. Then there's the bully stuff. We've been over how lame that was. He just perpetually does not get the information he needs, so he's doing the right thing for the most part, and the writers don't seem to recognize that and kill him horribly.
Yeah,
It's like,
wasn't
what
fair.
else?
It wasn't fair.
And it's like
It would have been
11
cool to have him flip at the end or get the final context and be like, "Oh shit, you didn't kill Chrissy. Damn."
I do
Yeah.
remember thinking there's that particularly weird scene because you do understand from his point of view. Obviously, he's not only seen one of his friends get lifted up and broken in pieces and killed, but he's seen his girlfriend have the same thing happen to her. So he's very caught up. You can understand why he's so massively traumatized for it. But then there's the big scene where there's a town meeting talking about all these weird murders, and he sort of takes it over and gives a big speech, and he's talking about how this demonic Satan worshipping Hellfire Club exists. We should all go basically and lynch the children. And it's like the parents for all of those kids are in the room in that meeting, and the town is like, well, we're not going to pay attention to that. Like nobody pays attention to. It's one of those things that they inserted because they know that the Satanic Panic was a thing in the 80s, so they've wanted to sort of shoehorn it in. but they didn't really ground it in the world or make anybody's reactions to it anything like realistic, because you would expect the town to maybe have a go at the parents of the kids who were members of this club, for example. Some of the parents might have stood up and said something against the idea of you go and find and hunt down their children. That could also have been a thing that happens. So he is kind of a stock villain, but then every single Stranger Things season has had one of these stock proximate human antagonist villains who are reducible to just being a bully. Actual bullies in season 1, Billy in season 2, to a lesser extent Billy in season 3, and then the Satanic Panic people in season 4, the Jocks. And it's like, there are ideas here. I do like kind of trying to integrate Satanic Panic stuff because it was quite a big thing at the time. It's just they don't really tell a story with it. They just throw it into the story and say it's 80s again.
Mm-hmm.
So then, yeah, concluding with 11, like I said, we're the power set. We have no reason to think she can beat Vecna, and then she does, but then she doesn't, but then she does. And it's very just meh. So I would say, all in all, it's pretty bad. And like, it kind of sucks. And I think it needs maybe 2 redrafts, and you can get it to somewhere coherent. But it was pretty disappointing because I was kind of into it after the updraft in the earlier parts of the season, at least enough to see where this would go, and then watch it all play. Especially with the trailer.
Yeah, so it was kind of...
Like, bait in the hole, he was going to play Master of Puppets. It was like, oh. And like I said, I like the scene.
The ending being bad kind of like makes it, so season 5 is going to suck. And this was something you could say even before having watched season 2 and 3 and going, it's definitely going to suck.
Mm-hmm.
No way it's going to be good.
Well, there's the big abiding question, obviously, which is, oh my goodness, well, finally, the town of Hawkins must react because the Upside Down has broken into Hawkins, so they must surely, finally recognize in a subsequent season the events of the previous season.
I mean, you'd assume that after season 3, when the entire half of the Hawkins transformed into goo, they would, have some kind of reaction.
No, it's just a mall fire. It was just a tragic accident. They all tripped and fell on their own shears.
Yeah,
That's what they did.
And they all did it at midnight? Like, why was everybody in the mall then?
What about the 2 journalists who got murdered in a hospital on the other side of town, and their bodies and all that destruction in the hospital? I'm pretty sure you can't attribute that to a mall fire, but you can, because it's that easy to cover up things in Hawkins. They believe whatever the government tells you. I was going to mention...
I was just going to say, because we're almost sort of over with it, but like, Nick, you seemed in favor of it. Is there something we're missing about like what works about it, do you think? Or is it kind of,
No, I probably would have fought for it more if they didn't completely mutilate it in season 5. Like, there's not really much positive I can say.
You'd fight on the side of potential.
This firmly slots in, I think, my second best season pick for Stranger Things, but there's a huge gap between 1 and 4.
Yeah. I think it's like not coincidental as well that these are both setup seasons. The Duffers are really comfortable when they're setting stuff up. Season 1, it's basically all set up. Not a huge amount of explanation is required because they can tend to leave it as mystery. Season 2 is an attempt to develop, which fails. Season 3 is an attempt to conclude that basic 3-act story, I suppose. Bad fail. But they do a sort of soft reset for season 4, and season 4 allows them just to start from scratch with a new villain. It allows them to start from scratch with a couple of new kind of characters, new mechanics come into play. They're way more in their comfort zone, which I think is kind of reflected in the generally slightly better quality of a lot of it, and the much better quality of some of it, and the worst quality of bits of it. But they are happiest when they're writing stuff like season 1, and to a lesser extent season 4, because they just are setup writers. I don't get it myself. I don't understand how people can enjoy setting stuff up with no thought to how to pay it off, but the Duffers like it, and that season 4 is that for them. Then season 5
it's the same way that they manage
3.
relationships. Like, they do all this setup to a relationship, and then once these characters are together, then they don't know what to do with them.
Yeah, it's done.
It's every aspect of their writing is littered with this.
They probably just watched that J.J. Abrams TED Talk and were like, yeah, we're going to become writers.
Even I can do it. Yeah.
J.J. Abrams.
One question I had was, maybe I just missed it. When Victor was telling Nancy and what's her face about the the house and stuff, how did they find the house? Did he give him an address, or did he tell him about the big flower on the door?
No, they said it was the Creel house, and like that was a famous house because it was the famous murders.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a
Yeah,
small
the-
town. I think that's believable.
It's the consequence
Okay,
of their
I just
investigation as
remember.
well, which leads them to his father in the
Like
prison.
Eddie's uncle says, like the Creel murders. So like, if Eddie's uncle,
I
Eddie's
just
uncle knows about it. Yeah.
By the way,
I just
yeah,
couldn't recall if there was a reason that they were able to find the house based on anything.
just to reaffirm, fucking Murray takes out like 5 demo dogs and half a demogorgon with a flamethrower.
Man.
Well,
Man, flamethrower should be a mainstay of the anti-demon
Think.
equipment.
to be clear, there were no oxygen tanks around, or what's it called?
Or dryers.
Dryers. Yeah,
Oh.
dryers and oxygen tanks. That's their one
Oh
weakness.
boy.
No,
Well,
I
she
think
did
bullets will do it.
Nah,
Well, they
bullets are
always
like
think bullets will do it, and bullets are
like
useless.
Legos.
But
It's
you
funny because
can-
bullets are like the only useless thing against any of these creatures, and the
Well,
military
hitting it
just
with a-
comes in with rifles.
It is a huge pet peeve of mine throughout this show that this show thinks that guns are
Useless.
like useless, but if you hit it with
Unless
a bat,
Nancy's
you'll stun it for a
wielding
while.
them.
Nancy's a
If
force
Nancy's
multiplier.
wielding them, then they're like,
Not the
yeah,
gun,
they're
Nancy.
excellent.
Like if getting hit with a baseball bat will make it stumble back and buy you time, what are 30 rounds from an assault rifle going to do?
I mean,
Use your
I'm surprised you went with
imagination.
baseball bat rather than wide bottle.
Oh,
Line
that's
bottom.
the
Oh,
one of the most
no.
effective melee weapons there is. Baseball bats are kind of effective. Golf clubs
Well,
are
she
totally
classed.
effective. Bullets
She
are
spec'd
really
into being a
ineffective.
wine mom,
Wine glasses
so-
are great. She did. She had plenty of experience. We see her drinking
what
Times
she
all the
2
specialized
time.
damage, I think, yeah.
And you just know
Yeah.
if Hopper cracked a fucking beer bottle and started trying to stab it in fucking season 1, he would not have gotten a hit on him.
No.
Nope.
But he's an alcoholic, so he should
Ted
have.
Wheeler used his iconic golf club and he didn't get any damage done. Justice for
Oh,
Ted.
poor Ted.
There is a one little rule which I debated whether to even mention because it's the kind of thing that should be more significant than it is. But they introduce in season 4 this notion that the Upside Down is actually stuck in time on the day that Will Byers disappeared. So the reason that they're able to find Nancy's diary, for example, or they find the diary and that clues them in because the pages after that are missing. But then they realize that they can use this to their advantage because they know roughly where stuff is, where bikes are, where guitars are. Not where flamethrowers might be, though. And that's kind of the kind of thing I would use as my knowledge. I'd use that as prep. So that, well, I know exactly where to find the most super effective weapon, so I'll go in. And it's not a mechanic that meaningfully gets developed in season 5 beyond one notable example of a thing that they find, which is the clue to a lot of exposition. They do mention it, though, so I figured I'd mention it just for completeness sake. It's just one of those strange things, because then it asks a bunch of questions about, well, okay, how did the lights work in season 1, and how did this work in season 2? It's like, probably the kind of thing you could have done without, I think. But hey, at least they pretended to have a rule for all of a few seconds.
Well, I think it makes sense. Why wouldn't we see like clothes floating or something that people are wearing in the other dimension? If like, how would things move around if there's no one to move them in this dimension?
Oh,
I
that
like
bit's
the
fine.
idea that it's a flash copy. When the gate is opened, it makes like an instantaneous copy of the place. I assume the people and animals don't get copied, just the environment. Well, the trees do, so plants do.
Yeah, and there's no water. Water doesn't,
No water, which I'm
except
fine
for the
with.
tank. The tank has all the water. The lake has no water. The tank has the water. Also, was there electricity, or is that a season 5 thing only?
I would assume that technically there would be electricity. It just would have to be maintained.
I don't remember.
So
that.
without
I
people
thought that the
maintaining it in the
electricity
upside
only
down
came
would-
from the army dudes piping it in through the big hole. I don't.
I
But
think
I don't think that the
there's
army
no-
dudes would go and put electricity through the whole town, only to their thing.
Oh yeah,
Like,
no,
how
not the
does
whole town.
the tank at the end in the finale? How does that have power?
I don't know.
Oh, Murray turns it on, but maybe it's got its own power generator from the lab. I guess that you could reason that it's got an independent power generator. I can't think of any other instance where something
Maybe
in the
there's a
upside
Duffer
down
Brothers tweet that
has
explains
electric.
everything.
Hopefully,
Maybe,
yeah.
yeah. Duffer Brothers said that
Yeah.
actually what this means is that it's got a nuke under the basement or something, and we learned about that off screen. So, I mean, that's plausible. There's no other opportunity. I mean, the main interaction with electricity is that they can see the sort of imprint of electricity from the outer world in the upside down, which is how they communicate with the lights and things like that. But otherwise, everything is set in place, but only relevant once in season 5, which we are basically onto. But there is a quick little coda we can do because Stranger Things also had a play. The play released before season 5 did. A play, you say? I had no idea. But
play?
someone here has actually seen the play.
Oh, we have a
can tell us
thespian element of the
Twice.
theater.
tremendously important its story is. So, Mr. Diorio, would you like to fill us in on all of this important information that we've missed?
Sure, I actually did a write-up and sent it to Mahler at one point, when I saw
You
it the
did.
second time. But yeah, there's one in Europe. I don't know where it is. Is it London? And I know it's definitely in New York because that's where I've seen it. But essentially, the play is a prequel to season one, and it involves like Henry Creel. So it goes over his backstory, which ultimately becomes important in season five. The notable thing, though, is that it wasn't written by the Duffer brothers. They just took from it and then put that stuff into season five. So
Well, just quick on that one. So
Mhm.
they Kate Trevery wrote it. She's a consistent writer on Stranger Things, the TV show. They seconded her over to do the play. They were apparently, according to them and her, very involved in the writing process. There's a bit in the behind the scenes. The behind the scenes is kind of funny for how useless it is, but there's two revealing moments. The first is she's talking to the guy who's actually got the stage this play, and she says, "Oh, we've just had word from the Duffers that this major reveal, the main thing that this play is about up until this point, yeah, we can't use that now because the Duffers have changed their mind. They want it for season five. We have to rewrite the
Oh,
entire
man.
thing." After which,
Oh.
everyone's attitude in the production toward the cameraman changes dramatically. Because up until that point, they're really friendly with him, first name basis, they let him on and everything. This goes wrong, and after that, like the entire behind the scenes is him going around trying to film people who tell him to fuck off because they're really stressed and having a shit time.
Oh,
But you
man.
can blame the Duffers for some of it.
What the fuck?
So
Jeez.
here's what happens, I guess, in the plot. It starts off, it's the government again. They're trying to do another like a test. It's actually Brenner's father. He's Captain Brenner of a ship, and it was trying to investigate this new technology that would help them win the war. I don't know which one. Is it World War II at this point?
Or
Well, what time is it set?
Might be
Or World
Korea.
War II.
Korea. If it's before the 80s, like 10 years before the 80s, what was happening in the
Then-
70s?
10 years before the 80s, Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold War more generally, because it's the what's
It
the
could have been
experiment where
Cold
they
War.
make the ship disappear? That was a Cold
Yes.
War thing.
Yeah. So they accidentally opened a portal to Dimension X. So it's like the orange one. And then a Demogorgon pops out, which looked pretty cool in real life. And it ripped the hell out of like it slaughtered everyone except for Dr. Brenner's father, who's a vegetable. And then it like transports back. So Henry Creel, like it cuts to Henry Creel. He like goes into the caves in Oklahoma, and he's corrupted there by the mind flare, very similar to what you'll see in season five. And as a result of this and getting him powers, he ends up blinding a classmate. So his parents move him to Hawkins for a fresh start. The dad thinks his son is getting better, but wants him to get rid of his little radio that he seems to really like, and he's very parasocial. The mom realizes, well, Henry probably didn't stab that kid in the eyes or something. There might be a deeply unsettling issue with the kid. Meanwhile, by day, Henry is hanging out with Bob Newby's sister, Patty, who's never mentioned in the entire show, but Patty Newby is actually the love interest for Henry Creel throughout. And what the play does is the only characters that we really see from the school are the parents of all the kids that we see regularly. So you'll have like the Harringtons, you'll find Joyce is in there with Lonnie. You'll get a lot of like Hopper and his dad and why he went into the military and stuff like that. But they share a moment in front of a bunch of people, and Joyce cast them to be the leads in the play. So by night, Henry is like killing Dustin's mom's cat and mutilating it. And by day, he's having a love story with Patty Newby. He ends up killing, I think, 8 other pets, which gets Hopper to want to like prove to his father that he has value. So he starts investigating with Bob Newby and Joyce to try to find out who's the cat killer, right? So Bob Newby and Patty's father is also the principal. He finds out that his daughter is dating the drunk veteran's son, and they're currently alone in Henry's dad's gigantic house, the one from season 4. What they're actually greeted with is Henry helping Patty in the attic with his powers to try to find his mom. And then when Principal Newby gets up there, he demands Patty leave now, like get out of this guy's house. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then Henry is like losing control in this moment, so he agrees. He's like, yeah, get her out of here, get her out of here. And despite this, Henry loses control, lashes out, and sends Principal Newby through the floor, like annihilating him. He survives, but he's whisked away into the hospital.
Like through a gate, like how Henry got.
No, I mean like blasted him through the floor.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, he just like hits the ground. So Patty's dad said, "Save the boy. He tried to save me," implying Henry's actually a good guy and he met the mind flare. Henry's mom now gets nervous. She finds and contacts Dr. Brenner, who takes him in willingly to help him. But it's clear that Brenner only wants Henry specifically to get access to the mind flare because he's aware of it through his dad, like his vegetable dad. Kind of similar to how Eleven's mom is like a vegetable. That's kind of the state that Brenner's dad is in. So he's like trying to get Henry to like give in, like become like let the mind flare in, take over. And then Henry keeps using Patty to keep him grounded. But when Brenner tries to convince Henry to kill a death row inmate, he refuses, incapacitates all the guards, blasts Brenner headfirst through the ceiling. Then he escapes and later realizes that his mother was the one that called Brenner and gave him Patty's name. So now Brenner's going to go after Patty. This precedes the clip that we see in the play and the show, where Henry goes to murder his mother and his sister while framing his dad. I thought at this point they were probably going to try to give like a redemption arc for Henry, but there's really no reason he would mutilate his sister's body, so that wouldn't have worked. We don't ever find out why he kills his sister. He escapes from here and goes back to the school where he tries to run away with Patty. This is the play scene from the last episode. Like, you know, the one where it's like, oh, Max goes, oh, I know a way.
Oh, yeah.
They run into the play, which was supposed to be Oklahoma, that she changed to something else. I forgot exactly what it was. They get intercepted by Brenner, who tells Patty, hey, you know this guy just killed his entire family, right? And then he tells Henry, again, submit to the mind flare and kill Patty. Henry freaks out, destroys the entire catwalk they're standing on, which is probably why the lights were flashing in the flashback, either giving Patty a spinal injury or breaking her leg. The B plot that I've neglected to talk about because it's really only important now is as Henry was helping Patty find her mom, the rest of them, like Bob, Joyce, and Hopper, are like tracking them all down. So like they're all working together. There's no indication that ever happened in the actual show. It cuts back to Henry now close to season 4 flashback. Henry being told the government wanted to kill him, but Brenner thinks he's there to like help raise the kids for good. Like that could be a good thing that he could do. And I think that's the majority of it here. They have Eddie's dad in this, but Eddie's dad like leaves his son, so he's never actually in the show, but he was like a theater kid. All the parents are just the same characters as the kids in the show and the adults in the show, but just like I don't know, exaggerated.
Do you
Yeah.
think that that's an aspect of it being a theatrical production, or is that like a choice in the writing to have their personalities be that way?
I think eventually they'll probably make this into a season of the show because they don't need any actual actors to do it, and then I think we'll find out, but it might be a theatrical thing.
Okay.
There's an epilogue as well, right, where it ties back to the present because if I'm right, I've got the plot summary. So like Henry sort of
Yeah, he does
goes-
meet 11. Actually, you could see that on Twitter if you really wanted to, because the week after I went recently, they had the actual actor for Vecna come and do that part. But it's just like, oh, hello, 11, and that's kind of the whole scene.
But so how old was Henry supposed to be in that play? Because isn't he very little in the show?
Yeah, he's a high school freshman in the play. And then
Ooh.
that translates over to the show. They
But
like
it-
retcon that in between.
Okay, well.
And he does actually kill his family, escape, go to school, get caught by Brenner and taken in, rather than get taken in right after mutilating his family.
Because he goes
Mhm.
to coma, yeah, in the show.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, which is interesting because it implies, well, did it never occur to any of the parents that maybe this evil man called Henry might be the Henry they were all at school with, and that they investigated murders connected to while they were all at school? And the answer to that is, yeah, they did. We just didn't get to see it because this is how the Duffers write television. And it's also like having sort of the earlier conversation about, is Hawkins the only place where portals can be made? And if you shut the Upside Down from Hawkins, is that over forever? But this one sounds like no, because the play sort of kicks off with
In the middle of the ocean,
means
yeah.
in the middle of the ocean. So there are other means of doing it. Anything that the season 5 tells you is absolutely, definitely final and for good forever. It's not. It's just that the show wants you to believe that it is, because it didn't really account very easily with the play. Though they did consult with the writing and they helped with the writing. I don't know that the play helps very much. But it's kind of important, and I thought we'd do the coda because there's a couple of scenes, one in particular in season 5, where you think, wait, what the fuck is what? What is this? What is this play thing? And
Oh, yeah.
why are we in a mine shaft with a
The
random
play is
kid? It's
cool as like a non-canon thing that you can go see
Yeah.
if you're like a big fan of the series. And the Duffer Brothers were like, oh, this contradicts everything we've said so far. It contradicts everything about Vecna's backstory that we told in season 4 and his age and everything we did with it. But yeah, fuck it, it's canon.
Nice.
Yeah.
Because I remember I was so confused during season 5. Some of the scenes, I didn't know any of this. I didn't do research on it, so it was just like, what was that? Okay, whatever, it's gone.
It's always the problem with trying to tell a story across multiple mediums, and it's why you ideally shouldn't do it. I mean, if Marvel struggles to make its TV and its movies line up together, and The Matrix struggled to have a movie and a video game line up together, then trying to make a TV series and a play line up together, it's just inadvisable. And the more important stuff you have in the play, which the fewest people statistically will see, the more you're going to cause yourself massive problems if you hinge any particular event in your TV show on it, because most people will say, the fuck is that about? But, I mean, season 5 tries to do a bit of explanation.
Well, it just proves the Duffer Brothers are fucking liars. They're like, yeah, we wrote we wrote fucking season 5 with season 4. We were working heavily on season 5 while that was happening. But what is season 5 if you remove the parts about the play and the entire part about Holly Wheeler, because that was added later? There is no season 5 without those two things. There's like no plot point other than kill Vecna.
You know, to completely, try and find a way to bridge the gap between, if Holly and the Henry stuff.
Like Holly
and
is like half
memory
the screen time
dimension.
the entire season.
That's
I just,
crazy.
And
That's so
we didn't know we were
crazy.
gonna kill. Well, we didn't know if we were gonna kill Max until late. Oh, really? Then what were they gonna do with Max in season 5? Like with
She's
if Max
integral to
died, how
getting
does
Holly
season
out.
5 work?
Unfortunately, the problem is there's no way that you can't do a fake out, like, well, not even a fake out, but you can't like not commit to the logical conclusion of her story in season 4 and then just kill her in season 5. That's not going to happen. And you guys are not interesting storytellers, so you would never do anything unconventional. Like it really, like, they suck, man. Like they are
They
so
do suck.
crap, and like they're not crap in the way. Say what you will about, someone like Rian Johnson. He has like some ambition as a storyteller. He wants to fuck around and do interesting things. He's not very good at it. And say what you will about someone like J.J. Abrams. At least he knows that what kind of slop he's making.
No, does
Like
Zack
he
Snyder.
knows that he's making slop for general audiences. But like the Duffer Brothers are just like uniquely like incompetent as storytellers. They just like they don't know what they're doing. They have no clue.
yeah.
Now do Zack Snyder.
They have introduced way too many
to
characters
come
and
up with
components.
what my defense or praise of him would be.
Go on.
He is as ambitious as he could possibly be as a storyteller. He truly does think that like what he's trying to do is like profound compared to it's just that what he thinks is profound is like what a 14-year-old thinks would
12-year-old,
be like a profound story, Whereas again with the Duffer Brothers, the fact that they're so clearly beholden to like what people on Reddit say about their show is like pitiful. Is actually pitiful. It's feeble. They are slaves to other people's opinions of what they make. Regardless of whether they comport with any attitude or perspective that they have, an overriding perspective on how stories should be. And they themselves are also like not willing to essentially follow through on the stories that they create.
Okay, last one. Dave Filoni.
I mean, I was gonna say like he's harmless, but he's not.
He's done horrific damage. Yeah, I wish he was harmless.
What is the? Yeah, no. Well, the thing is that I don't know. Maybe I would say that Dave Filoni is similar to how I feel about the Duffer Brothers, and that I just have so little respect for his approach to storytelling. It's just that his is a different kind, which is get the action figures and smash them together.
I guess you could say with like Dave Filoni, at least he knows his audience, whereas the Duffer Brothers,
Yes, whereas
judging by the
they
response
don't.
to this, no.
They clearly don't. Their audience
We'll
hates
see
what they
about
made happen
that.
now.
I feel like Filoni is set for a disaster, much like the Duffers are.
That's probably
or were.
true. That's probably true. Now that we have Andor as just the thing you can point to as this excellent Star Wars show,
Yeah.
when Ahsoka comes out, I think people are just going to be like, man, that's like crazy how Star Wars was like a real story there for a while, and now we're just back to
We're
shit.
right back. Yeah, right back.
How about D&D, but another kind?
Well, I
He's
but
not
I
as
didn't
familiar.
watch. I mean, it seems like they got bored
Oh,
of doing Game of Thrones, and then they were like, "Ah, fuck it, let's just wrap it up as quickly as we can."
Yeah, we'll go off and do a Star Wars movie. How
The
did
only
that
reason I
turn out?
say that when it comes to the Duffer Brothers is that basically after watching season 2 and 3, and then obviously the fact that that is going to negatively impact how I viewed season 4, along with the fact that season 4 didn't have a great ending in the first place, it's just like, well, yeah, we're going to be in for some like slop. And very predictable slop, because their formulas become so apparent that people are on Twitter memeing about it, right? The whole round table sort of coming up with their plans, and how they always use like a stupid sort of analogy or a stupid prop that's completely unnecessary, and they keep
goodness.
mixing each other's
Exposition.
sentences.
Oh my
You
It's
god.
know,
mad,
it's-
especially in this
Exposition
season.
scenes.
It is particularly bad in this season, but I mean, hence the point being that like there's I suppose the point I'm making is that entering into season 5, there's no reason to expect them to do anything ambitious as storytellers, because they are not ambitious storytellers.
Well, and just to be
Yeah.
clear again, pre-recorded, we're going to have to speculate a lot. I'll be using trailer footage throughout. Anything you see,
Yes.
this is all just promotional material, so we'll do what we can.
You should watch Dark instead of season 5.
You should watch anything instead of season 5.
Anything, anything at all.
Yes, anything
one,
else.
Kind of, does it improve your mood or depress your mood if I say that over the course of making the previous 4 seasons, and particularly toward the end of those 4 seasons, the Duffer brothers formed a very close working relationship with the Russo brothers, and they turned to them for advice on lots of important matters
Oh,
about how to
God.
film stuff, about how to get the big set pieces done
What,
quickly and
like,
efficiently.
while they were working on things, visiting them while they were on the electric state, I guess, while they were while they were working on that, and it's like, man, you're making a really awesome movie with 11 here and Star-Lord. You got any advice for us? I was like, well, you know, you should. And of course, they have such great ideas themselves. As seen in Endgame.
But is so our 4.5 hour intro is over. Damn.
Yes, it is. I mean, we are finally onto the thing we are here to discuss, which is Stranger Things Season 5. I guess one last time from... in fact, I forgot what we did last time, so we'll just go left to right. One word to describe Season 5. Fringy, go.
Shit.
Good choice. Smaller.
Corpse.
Mm-hmm. Nick.
Fuck.
Nutser.
I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of like Fringies, but I'll say bullshit. As
Joyce.
as
That's a different
Nancy
word.
would put
That's
it.
a different thing.
Mhm.
Rags.
Man, this is catastrophic.
It's gay.
Gay. It's true. I'm changing my
Gay-astrophic.
word to gay. It's a gay-tastrophe.
Yeah, I can't top that one, so it's such an abomination. We'll go for that. And I suppose we could just get in, right? Episode 1. You might be wondering how they account for the events of season 4. We're not quite there yet, because first of all, we have to recontextualize events from way, way back in season 1, episode 1, because we are doing a flashback with many inverted commas around the flashback, because it's de-aged young Will. This is what happened when he was taken by the Demogorgon.
More
we
like a
didn't see.
retcon.
Yeah, it could be a retcon, because it definitely didn't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
like,
surprised to see him get killed falling off that tree.
Wild,
Essence
yeah.
you could not possibly survive. Yeah.
Well, if it wasn't
we'll
for an
never
actual
see
fluke of physics that is not possible, with the limb gets caught on the backpack, he would be dead, I suppose.
Well, it just clipped through. That happens in the Upside Down because it's a wacky place.
I guess it is a wacky place.
The
with
only
all
way it
the-
could have been more unbelievable is if he it was like a cartoon where the tree was like rubber and he like bounced back up in the air like a slingshot when he landed on the branch.
With all the rest of the bullshit that happens in this season, I forgot about the abysmal CGI.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, that's the first thing that stands out is like, it's
It's so bad.
No, it's not
Starting with
great.
this scene and this sequence is a fucking choice. Like,
I always
what?
just think it's a sign that something's gone catastrophically wrong when your first scene in your final season is, oh, here's what we didn't show you about the first scene in the first season. This will make everything make sense now.
Mm.
And it's so stylistically different. If you remember, like, Will's temperament, like, he was absolutely terrified running away from this thing. And then his first thing he does when he wakes up in season 5, episode 1, is pick up a rifle and Nancy Wheeler the Demogorgon in the face. Perfect shot, great aim, steady hand. Exactly what you would imagine Will in season 1 to have done.
He brought a gun. He had a gun in there with him.
You wouldn't have thought that he would have
He didn't
been
know that
able to
was the
hang on to
weakest
that
item he could
gun.
have shot it with.
It's
Yeah,
a shot for the
Oh, good, we
bat.
got him.
Oh
And it
man.
also sets out to answer the question of, what was Vecna doing all the way through all of these seasons? But it turns out he was genuinely,
Not
guys,
existing.
very, very seriously.
That's what he was doing.
He was there right from the beginning, honestly.
Oh.
So
Good
the
to know.
Demogorgon, it grabs Will again, it takes him to the upside down church, it leaves him there, and then Vecna walks in, and he says, at long last, we can begin. And then he shoves a tube in Will's mouth and says, you and I are going to do such beautiful things together.
Gross.
So, bit gross. Yeah, a little bit gross. Obviously, like aliens kind of inspired visuals, but we're now supposed to believe that, this is the moment that he was puppeteered by Vecna, not season 2, episode, I think, 2. Right from the beginning, the Mind Flayer was kind of just a visual representation of something that had already happened to him a long time ago, and Vecna was responsible for all of this from the beginning. Why? I don't know. And are we already into a massive problem with the show, which is, what we know about him in season 4? If he kills a certain number of people, he can just open up rifts and collapse the Upside Down into Hawkins.
Yeah. Which
Here
is
he
already
is.
its own problem.
Mm.
He could do that whenever he fucking wants to, because he's a magic god being from another dimension.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Vecna can't fit in the puzzle pieces that they've had so far with
No,
what they're
because what's he
designing.
been doing all this time?
Yeah, it doesn't work. And to be like, see, he was here from the beginning in episode 1 of season 1. It's like, no,
The
he
author of
wasn't.
all your
Shut up.
pain. It's like, clearly not.
And
All right,
here's
Palpatine, but all right.
my take. I didn't mention this last season, but I really, and this is my biggest problem with season 4. I really, really fucking hate Vecna, like, as a character. I'm sorry. I like aspects of him. I think there are aspects of him that are actually quite intriguing and interesting work. I like the gore of season 4 and what his powers do and how he takes people. But his entire ideology, motivation, and the fact that he has this voice and he can just walk around and kind of looks like a weird, disfigured human being with rotting skin, it just ruins the entire concept of Upside Down for me.
I don't
Just
blame you
does
for that at
not
all.
work.
The thing is, they destroyed it already as of season 3. They made the Lovecraftian, horrifying, extra-dimensional monster come through as rat and human flesh, and then they beat it. It was like, ugh.
Mhm.
It's like, so now what? I think that's the only reason I was prompted to like Vecna, was because I was like, oh, they're doing something with this now. Something is
You're getting
here.
at some kind of a character.
It looked
a
like
voice.
something that would be created by like the lunch lady and Danny Phantom.
But yeah, no, I'm with you though. That Vecna should never have been a thing if you were going to commit to what they'd set up in season 1. Like, it doesn't
Mhm.
work. But now it felt like Vecna was, this is all we have, and it's like, all right, try and make it work, and then it's like, no.
Yeah.
Like, okay, fine, don't make that work either.
We should
The
have
other
had
question-
Dave Jones. Sorry.
No, after you.
No, that was nothing.
Fair enough. The other question I had was like, where's Barb? Have we forgotten about her again? Because, she was there first.
Demo was just
Arguably,
hungry for
only-
blood that one moment and never was again.
Hmm.
Also, didn't
The
even
effect
fucking,
was-
they didn't even eat her or anything. They just put her in the pool area,
What's
you know?
funny is, I was looking at this Will scene when the fucking Demogorgon gets him in this layer or whatever this is, and it's just like Demogorgon is acting so human-like. I don't remember that they were kind of like legitimate monsters before, right? And this time he just grabs him and just like throws him into, and then just walks away. Like,
Well,
what
again,
is that?
the demo in season
What
1,
is that?
the idea was that it's one of many horrifying creatures in the Upside Down, and it got through. like an animal that exists there. Now it's like a
And this is what
soldier
one
in
of
the
them is
army of
capable of.
Vecna, and it's just like, nah.
They literally describe it as like, oh, well, if a Demogorgon's a foot soldier, then Vecna's like a 5-star general.
Yeah.
I'm like, all right. I thought that part of the terrifying aspect of this other dimension was how chaotic and monstrous it was.
But
This is
that's
just
the
one of the
thing.
weird creatures there, and if just one of those creatures gets in, look at the havoc it can wreak.
And
Well,
that's
it's cool they have these bats and things there because that's going to be like a huge inconvenience for our heroes.
I mean,
to
every
navigate through
season,
season 5.
they change their minds on what the fuck the Upside Down even is and what the inhabitants of it are and how they work. It's just like there's no coherence. It's what's damaging any sense of being able to get immersed. Also, chat wanted to let you know, Nick, that was a very good reference. The Danny Phantom one. Good job.
Oh, thank you very much. But I can't believe that you guys were even like here. We're pre-recorded right now.
Yeah, I know.
How did they get that?
I'm
well,
psychic.
we know that we'll know that they'll we got some Danny Phantom fans.
You're that confident in my reference that you would say that, not knowing what the chat was thinking.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm like Will and Vecna, where we share. We're like a hive mind.
Listen, if you're a foot soldier, then I'm like a 5-star general. Or something.
And
it's just funny that like we go from Eddie getting fucking brutalized to Murray standing on the roof of the middle of the Upside Down, being like, "Jam, jam!" just screaming at the top of his lungs.
The Upside Down's a joke by the time we're finished with this season.
Oh god, yeah.
This used to be a terrifying land.
It totally was in the first season. It was like a scary nomad's land of horror.
Couldn't even
Lovecraftian.
breathe in there.
Yeah, it was highly toxic, which is another bizarre aspect of this entire thing. So Vecna's plan is, I've grabbed this child and I've impregnated this child. Now I'm going to leave him alone in an incredibly toxic environment where anything could kill him within a short period of time, trusting that a bunch of people I don't even know are going to get here
and
will come and rescue him so that my plan will continue.
Hopper saves him, right? Like he's dead outright.
He has to do CPR on him.
Yeah. So Vecna. So what if and remember in season 1, it's not even a great element. It's they get caught by the government and they're like, yeah, send us in, fuck it, and then they do. It's like, so if they hadn't, Vecna would have been like, all right, my genius plan with Will comes back the following day. It's like he's dead. Oh fuck, Jesus.
That's
Demogorgon, I told you to feed him. And he's like, well, I don't know what he eats, bro, boss.
You see a Demogorgon with an apron on in the kitchen and the Upside Down, putting like ravioli on the thing. Like,
he's
the
like
most rudimentary cooking imaginable.
He's like, give him CPR. The Demogorgon's like, I can't do that.
I can't. I don't even know how I hear you.
I don't think I breathe oxygen either or anything really.
Am I like one of the plants from Poison Ivy's lair?
What I don't know.
What's going on. Am I a Jumanji creature?
So, it doesn't make any fucking sense continuously. Every time they add anything, it's just like, no, it can't be it because of this. No, that can't be it because of this. But I assume you're trying to lay out Vecna's plan from start to finish, and it's going to break at every single, like, notch.
Every single one, to the point where it would have actually been better if they just hadn't included this scene.
Yeah.
Because then we could have just made something up that was better.
Well,
or they could have told us in an interview something that was better.
Yeah, I mean, like season 1 covered their bases enough to where I don't feel like it was worth the risk of trying to reopen that and explain everything or add extra context to it. Just carry on with Vecna. Don't go back.
Yeah, we all know it doesn't make sense.
What if that was the moment where Vecna had his like eureka moment? Oh my god, wait, that can open a portal? That creature? And that was it.
You just didn't know.
Yeah. Believable.
I mean, it would have been more believable to just say
Vecna
wasn't fully powerful enough or to be in play until season 4. As in, like, he existed, or he was still gathering, or he was blah, 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 or he didn't know. But, like, to make it so he was fully Vecna and active as early as episode 1 of season 1, it's just like, oh, great. Good job, guys.
Well, they say that Vecna, like, gets more powerful and everything the more people he kills and absorbs. So just say, yeah, he wasn't strong enough. More people needed to die.
The demo should have just been
strong enough to do stuff.
Kidnapping people loads. Fuck it. Just get them all. Whatever.
Yeah, but holy shit. Have you ever? Oh my gosh. Yeah. But what if we played Kate Bush again?
Ooh. Just blast it through all of Hawkins to make sure no one can be Vecna'd.
Permanently.
No one could sleep.
unironically something they should be doing anyway in the hospital, given what they know, but they don't do that for reasons we shall come on to, I suppose. Just occasionally stick it on for nostalgic reasons. But we can move away from Vecna for the moment anyway, because we're now 18 months after the end of season 4. The entire Byers family, they're all living with the Wheelers. And we meet Holly, and Holly is going to be having a lot to do in this season. She's arguably the most important character in this season.
The dark horse, Holly. That's right.
But for now, she's just waking people up for breakfast, and Ted Wheeler is extremely unhappy that everyone's here and eating all of his food. This is the end of his character arc. He will come back later.
He's been essentially a recurring mild gag if he's the cranky dad who kind of has a point. That's sort of been his little care. Oh, he's just like, we all grown up. You knew someone who had a dad like that.
So
and like, oh yeah, he's like a person who'd kind of be, like that. Oh,
when people were still defending this season, a lot of people complained about how he was treated compared to Mrs. Wheeler with the Demogorgon sequence, and they were like, "No, you don't understand. Ted Wheeler's always been a joke." It's like, so
he is.
So that means he needs to be treated as a joke when he tries to stand up to a creature that kills him? Like, what?
If anything, that helps to flesh him out. Like, his bit, if you could call it, I'll put that in quote, his bit, is that he's around and he cares, but he's like the cranky dad. But you obviously, there's been a little bit of arguing between the parents, but, we get such a small part of that. You never know really where it comes from, and the mom drinks a bit, and
It's just
but
weird.
They seem to get along and to be functional.
It's like they're saying when we see him get bashed by a Demogorgon, we're supposed to go, there goes Ted.
It's just this show really does have a problem with father figures. It's really funny to think back to it because it has so much potential. It introduces characters that are so intriguing and interesting. You have Will's and Jonathan's dad, and his dynamic with Joyce was interesting and quite, interesting for like a second that it lasted. And then he's erased. Then you have, characters like Bob, Hopper, we've already covered. All of them get fucked over in many different ways. And Wheeler, Ted, I think the only scene that comes to mind when I think about him, I think it's season 3, where Mrs. Wheeler is like thinking about, having an affair with Billy, which is stupid. But then she comes, looks at his husband, who's, I think, he's holding Holly, or they're both asleep in the chair. And it's a very sweet moment that seems so grounded and natural and homey. And, it grounds the show a lot. And it's so beautiful. And it's so sad that we never get anything. He never does anything, and he doesn't have any moment aside from that in this entire show.
He's the most grounded and arguably competent father figure in the show. But like the Karen Wheeler point's an interesting one because like that is sort of the culmination of an arc. It's another one of those ones that gets sort of softly reset between seasons. There isn't much of them in season 4 anyway, but that is the culmination of Karen Wheeler's arc in season 3 that you're describing. Which is kind of nice. And she's a mother, she has responsibilities, she has a loving family, and yeah, sure, maybe going to shag Billy would be fun, because obviously it would be, but actually it's not the most important thing in her life because that's her family. We have to reset for this season, though, because they're starting to argue all the time, and this is really upsetting for Holly, and she drinks a lot, and she's very unhappy again.
Obviously it would be. What do you mean by that?
I mean, I would, yeah.
Do you disagree, Nick? Make your case.
Dude, I don't know. Are you saying that you guys would totally be shagged by Billy?
Yeah.
I think Platoon is,
or doing the shagging. No, he'd shag me.
So, but it was funny as well because you were saying with that you could do something. It's like, and they could have done something even up to the Demogorgon hitting him. You could have done something, but they just forget him.
Yeah, he is not mentioned. I think he's only mentioned as when they say like parents.
Yep.
I don't even think they mentioned specifically.
And he comes back for the graduation at the end. So
really, really gross that the mum gets everything and the dad gets nothing. Not even
nothing.
A like
to the point where
they don't even go to see him.
Yeah, I thought he was dead because you see what happens, and then I was like, okay, well, he dies. I'm like that's kind of sucks, but okay. And then so there's a line about how he's in the hospital, like, oh, there are backspace. He nearly mortally wounded. It's like, okay, like I didn't know he was dead or not, because
That
then they forget
moment,
about him,
yeah.
and then like, is he dead?
At
Is he
that
not?
moment,
Is
it
he?
became extremely obvious that no one of value would die.
Yeah,
If
that was
they
that
could
was it was
not
starting to get
commit
worrying.
to Ted Wheeler, there's nothing.
Wait,
Dude,
you
that's
say
what,
that?
they couldn't even kill somebody off of the beginning. I told you that Ted, and I told you that what's her name? What's the mother's name?
Karen.
Karen and Ted are the only two people I could see dying. Oh, like a week
Well,
before
but do you remember
the show came out.
there's someone else that when you saw they didn't even kill them, you were like, oh, we're fucked. It's the army guy.
Oh my
What
god,
about the army
dude!
guy?
Dude, we were sitting there, we're watching it, and the fucking army guy pops up, and his head's half blown off, the other half's fucking melted. I'm like, they couldn't even kill him. Him?
He's in
Army
the
guy.
hospital and he's like, I'm still here. And you're like, what the fuck?
Oh goodness.
You can't kill me, Duffer Brothers.
Isn't-
I'm
That's
invincible.
that is slightly more believable than Palpatine surviving the Death Star exploding.
Somehow
Twice.
Ted Wheeler returned.
It's didn't they film an entire commercial or marketing thing, something like that? I remember for this season with Ted. It was like a Walmart or something. He walks
No,
into
it was
a-
Target. It was a Target ad.
Yeah, it's like, and the funny thing is that that sort of commercial is probably longer in terms of his screen time than he gets in this entire season.
Almost certainly. He
It's
gets
so-
like a couple. I think the longest stretch of dialogue he says is when he's watching TV. I think it's in season 4, and they talk about they're talking about the satanic hellfire people.
Yeah.
Or no, they're talking about the gates, like the big gates under the town, and they say that it on the news broadcast they say it's like a pit to hell, and he says to his wife, "Oh, they say it's a pit to hell. News is no different from the tabloids these days," and she says, "Yep." And I think that's the biggest stretch of dialogue that he gets.
But she obviously looks really worried because she's the favorite of those two, and he just is oblivious because that's his character. Except that in this, we actually find out exactly how worried everyone in town is about these massive gates to hell, which is not at all because the military
gates to
has
hell?
just paved over them. They have just slapped metal sheets over these huge dimensional rifts, and everyone was fine with that. The kids go tobogganing on them. It's kind of insane that this is how we are resetting things for this season. Compare
nothing
like
that good
the
American
final
steel
shot of
can't
season
cover.
4 and the opening of season 5, and it's just a joke. I just sat there laughing at it. It's impossible.
After the ending of season 4, when you see this apocalypse, there's like it's like the end of what's it, the God of War game, right? Where there's the tornadoes everywhere. You get the big black plumes coming up from the ground. You see the destroyed buildings. The entire sky is like deep, bright blood red, and they're looking on the hill, and there's the flowers that have all the ash that has just like molded them and burned them up.
Well,
And it ends,
And
and
then
you're
it
like,
says,
"What the fuck?
18
Unbelievable!"
months later.
it's obvious what they're doing at the end of season 4, which is the Upside Down is infecting the real world. The real world's becoming the Upside Down. That's what's totally fucking
and that's a
happening.
ticking clock of what we have to.
Yeah,
hope
and
that
Hawkins
It's
is the
"Ha,
source."
No, that's not happening.
Yeah, and
That's
then,
not
Hey guys,
happening.
I'm really quirky Robin. So we've been under quarantine for quite a while. This is the radio station. You've seen it in all the marketing. We'll never use it again.
It's
Well,
so
no, she'll use it
bullshit.
again. They use it for 2 exposition scenes here at the beginning of this season and at the end
Right at
of
the
this
end.
season to let you know that everything's a-okay. That's it. It's the most it's the most awful exposition I think I might have ever seen. It's so bad.
They
It's almost
totally
like
this
they
is a
thought that
season.
initially when they thought it up, they're like, "Oh, we have to try to like do some comms while the military is listening, and we can't talk on like a secure line or like or the radio, so we have to use like music, almost how they use it in The Last of Us."
It's so
Hey, Nick, this image probably gave Bylers a lot of hope, huh?
Did you see that?
Like, they were like, look, they're in couples. It's gotta be. But no, this was such a like, oh, wouldn't it be so cool to set this up? By the way, the thing that comes to mind immediately is the Resident Evil movie that sets up the giant war with
Yeah, the
basically
White House.
on the White House, all the main characters against an army of all kinds of everything ever. And then when it came time to make the movie, they were like, oh, we can't do that. That's way too much. We can't
Actually,
do
they're
that.
all like
Portal
dead or
behind it.
disappeared.
A portal's gonna open up right behind 11, where Eddie and Barb are gonna walk out.
Wouldn't be the- I mean,
On your left.
boy, you say about like lucky, fortunate portal locations, like, oh, we're gonna be getting some of that.
But I just can't get over how much they've just lied to themselves and they've quit out on the when it would be so much more interesting that like a significant portion of Earth starts to actually get infected by this alternate dimension and it's all sourced at Hawkins. So
Yeah, especially in the
It's
Cold War.
toxic and
Dude, that one guy's crops are
Well, they
totally
set that
fucked
up.
now, I imagine.
Remember in season 4 when Anton was had that little talk with Yuri by Katinka, right? The helicopter, and he was like, "What happened? What
Yes,
happened to you,
Katinka
Yuri?
fly. Katinka fly.
What happened to you, Yuri? You used to be like this war hero, and then you got into gambling and booze. Like, what went on? Like, don't you realize that this is an evil over there in America that will transcend borders? Once it eats up America, it'll eat up the motherland." And they dropped that as a thing that Anton's worried about. By the way, don't worry about Anton. He doesn't exist anymore. He's another one of those characters.
Yeah.
And so you'd think that if this was an infection spreading, there'd almost be like, oh shit, after everything that's happened, do we have to cooperate with the Soviets to come up with a solution to this before the whole world is... Nope, don't worry about it. Good old American concrete and steel.
This image
Like-
is so fucking funny, dude. This is so fucking funny.
I mean, look at the image.
this image is
This
insane.
if
It's
I saw
insane.
this, like, no, I'm running fucking away. I'm never looking back at this fucking town ever again. What is this?
Sorry, Hawkins.
No,
It was
this
good
town
while it
looks like-
lasted.
This town looks
We
like
gotta-
18 months
It's-
later.
It is
It's
hell
like
on Earth.
Pompeii.
It is
it's
like
real
that's
life
but that's
now.
the that's the whole idea of like, oh, season 5 could be banger depending on how they do this.
Yeah.
Instead, it's like, nah, in between, off screen, they just put some steel plates down, and now it's just like a normal town, except the military's around. And wow, look at that. That's crazy. It's like, man, literally nobody watching the end of season 4 would ever think what actually happens was going to happen.
Nope.
Yeah, and then they would never see another Demogorgon for 18 months. That just never happened. As soon as all those
No.
portals opened, nothing
The
came
gates are
through.
bigger and wider and more close than ever. Because they can just break out whenever they want. It just takes one to just like thunk on it for a few moments, and they just pop out.
Well, yeah, I mean,
That's it.
Vecna
Maybe this is
fucks
like a
off.
fucking hot take. Vecna's a fucking loser. Vecna got annihilated by a bunch of teenagers with a shotgun, okay? And then he ran away for 18 months as soon as his plan was fucking done.
I just want to
Like,
illustrate.
yeah, he's written so poorly the entire time, it's almost believable the way that he gets mutilated at the end.
So, just for
just-
people who haven't seen the show, this image right here turns into this between seasons. They sealed it up, and now everything's fine.
And the only concern Hawkins people have is like a cult in a high school, right? That's the only.
And even that's only a lingering concern because they just wanted
Yeah.
to reference it for the sake of continuity, as though they hadn't
Yes.
already totally fucked that by paving over hell. They thought, no, we better absolutely establish continuity with the fucking.
We paved over hell and put up a parking lot.
It's
Nice.
insane. I saw this. Oh god, this is going to be such a long season. Oh.
Yeah, they
No.
deflate you immediately with this imagery.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolute bullshit. And like Robin on the radio is explaining all of this in kind of exposition. She's like, oh yeah, the military, they paved it over. The entire town's quarantined off. They won't let anybody in or out. And they've
They
got a
show
special...
kids literally sliding down the big evil fucking hole.
Yeah, she's like, no,
Isn't it
don't do that. The military doesn't like you doing that. And how did the military express this? Oh, they just chase those damn kids off.
Hey kids, get off that hell pit.
You might think that the military would want to get all of the civilians out of this hellscape area so they can study it in isolation, you know?
Well, especially since the quarantine is bullshit. People just keep going into the upside
Well,
down and breathing in all the
Yeah, dude,
particles. and
It's the
Murray!
reverse.
He constantly can just bring them all the
And
shit.
he-
Well, that's what I'm
through
saying,
the
they made
military.
up-
in and out all the time.
They made up the quarantine thing to keep everyone here, like the writers or whatever, and it's just like, you guys are fucking shit at this. It's like, get rid of all the civilians, bring in loads of military, and they now live in the houses, and they've used the excuse like, you can't come in your quarantine, but you have to get our characters have to find a way to, deal with this problem potentially. I don't know why they have to cooperate with the government at this point, okay? This is insane. Having it be that we have to fucking sneak around with the government and also Vecna at the same time
Yeah,
it
'cause
makes
the
this
government
season
have these-
gobbled.
It's like the government is actually they're portrayed as horrifically, actually all governments is horrifically incompetent to the point where like a
Yeah.
bunch of teenagers could basically run roughshod
No,
over
to the point that
United States
Nancy will at
military.
one point kill like 3 trained soldiers relatively effortlessly.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah,
like,
I wonder how much your prop gun weighs. It's got to weigh like 2 pounds. Your prop gun.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Also,
I,
like-
I have an extremely low opinion of the competence of every government ever, and even I was shocked by how incompetent they were. It's just,
I mean,
out- it's, ugh.
not
Dude,
to
the
flex,
fucking soldiers are
but
so funny. They're like comically evil. They have no character. They're just bad.
Mm.
they're
Yeah.
all
Isn't it-
evil. Yeah, they're all just like cartoonishly evil people, except for the people in the good side of the military, like
Who
the
are
good
gone.
scientist guy,
Who are
the
still
2
chained to the
bodyguards.
radiator.
Yeah, the 2 bodyguard guys who are like actual heroic soldiers who save the world because they save all the kids.
And-
It is, I mean, it is odd, especially not obviously this is pre-recorded, but if a global political event were to occur right after the show releases, the show portraying the United States military as extremely incompetent and ineffective that can't get anything done, and then the U.S. were to say, I don't know, like in a matter of moments without losing, any casualties, capture, a dictator of some South American country, they bring it back, and like I don't know, it would just be a little bit of a contrast, a little bit of a odd juxtaposition there.
It's not even just like
know?
being unable to achieve a goal that they set out. I don't know how to put this. They are out of character in a governmental sense. Like they don't. The thing, right? So we've got a portal to hell in Hawkins. Let's send, I don't know, 100 personnel plus. And it's like, I think this requires
Instead of turning it into Fort Knox,
turn it again. You get every civilian out, and you move in probably like 5,000 personnel, and you have like an insane production of
massive research,
just everything you could
facility.
imagine. Yeah, like it would be insane. Like the
It's
amount
a
of
portal
control.
to hell.
Yeah,
What do
And
you think
even-
we're gonna do? We're gonna
They
say
actually
everyone
do
fuck
try
off. We have to
there.
study this portal to hell.
but no,
They
we've
actually
got
do try to have the
literal
secret
high
thing in the
school
middle.
bully scene soon after.
That is coming up right now, actually. Yeah,
Oh,
'cause
the
they- so-
Avengers.
It's insane. It's such a
while
joke.
Robin's doing her radio thing, the radio breaks, so they have to ask Dustin for help. Dustin doesn't want to help because Dustin is sulking because he's very salty about what happened to Eddie. So he goes into school. He's wearing his I was going to say his Helldiver shirt. That is not what I mean.
Helldivers.
The hell.
No, the
Hellfire.
Helldivers part of this
Hellfire,
episode. This
that's
the
the
last
one.
episode is the Helldivers episode. All right.
Yeah. He goes to his Hellfire shirt, and then so he gets attacked by the bullies from the last season, which is kind of the last time they're ever relevant in this show, really. Well, there's one more scene. But then he gets bailed out by Lucas, who is now aura farming with newly terrible hair.
Oh yeah.
And he gets supported by Mike
It isn't
and
great.
Will. It's just
It's as
way to
Nick
come
said,
back
it's
to-
Avengers, and it's really cringe. They all just spawn in the same place. And they're like, here's a scene.
Remember when my sister kicked you so hard in the nuts? Yeah, dude, stop. Please.
First off,
Please.
if you're a guy talking to another guy, you're not gonna say I'm gonna kick you in the balls so hard because that's not
Well,
what
dude,
you
you also
do.
don't say, remember when
It
my
is-
sister beat you up? You're like, wait, what? I'm beating you up. Like, you know what I mean? The power levels here. Does that make fun of you in a way?
I'm gonna kick you in the balls so hard as another dude. Like, no, that's a breach of ethics, my dude. You don't kick another man in the balls. Everyone knows that.
And
It's
it's
an
there to establish
emergency
like
thing.
virtually nothing. It's just that Dustin's going to be a bit sulky for an episode and a half. Everybody else is on side. And the only kind of substantive conversation is that Mike says, hey, remember everyone, stopping Vecna is our top priority.
Which is, again,
Oh.
it kind of brings Dustin's attitude into a huge light of, what the fuck are you doing, man? It's the end of the world.
But we are leaning
Dustin-
very hard on the trauma of Eddie's death. That's what his entire character is going to be for the first half of this show.
Yeah, because they saw like Max worked really well with the audiences, so they gotta
Mhm.
do it again.
Yeah.
Fuck me.
Yeah, can't be having new things. Well, at least not good new things anyway. So they're back in the plot. Welcome back to Hawkins. School's still in session despite hell being underneath them. We then jump away and via a transition which shows us this missing poster for 11. Because it turns out the military, they are hunting for 11. And
Oh, Lord.
problems start arising quite rapidly here. They are hunting for a girl. They have the entire town in lockdown. There are military all over the place. And the last season established that they know her friends and family. And they've had almost 2 years in a small town and they can't fucking find her. So there's like a fake out where they're chasing
Oh,
some random
man.
woman through the woods while Eleven is
What
training.
was
And they grab the
this?
random woman and it's like, oh shit, it's the wrong one. She's just wearing the same terrible running
What
gear.
do they call her? She's like a burner or something like that. They give her a
Burnout, I think it is?
burnout. Yeah, it's like a term, and I was like, what, you have a
Burnout?
term for this? Like, for
Yeah, that
pe-
never came up
There's-
again. I don't know what the fuck
Yeah,
that
are
was.
there
Who is
are there
this
regularly random young women running
that look
through
like
the woods
11.
at the-
Well, I thought that
at
this
the-
was something that Hopper was doing to
Yeah.
deter the military, but no, it's just some random fucking woman.
Hopper finds random women and says, "Listen, I need you to run through the
I
woods
need you
for
to
the
look
military
like and
chase
run
you."
away.
That's more
11.
believable than this
and
woman
then
just
she's-
doing this on her own.
Also,
So then
it's
when she
funny.
asks Mr. Hopper, like, "Why should I do this?" He just is like, "This'll
We're gonna
This'll-
save the world.
Well, it's
this'll
It is
misdirect
solely-
the military."
it's just solely to fake us out, which they do so many this season. They love it.
in a helicopter too, and it's twice as funny because not only they're hunting 11, but they can't even figure out that her father guy Hopper is even alive here. They just, this is never.
Yeah, they
bad.
just seem to know
Never
he's
figured it
back
out.
or alive, and they have figured out nothing. The only other thing it establishes is that they have these weird ray gun things on all their vehicles, which will be significant
Oh,
later.
yes.
But she's doing a little training montage. She's going through an assault course, trying to beat a record time. She gets a record time, but she says it isn't fast enough. She demands that Hopper and Joyce reset the course. They try and tell her to relax. She says no.
And just to be clear as well, they're introducing, because you wouldn't know it at the time, but this is just so relevant. We've got main evil army man from the previous season. We've also got main evil army soldier, we're going to see a
Yes.
lot of eventually. And then we're also getting a new evil army leader. And you might think, why have 3 of them? Why not just one? And you're like, well, because we're going to lose one halfway through the season, kinda. You're like, that doesn't
And you've
answer the
still got
question
one
at
too
all.
many.
All right,
That
George Lucas.
It's so weird. And it's just like, you might think to yourself, like, already a bad idea, introducing 2 new army characters we need to track and give time to. It's like, that little Holly sequence, like right at the beginning of this episode, is such a foreshadowing of just like, holy shit, half this season is worthless.
It is indeed, and I don't, because I know one of the military guys was from season 4, and I didn't even know his name in that. So
No, yeah.
like, in my notes, he's just General Man.
He's the
and
one
then
that
I've
gets
got-
melted.
He does get melted, and then there's Lieutenant Man who gets something else happens to him.
Yeah.
That's later. So you see, Eleven insists on rerunning the course, and now we established what she's been doing, training, which is great.
Probably worth mentioning, right? This is a scene that got out early and everyone made fun of it.
Yeah, I could see why.
Editing is really bad. The body doubles are really bad. Millie Bobby Brown clearly, and maybe for good reason, didn't feel the need to train for something like this. She's running like someone who doesn't run, which is fine. I'm sure she doesn't do much of it in real life, but it just makes for a really awkward looking sequence. And then, of course, there's the whole aspect of like, whereas you might think of something mentally needs to happen for her to understand and use her powers, seeing this is very like, what are we doing? What does this have to do with Eleven's abilities? You know, like, well, what if she has to overcome a series of obstacles on her way to breaking into a military base or something? You're like, what?
An unforeseen situation in which these skills will become incredibly useful later, but at the moment, to all characters involved, it is in fact unforeseen. So it's just reminding us that she exists and she's powerful now. She's got her powers back to full whack after the events of season 4.
It's so contrived. All of this, like their abandoned buses. How did they even smuggle those in? How did the military not find this entire field filled with like weird obstacles and stuff like that? And also, this is so useless. Couldn't they smuggle in a treadmill for her or something? 'Cause I feel
sorry.
like there's a much
This is
more
just
effective
cringe.
ways.
It is cringe, yeah.
It is quite
This
cringe.
is cringe because Ella's cringe.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I thought, whenever I saw this without the context of the season, I thought, it's just the stunts are so bad. Like 11 Millie Bobby Brown is so bad. But this is like a thing with this season. It's just everybody is just terrible at stunts and running. No one wants to run well in this season.
Well, she in particular just seems to think that running involves propelling yourself forward by punching the air, which is not traditionally how it works, but that's how she was told to do it. It's not the first sort of Rise of Skywalker vibes I got from this show. It's not the last either. It's
Oh my
it's kind of
God.
this reminds me of Rey. I wonder what else it will remind me of later in the season.
Well,
But when you said smuggling in a treadmill, for example, that would surely be impossible in a top secret locked down military compound. There's no way they can smuggle in anything remotely useful. Well, you're wrong, because Murray's back. And
Just
Murray ran
before,
supply missions.
you continue, I just wanted to say about that scene, I wonder if it was overcompensation because her powers went from, let's just call it, default in season 1 to we haven't moved at all in season 2 to we haven't moved at all in season 3, and then she lost them to regaining them in season 4, and they realized, holy shit, our magical character with magical abilities has not trained or understood or developed her powers really at all, except you could argue in season 2 they were, but it doesn't really feel that way, right? Closing the rift at the end of season 2 as a result of what she learned from Kali versus what she did to the Demogorgon at the end of season 1 doesn't feel like a jump. It feels lateral, if anything. But, this felt maybe that the Duffers were like, nah, she's better now. Does she do anything that impressive in this season?
No.
That's not stuff we've seen before?
No.
Nope. Well, she jumps quite high once.
Yeah, 11 can jump now.
She can jump,
jumps now?
and she does
Jumps
use
now.
that in the iconic final battle.
Power jump. It's yeah, as you mentioned, Muller, it's just I mean, her character up until now, and especially in season 1, I just don't understand. This is entirely so redundant. Her physically training when her main sort of power and purpose in this, or up until this point in this entire show, is her mind. And instead of focusing on that
Well-
and training that to the most extent to, she can be quite powerful, and I'm sure there's a way to get better, as we saw in season
and
1.
shouldn't it be she should be using Cerebro basically all the time to spy on the
Mhm.
military, to see what they're doing, what they're figuring out,
Yes.
and then to
But I-
learn what their plans are and how to counter them?
The remote viewing is one of those powers you give to a character, and you just have to always
Yeah.
account for it.
And you could be
this
like,
is something
she's
you
gotten
could have all the time.
she's gotten so focused and used to it, she doesn't have nosebleeds while doing it anymore or something. She's gotten, and she's even
Yeah.
started to
would imply
visualize
mastery.
the rooms they're in better and all this sort of that would be the development, not this stupid cringy training
She's-
course.
But it's
She's
made,
the last. Yeah.
it's made worse in this season because there is an entire, quite lengthy plot point where they're all trying to come up with ways to track someone moving through the Upside Down. I wonder if they have a character who is known to be able to do that. So that would defeat the need for them to have tracking fobs and all that shit. Can't think of anyone, though. If only they had a character who's done that in every other season.
Oh, you're
But
referring
no,
to
she's
Bob
training
Newby.
for
He died in
this.
season 2.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I knew we needed him. Damn
Yeah.
it. There's
She's
one
alive.
We
skill.
could ask his sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could.
She's the last person who should be doing physical activity. She should be most focused on just being protected and being static completely, to focus on her mind completely. And everyone else should be doing the running and training and stuff, just to make up for and buy her time and stuff like that. But no, it's the complete opposite. Everyone else is chilling, and she's the one who's running around for some fucking reason. It's
That's
You
for me.
can't make
We're off to such a bad start in so many ways. It's like, oh god.
And
So it's
it
not well.
gets it doesn't get any better in the next scene. So Murray turns up. Now you might
Yes,
remember
Murray.
Murray as being in
Santa
season 2
Claus.
introduced as a well-known former investigative reporter who closes that season as the one who evicts people from Hawkins' lab. So of course they have no idea what he looks like, and he now drives grenades through the military fucking cordon.
He is such a filler character. Whatever role they need is like, here comes Murray doing that thing you need.
Hello, I've got things for you.
oh goodness.
And he does it multiple times. Like he just, whenever they need a supply drop, he is the driver, like the one most recognizable person on their team.
Hey,
but-
Jonathan, do you have my CD? Have you tried that music? Did it work?
Have you fucked your girlfriend yet?
What? Like, you don't even really like. I know this sounds like a weird thing. It's like we don't even know why he's really invested in all of this. I know it's like saving the world and stuff, but really, him specifically, his character, he doesn't. He's just a meme, like of a person.
Yeah.
But he's not fucking funny.
No,
Why do they think he's so fucking funny?
It's
I don't
not.
know.
I don't get it.
He's really not.
He's not, and he's just like it. He's just himself all the way through in the least appropriate moment. There's a really funny bit though, where later when someone does seemingly die, and he's the one to say, "Oh, I'm so sorry that this person I've never met before,
Yes.
who means something to you, I
Man,
guess."
that was crazy how he just fucking forgot that she existed.
Also,
for,
why
like,
was it lingering for
minutes,
so long?
man.
He's like, "Hey guys,
Yeah.
who's gonna give me a high five after that one, guys?"
That was a
Oh,
weird
she
scene,
died.
man. Yeah, like just leaving him hanging for so long, he has to figure all of it out. It's like, oh, you're sad still after I've said things, which means someone may have died and something serious is happening. Is that what's
Oh,
happening?
wait, hold on. Where is that other person that I knew existed? Where
But dude,
is
there's so
she?
much funny shit that happened with Kali. Like Kali is there for Will's coming out scene. Kali has no idea who Will is.
Who is this gay guy?
Well, it's like, what's this over?
He's
She's
like,
like,
"Nice
do
to
you
meet
guys
too."
like?
He's like, "I don't like girls." Like, is this about me?
And she's like, do you
I
guys
don't
do this
either. The
often?
show's making me not like girls either. So yeah.
It's so funny that she's brought into the show for like a day and she has to be a part of the coming out scene. It's just like, what? It's so
Is this why
weird.
you brought me back? Is this the reason?
Do you guys often do this before the big fight?
Who's gay this time?
Before we go, is anyone else gay?
Someone just lifts their hand. They kind of do I'm wavering.
Oh.
So as we see on screen here, what they're doing here, climbing up the thing, they have to go fix a broken radio tower to get their radio thing working again. And this is an opportunity to reintroduce the Jonathan, Steve, Nancy love triangle. Much love.
It's such an immediate like, no, Duffers. No. I feel like Walter White. No, you can do
No.
anything with the
Right
time.
before this,
No.
But you said right before this verbally, like, I hope they don't do this bullshit about like competing for Nancy again. I'm like, oh, you're gonna love
They do,
this
because
scene, dude.
Nancy is so awesome that she breaks all
He's
of
a
their
black hole.
minds.
Yep.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see which of them wins her at the end. It's going to be such
Also,
a great
oh, man.
payoff.
Horrible
Fucking
green
10 years of
screen
work.
up as they climb
Yeah.
up the tower.
This
Really?
whole location, every time they're at this location, even if there's not a green screen, I smell it.
It's really
Well, you
Spy
should smell it.
Kids-ish.
There often is. Yeah, looks horrible. It's like this is, by the way, guys, $60 million per episode. So every minute of runtime is about $1 million.
This looks
Oh,
so
to have that kind of money to throw away on garbage
To have
like
more
this.
money
It's,
than basically anybody has ever had for a television show.
Like, you just need to keep an eye on them when you're watching it. The outline of these characters going green every once in a while, and it's so horrendous.
And it's not even
Oh.
the worst looking part of the show.
Oh goodness.
It's just a
Yep,
thin green
look at that.
line around him, especially when it gets the hair is always really hard for computers to deal with.
There's the giveaway. Yeah, look at that.
Don't know why they. It's the kind of thing where it's just like, Duffers, have you not learned at this point? Don't write this shit if you can't make it. But then I'm asking
were-
way too much of them.
How many cars could you buy for like every second of this horrible green screen? How much did they spend? How many Honda Civics could you buy?
How many rainforests died in order for them to render all of this for free? How many
Yeah.
Silk songs
I
priced
know.
at $20 worth with this?
What a
Oh, I saw
wacky
that.
thing.
I saw that, by the way. I caught up with the Joseph Anderson
Oh,
Silk
yeah?
song thing. That shit was wild.
I did
Like,
feel when
actually
we were listening, I was
wild.
like, oh, Rags would have loved to have been here. It would have fucking been so bad.
You're gonna have to send me that video later for reasons.
Well, did you hear the Stardew Valley part?
Yeah,
Didn't have boss
I remember
fights.
the part about how the Stardew Valley didn't have boss fights and Vampire Survivors had the
Shovelware
aesthetic of
graphics.
shovelware graphics, and I'm like, actually, fuck off! You are insane.
Yeah.
What a crazy thing to say.
Speaking of crazy things, just before they climb up the ladder, there's a little bit which is funny in hindsight. So they have to go into the radio tower, and there's a big dial in there so they can crank the power down. There's an arrow on this dial, and in this scene, it is grey. And there's an important scene later where a color change happens, which is really significant.
Do you want me
plot.
to? I think we all know what you're referencing. Well, me and Nick certainly know what you're referencing, and I can play it if you want. I've got it ready.
Yeah,
Please play it.
I can't play it for everyone here, but I can play it for the stream. In
Yeah.
fact, I don't think I need sound, so because it has subtitle, or rather, it's like described. But basically, we've talked about this a little bit already. Chat. There's a lot of people who are invested in this show to the point where they think it'll all be great, even up to the last episode. They're like, it'll be great, it'll be great, it'll be great, it'll be great, it'll be great. And so they convince themselves, like, how can it still be great? Nick, you made reference to this. It's like the here's how we can still get it with the fucking crazy man meme whiteboard thing. Pepe Silva, I think it is. Always Sunny. So it's like, you know, here's how. And this video got around as basically like, look guys, I've been paying attention. So Holly trying to escape through her memories. You got it's this, that's wrong. It should be yellow. I'm actually gonna put the cover up just in case. Don't worry, I'll describe it. See the color change. Vecna's messing with her memory, and then now this is gray in episode 1. That's what Platoon was just talking about. However, it's red in the first episode. After red, it's red. Will's
That
talking
reminds me of
about
Daredevil.
lovely memories,
Daredevil's red.
like biking to Melville's. This is Melville's General.
Yeah.
And it doesn't sell milkshakes, despite the fact he's talking about buying milkshakes from there. Like getting lost in the woods. Lovely memory. Wait a minute, that's not a lovely memory at all. See? It's like...
This is like Sherlock. It's like the...
yeah,
the thing
you
we were
gotta
talking about
understand.
before.
There's a lot of clues being dropped here. Joyce
Did
talks
you get
about
the
your-
one where the way they stand, their posture? Will's posture is the same as Henry's.
I saw that. Yep.
Yeah, I saw all the comparisons for that. They talk about how much the entity likes it cold, you know, the mind flare, and Will's pretty happy being cold in these recent episodes, isn't that? How about the they're setting some stuff up here, and
It's some good writing to leave clues like this.
well, and the whole like the reality of it, it's all coming up. This is all happening. And even this is something I asked about as well. When he said, I don't like girls, I was like, didn't Mike say he doesn't like girls to him in season 2?
It's not my fault you don't like girls in season 3. I think
3,
it is.
yeah. So I was like, it feels weird that it's like they've forgotten that. But it's like, no, they haven't forgotten it. Vecna's screwed with their memory on all of these things. And it's all coming to a head. So none of this leads anywhere.
Oh, all right.
All
All
of it's either
complete
mistakes
nonsense.
or things they forgot. And this person is probably... not having a good day.
And now this exact show, right? Like this show that did all of that is trying to go, oh, dude, we left little clues to show that 11 might have survived.
I don't
little
trust
clues.
you.
Yeah.
We
And,
left a clue about the future spin-off. Well, that could be fucking anything.
The copy.
This basically sums it up. It's like, it's not that they're mistakes and inconsistencies, it's actually that they're great plot twists and it's gonna all make sense. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, the most malicious thing that the Duffer brothers did was constantly queerbait the entire time by leading everyone to believe that Will and Mike were getting together, and then they ripped it away at the last possible second.
It's so
beyond
deeply
fucked up.
homophobic.
It is so deeply homophobic that Mike would not have sex with.
It is so funny though, it's just like this dial changing color, evidence that Vecna is screwing with everything. It's like, guys, I think that's just a mistake.
Yeah.
I'm
There's
sorry.
a lot of those in this. And it's so because they doing any research for this, my Twitter feed for the last 2 weeks has just been full of fucking shippers being mad.
Yep.
And it's hell, and I don't know
Shippers
how
can
to get
stay
rid of
mad.
it. We just need to find a way of curing autism in teenage girls, I think, and then we'll solve that problem. But until we do, we
take a
might be
while.
stuck with them. But they were particularly mad all the way through this season, and it was
I
very
have a
funny.
clip if you want to play it. I put it up top.
A clip
This is
of,
a person physically sobbing.
oh dear. I can, yeah. I mean, I'll play. Obviously, I can play it for a chat, but you guys won't hear it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we want to hear it?
Well,
No,
if
we
you
don't.
probably not. No, I'll give chat.
I'll listen to it with you. If multiple will, it's like the Power Stone. We nullify its effects if we all want.
Jesus. Okay, we'll sync. You ready?
I am so
What
ready.
the?
So this is what Nick was just alluding to. This is a fan reacting to the fact that they did not confirm Mike and Will being a couple in the season
Nice
finale.
belt.
So 3, 2, 1, go.
Like, I don't understand. She fucking died, so, like, why can't they fuck? Like, I don't understand. I don't give a fuck about his random-ass boyfriend. Like, why did...
So, this can't be real.
She's having trouble.
Oh, no, it's real.
Look
This
at
is
her. Look at the
Uh,
tier.
Just
She's better actress. If it isn't real, she's a better actress than half. Well,
Irish.
the point.
Yeah,
Look,
either
the point
she's
is,
acting or they're all acting. I don't know, but there's a whole lot of people who sound just like that on social media right now.
Why
Yeah, I
is
mean,
this how people engage with?
Well,
things?
remember the arcane shit, man. People were more invested
No,
in the
I know,
shipping
I know.
than
That was
anything else.
hell.
Wait,
Don't
Arcane's the
drag me
show.
back to
writers.
hell, Moeller. Don't drag me back to hell.
Arcane's the show where that guy kissed that girl on the lips, right?
in the water. Yeah.
Yeah,
In the
yeah.
water.
It was the lead
Okay.
scene,
No,
but
no,
you
I
know.
can't believe how stubborn he was on that one. It was so fucking obvious. Literally nobody else. Nobody
Hard to
else.
believe.
Okay, well, but he'd been watching shows for 30 fucking years, bro. Like, he's got a bit of clout
Yeah,
when it
I
comes
think
to these
get
sorts
on
of
his
things.
level, man.
Dude.
It's kind of wild that conversation was sort of like the beginning of the end of
That was the
his online
precursor. That was the
presence.
precursor to
Well, he
the
dealt a
months
lot
to
of damage
You
to
say
himself
precursor,
before
but on
that.
the last day he was here, he was fighting in Discord about you guys. Like the last known day of Doomer, he went out fighting on Discord
Well,
about
he
his
was
EFAP
on-
appearances.
No, he was on like Adam and Sitch's podcast in the chat arguing about it.
No,
too.
I'm talking about when he got exposed for like taking that guy's money and leaving.
Oh, and not making the videos.
that
Yeah.
same week, like this is like a year out after everything that happened with you guys. He was still fighting on Discord with your fans.
Oh, he hates us. he thoroughly hates us. at
He
this
just said
point.
some really silly things and really.
He hates
really,
Rags the
really
most
thought
out
that-
of all of us. And then
I've been
me.
playing video
Yeah.
games for 30 years,
There's
guys.
listen, there's secret lore that is not public. He really fucking hates me.
You guys should make a podcast together.
We should make a podcast.
Well, back to brilliant quality television. So Murray has arrived. He gives them grenades. He gives Jonathan a suspicious tape, and he gives them a telemetry tracker dart thing and tells them the military are going to be going into the Upside Down tonight, ahead of schedule, which will give Hopper plenty of time for a crawl. Because you see, they piggyback on military crawls through the Upside Down. There's a very long, elaborate process they have to go through to get into the Upside Down, which does not involve lifting up a plate and going into the Upside Down. Because if they did that, we would have a way shorter show and it would have been better. But they will do it later, just not for the first
Easily.
several attempts.
To the point where it's very obvious you don't need some kind of psychic creature to be able to pull it up, even though they have one of those.
Mhm.
You could just get a guy. You could get a guy with a crowbar. Not even a crowbar, maybe just his fingers.
But
Mhm.
where can you find a man with fingers?
I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, they are kind of weak. It's actually super nice that none of the gigantic fucking monster creatures tried to get through this entire time.
Well, it's just all this
Because the
effort for
Demogorgon
the
had
crawl,
no problem ripping it right up, right?
which is so fucking pointless. And then, of course, again, you could just have every time the military, just have someone in your team spy on the military and see if they found anything. Maybe they found
like with
Vecna.
her
I
magic
literally- I think
powers?
that-
Like with her magic powers, maybe? Or...
No.
I mean,
Okay.
it's to the point where I
With a
think the plates
telescope.
are to keep the civilians out and keep them, not keep the monsters from getting here. It's to keep the civilians.
Because
from
the
getting
monsters
in.
can leave whenever they fucking want. Because when the
Yeah.
Demogorgon pops out,
but you see-
when they do it later in the season, it's just
That's like the
Vecna-
they just do
anti-Ted
it.
Wheeler deployment plate that they put on top. of
Vecna needs to think about his plan for another few months, okay?
Eyes on Wheeler.
How long has it been since the end of season 4? Is it 18 months?
18 months.
months.
Yes,
18
when you see the
months.
entire thing on fire, it then cuts to
That
black.
is-
18 months. And
See,
starts
when the
next
thing was
season.
on fire, that should have been when the Demogorgons all fucking rush out, grab some kids, go back. Like, that moment, even then it would be too late, as in, like, why haven't they done it before? But 18 months? Like, what the
No, it wouldn't have
fuck?
been too late because their entire argumentation was once the gates open in Hawkins, everything can come through and the world will get corrupted. That's
Well, but
the
my whole point is
perfect time
all
to
of it
steal
is
those
too
kids.
late in terms of why the plan works the way that it does. Like, what the fuck has Vecna been doing for
Yeah.
like 3 years? Well, it's not even, it's more than 3
okay,
years.
yeah, if we're talking about seasons 2 and 3, but for Vecna's season
Mostly
4
not
plan,
existing.
isolated
I
into
was gonna
that
say,
plan,
but
he
working
just
with
took
that-
those kids.
By the way, that would have been quite a horrifying image with each of the cracks, like a bunch of creatures start crawling in and out of them, and then we cut to credits or something. It's like, yeah, that'd be a cool thing to have to deal
Yeah,
with.
and
But,
then
oh
think
well.
about how many people are going to die and how terrible
Yeah.
it would be. Like the death toll.
Yep.
I guess the
Everyone.
in-universe explanation is if Vecna was injured, everything in the hive mind was injured, so they were all just like Peter Griffin going like, ah!
And yeah, and he needed 18 months in a hospital bed
Yeah.
in the abyss, where the
Like
Demogorgon
every
coming in with the
Demogorgon
apron
is all
again.
just like, ah!
Ugh,
Just
so
grabbing its
bad.
neck.
Like some stitches.
Ah.
Ah.
I mean,
So,
like
Oh,
he
they do the
transformed from
knee
a
thing,
human
Family Guy.
body into that thing, right? So does he like have like a human like anatomy? Does he need
He doesn't have a
like
dick.
Well, he might
He
underneath
got
it.
Ozempic.
You don't know. It's
you know, does
Like he's got a little flap that he just pulls.
all of it's a big skin suit. I'm assuming you're asking because he can be physically just killed. So what is he? Because I kind of was at the point of thinking he's just like a flesh avatar. Like he's not whatever that is isn't
Yeah.
really what he is, if you know what I mean. But it's like, no, that's him. And you're like, oh. He's like a
Oh,
physical
11 is
being. He has
lame,
probably
then.
like a heart and lungs and stuff. You're like, really? Okay.
just stab
His
him
Does
in
he
like
poop?
body is made
artery.
out of no. His body is actually made out of stop asking questions.
Ah. I'm just because it gets awkward,
Powerful
right?
material.
It's like, does he eat and poop? And it's like, does he go on the toilet?
Stop
what they-
asking questions.
That's why there's so many humans on Pandora. They're trying to mine all the stop asking questions, so they could bring it back to Earth for all the
Like,
TV shows that they make.
Do you think he orders McDonald's? Does he like leave it on the?
No, he's a Burger King kind of guy. No,
Yeah, dude,
he
Vecna
go-
sitting there
no.
like, he goes, "Do you got any of that Szechuan sauce? I miss this Mulan Szechuan sauce."
He goes to like Long John Silver's and gets like fish sandwiches. He's just a bit of an oddball.
He
wanna
likes
go to
spicy
You'd find it.
and
You'd
stuff.
catch him at a Captain D's, but you would never see him at like a Burger King.
Like a Demogorgon's walking up. We're gonna go to Salty's.
Salty.
Or he walks back in. He walks into the store and there's a little demo dog, and the little demo dog, he says something like, "What's the thing about like my son asked for a boy's toy in his Happy Meal?" Something along those lines. So he's just being like a parent to all of these demo creatures.
Would have been a
He's
better
just
show.
trying to live a normal life.
Oh my goodness.
Better show.
would have been, but it wasn't. So yeah, Robin sends the news about the crawl through the fixed radio because they all speak in code and the military is too dumb to crack it themselves. And their routine is that they use all the demo dog tunnels from season 2. That's how they get around the town undetected, because the military is completely unaware that these tunnels exist, even though they go right under their top secret base and they knew they existed in season 2.
Yep, they literally discovered them coming out of a hole.
That code shit was insane nonsense for so many
It's
reasons.
not only that they knew the tunnels
How do you make-
existed in 2, it's that they literally know that Hopper and all of his associates existed in season 3. The same, I'm pretty sure it's the same military that comes to save the day.
Well,
is
I
the one
assume the
that's shooting
military
them.
shares information with itself, so I think it's not an
Yeah, that would be
unreasonable-
like, yeah. And again, if Hopper is calling the military from Russia, they should have that log too. They would know he's alive.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe this is the other half of the military though, because there are 2 of them. Maybe this is the
Maybe there's
the
more than
retarded
2 now.
half.
The other
could be
kind.
more.
There's yeah.
Or if there's
ooh.
4.
But we never see that side of the military in uniform ever, do we? Maybe we do. Maybe we
No,
don't.
we do. I think that the big final battle in season 4, you see both sides of the military are wearing uniform. I think.
Mhm.
Could be wrong.
Are they? I thought they all look like doctors. Or like,
No, because there's some armed guards.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
the doctors are there and they all get massacred, but there are some armed military guards. I'm pretty sure.
They're like the first wave, and they get wiped out easily because they suck.
Yeah.
because they're the bad military that are stupid and they die.
I just don't understand why won't our main characters just collaborate with them? Because like, I guess the argument is that in universe, I guess that they don't trust them after everything. How?
Well,
Well, so
an
they
extra-
they think
Trust
that they'll
them.
experiment on 11 and blah 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 blah. I'm just, but
you
I'm
have-
assuming
Some factions are clearly good though.
you asking
They
for
don't have context. Like you've never communicated everything. They have no idea who the fuck Vecna is. They don't know what's going on. Just tell them what you know. They
The
it
world's
can't
at stake.
it's just what
Also, from like a writer's point of view, I assume the Duffers thought things would be too easy if we have all the good guys with all the government working against Vecna, even though that just makes us
Wow.
stupid as writers. But
Sounds like a writing
think
thing you
they-
have to
they-
take care of because that's part of the writing
well,
job.
I would just argue, like, no, we got like, you know, you could make the Mind Flayer and Vecna
Mhm.
and Demogorgons, Demobats, Demodogs as hard as you want to defeat, really. Like,
Yes. Yes.
You can make them, you don't have to make them like bulletproof and insanely fast. You can
Yeah,
give them
but
limitations.
a
to
different-
make
if we
them
did that, then we
weaker.
wouldn't have to defeat the government after we defeated Vecna, and so we couldn't get that. So what they did is obviously they set up this clash of factions within the military, so we do kind of see in season 4 that the evil faction wins because they wipe out Dr. Owens' team and then take him prisoner, and we never see him again. And then so now they know to fear that half of the military. So they like the heroes want to stay away. But from the military's point of view, they also have a reason for not working with these people, which is that for some reason they have all decided that 11 is the one who's been going around killing everyone.
Oh,
So that makes a great degree of sense.
It's such a funny
It's so
scene too.
cartoony.
She's like, you're never gonna get information out of. I'm never gonna get information out of this 11. This guy's like a trained soldier. He asks him one question, and he just starts
He
freaking
just
out.
cracks.
She's a freak. She's a disgusting freak.
I fucking hate how they keep referring to her as freak. It's just so, first of all, unprofessional and dumb and just, like
It is the
no one.
unprofessionalism of all of the evil soldiers that bugs me as well.
He just
It's
loses
boring.
composure
No,
immediately.
Show a little
Boris
class,
is
man.
great.
A little decorum. But yeah, it wouldn't be that she's a freak. It's that she's like a psychopathic person who could kill people, and she's insanely dangerous. And like, I
Mhm.
mean, come on, man. That's why.
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sure military like faces fucking like terrorists and worst people ever in their, profession, but I don't think they name call them like, "Oh, you freak, you little."
They call them worse things than freak.
Yeah, they
but
call them
To be
racist.
they
clear,
call the
she
enemies
like
worse things
she
than
has
freak.
killed
Depends on
like
what their color is.
3/4 of their
but-
friends and family.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the amount
freak
of
isn't really the
people-
word, is it?
They say a couple times, like they bizarrely, after they show that all of the enemy soldiers are super evil to a cartoonish degree, a couple times they're like, he said my friends were in that helicopter, and he's like, oh, my friends are dead. And I'm like,
He says my friends are in that helicopter, but like I thought, wasn't there only? I guess there were two
at
people
least
in the
two.
helicopter.
There was a pilot and a
Yeah.
gunner. Yeah.
And you only had 2 friends.
Dude,
So,
it was both of
sucks
his
to be
good
him.
friends.
Percentage-wise, that was catastrophic to his social
Yeah.
life.
Dude, that was like all of them.
The plan that everybody has, they want to send Hopper down on the back of the truck, and they will track him using an elaborate telemetry tracking system installed on the top of a truck rather than using 11 in a bath. And I've never figured out why they do this. They don't really like half the group says this is a bad plan because the territory that they'll be searching just has some shit shops in it, and Vecna's obviously not going to be there. And Steve suggests that he might just be dead because 11 can't find
Yes.
him in the bath, and Will hasn't felt him with the gaydar since season 4. So maybe it's all over. But Mike and Nancy both say again, no, because we have an entire season. That can't be true. So,
Nancy's like, come on, listen, I know the Duffer brothers. Anybody killed off screen is not dead.
Well, what hit me so hard when I was watching this is they have little indicators on their map. They've gridded it out, right? So it's like, okay, we'll do it to grids. We'll do one grid piece at a time. And when we do it, we'll blank it out as like, that one's done. As though Vecna couldn't move.
Mhm.
It's like the stupidest thing ever. What does this confirm anyway? And then, of course, I was like, hang on. You just want to know where he is, right? We can talk about Hopper's bonus plan later, but if this is the plan, we just need to find out where Vecna is. So let's say they go to the next grid point, and he's just hanging out. He's sitting in a wheelchair or something, just like, my legs, my precious legs, so hurt. And they go, that's where Vecna is. Okay, go home. It's like, how do you know he's going to be there when you then plan to kill him next time or whatever?
Oh,
Mhm.
by the way, I because we were talking when we were first watching it, like, why did they not just go to Vecna's house? They didn't check there.
Yeah, the Creel
That seems like a
house.
pretty
They go to Vecna's
But you know
house.
why?
It sounds so silly, but it's a legitimate question. Why didn't they just
No,
go to Vecna's
But
house?
I figured it out. Every time they use Vecna's house, they redo the house in real life. So they rebuilt the whole thing to be in Vecna's mind, and they didn't have a practical set.
They
Mhm.
should have had a throwaway line
Like,
that'd
it
be
looks
like, he's
like that
definitely not in
whole
the
thing
Creel
they
house.
did.
We checked that, twice.
I
It's
just think
definitely
that's
not
such
there.
a lazy reason when they rely so much on CGI.
Yeah.
I mean, $400 million. I think.
yeah,
Yeah.
costs a lot to build houses these days.
I mean, that would make this basically the most expensive show ever, right? Because if we
Which
don't
is-
count the Rings of Power acquisition stuff,
Yeah.
was the actual season to make 400 million?
no.
That's insane. And
think
that's
this
what we
is
know of.
And Andor was fucking expensive, but it wasn't 400
It
million,
wasn't
was
this
it?
expensive, no.
I want
Like,
to
I'm
say
sure
it's
it's
300 each
And it's
season,
more
I think.
episodes as well, so and that's another relevant thing is how expensive is it per,
Oh,
relative to the
dude,
yeah.
runtime.
I completely forgot because someone just reminded me in chat. His house is on the border of one of the breaches. They can go check it by poking their head in if they want to. You'd be
Mhm.
like, "Hello? Okay, he's not there."
It's just,
You think they'd make use of that strategy generally?
You'd
We can just go
think.
and peek in through these fucking plates that the military stuck there, but no, because it's not time for us to do that. So we then cut. Well, there's a little scene where Will says, "No, I've not felt Vecna for years at this point," and but then he does get a weird sort of pre-Vecna feeling. He looks up to the sky and it starts spinning. And he says, "That's probably nothing."
The editing
As,
is so
Will
bad.
would say it's probably nothing after his previous experiences. Yes, it looks awful. But
why does it look like that?
$400 million. Jesus Christ.
They had the camera guy stand on a
And the-
chair and aim it down and just start spinning. And it was just like, oh, bro. But don't
Oh.
worry about it. It's
Great
fine.
reaction shot when I end up doing a video, though. That's going to be in there loads of times.
Yeah.
But this is to provide us a little transition because we cut to Holly. Remember Holly? Terrifically important character for the
How can I
last 4
forget?
seasons. She is spinning on a merry-go-round, and then Fat Derek, who is an asshole,
I
decides
love
to spin
him.
it.
But
But he's
also a
one of my
legend.
favorite person.
Best
Yeah.
character
Favorite
of the
character.
season. I
Yeah.
got a sticker of his that says "suck a fat one." I put it on the wall.
So he buddies her, and then he spins it really fast, and broadly speaking, he runs off. Then the kids go inside, but Holly, she waves at somebody off screen, and then she goes for a chat with somebody off screen, which the teacher notices, and she follows her, and then she sees her speaking to an invisible person. Ooh, mysterious. I wonder who this could possibly be.
Well, we have
Maybe
to
I
ask our
from-
dying mother to make sure, but I have a
Just to be clear, at
I
this
have a little
point,
bit of an inkling.
I'm totally ready to believe that they're just going to invent another villain. Everything's
it's
on the
not-
table at this point.
It wasn't beyond the realms of possibility. I assumed they wouldn't because they just didn't have the time, but then this is the Duffer brothers, so they could have done that. I just assumed it was Vecna, and I assumed everyone would assume it was Vecna, and I assumed incorrectly.
Yeah, I can't believe that Mike found out that his sister was talking to an imaginary friend and didn't go, guys, we've got something. No, this just didn't register.
Will's ability to tell other people about the crazy shit he experiences is it's not always immediate. He often kind of takes his time a little bit. I remember in season 2 when he starts having a bunch of visions and stuff. It takes him a while to kind of let everybody else know. Like, I don't know, man.
Well, it's not written poorly, Rags. He's actually working for Vecna right now, and I'm sure when the end of the season comes, they'll pay that
He
off.
he just didn't even know. Which
Yeah,
means
they
it
just
wouldn't be a
can take it
reason why he
over.
would, but it's
They're gonna
He
do
sabotaged
beautiful things together.
So then we jump over to the military, and we
Oh, before we
meet-
get there, did we
man.
talk about the casting? Like,
Of
what do we
who?
think about the casting of Holly? Like the new casting?
I think she's
fine.
outacted most of the older kids in
Yeah.
the show most of the time.
It's one of the better performances. But
It's
again,
definitely-
like, how old is she meant to be? Like, how old is this character supposed to be at this point?
I mean, logically, she should be like 4.
I
But-
can
Yeah,
'cause,
justify it by saying she's within the range, the acceptable range of all of the other overaged kids. If she
I
looks her
guess,
own
yeah, if
age,
you
the
put
other
it that way,
characters
Yeah,
are
right,
relative-
because you've got
relatively.
like 24-year-olds that are playing like 15-year-olds. It's just
it's like
Yeah.
a
crazy.
movie from the 80s.
Like, if you need her to have lines, she can't actually look like an 8-year-old.
And if she was the only person who was sort of casted accurately for their age, it would actually make it worse because it would become even more
It would be
conspicuous.
distracting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to say she's 10 in the show now. I could be wrong though.
Well, I think she's benefited by the fact that most people don't even remember Holly anyway.
No.
Oh,
I mean,
because she
no one
wasn't a
expected-
character to it.
Yeah, most people forgot she almost got taken by a Demogorgon in season 1.
Speaking of casting, by the way,
Yes,
Linda
speaking of
Hamilton.
casting, yeah, wearing Dr. Brenner's
Dude,
wig.
she's in this.
Dr. Brennan's wig.
It's insane. She's a nothing person. She may as
You
well
kept
not
saying,
be
like, they're not
here.
going to just cast her for nothing. They literally don't even resolve her plot.
She
They don't
disappears
care.
like the rest of the military, but we'll get there.
Barely has
Didn't she-
character, but yet has got many scenes.
Dude, they gave her Brenner's hair.
It's crazy.
Didn't Linda Hamilton like come out of what is it called? Didn't she
Retirement?
come out of retirement for this?
Did she? That's
I
a
think
shame.
something like that.
I mean, she does have the look and demeanor of someone who's only in it for the payday, but I don't know if she's still working.
It
It's
bugs me
frustrating
because
too because the military black guy was like, listen, the fucking disgusting experiments that are being done by that freak Dr. Brenner, and he immediately goes to working for her, like Linda Hamilton in the next
yeah,
season.
it should just be him. I don't know why she's here, other than the fact that they love to have their references. Like Paul Reiser, he was in Aliens. You remember him? Dude, we didn't even mention Carrie Elwes was in season 3. He was the mayor, but there's no reason to
That's
mention him. 'Cause he's like a goober, and then does he get killed or captured, or arrested? I don't
He
know.
gets punched he gets arrested, at the
And then
very
he gets,
end.
he gets
arrested.
exposed for corruption, and then I was thinking, okay, corrupted by whom? And it's the Russians, but they can't tell the town it's the Russians. So now he's just vaguely connected to corruption, and he was arrested, and that's the end.
Yeah, and
it
then,
kind of works against their cover-up, really, but there we are.
Then
Yeah,
Hamilton
she looks
is
really
like,
old, but then like throws around people that are like half
oh,
her
it's so
age.
bad. And
Yeah.
so it's like,
Yeah,
you
it's
know
really
her, and it's like, okay, but like, you're gonna do anything with her? And I guess what we've learned is these actors need to be told ahead of time. If you want character, you have to ask for it.
Yeah.
Write it yourself.
Your inputs to the story are taken so seriously, they're basically mandatory.
Like if
They're
she said,
required
you
if
know,
want to have them.
Could there be an extra dimension to my character? Could I have like an investment in this whole situation that goes back to maybe a war I fought in or an event that took place? And then the Duffers like, huh? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Just
thanks.
write it down. Shoot an email. See if we can work it in.
See, my theory was that they really did want Dr. Brenner back, but they couldn't because they'd killed him.
They'd already done
There's a few
Yeah.
like
Killed him again.
I know, but they killed
Dude,
him
they
on
planned this
screen
whole
this
thing
time.
out, and they're like, "Holy fuck, we need Brenner back." Yeah.
But there's a few
Linda
shots in
Hamilton
this where
said,
like,
"I'll be on
it
your
pans
TV show.
around
We
and
gotta
it's
kill
like
that fucker."
that would be impactful if that was Brenner, but it isn't. So
Yeah.
it's not. And like I had people in response say, no, the fact that she's just a cardboard cutout, that's the point. Like it just proves that any random person would replace Brenner. So yeah, but
Isn't
you
it
could have made that point with Brenner. Like he could have said that, or anyone could have. You could have had a character say it, but instead we just get Linda Hamilton being Linda Hamilton and grumpy.
Isn't it funny that the only thing keeping them from bringing Brenner back is that like he was at odds with the faction of the military that's there? Like they literally could have. The Duffer brothers could have just brought him back.
Yeah, well, I mean, you do see him on screen die, so it would
I've
be
seen him
harder.
die on screen so many times. They literally could have just written an excuse.
No, the first time it was below the camera line. You got him see it. He got attacked. That was then he survived it. The Demogorgon got bored.
11. I faked my death to get the military off my tail. We must finish our training.
Come and
Papa.
give me your blood so I can inject these pregnant women.
That was my brother.
He just, you see him walk at the end of the season. He's like, "Fine, I'll do it myself," and he starts injecting himself with Henry's blood.
Becomes Super Brenner.
This becomes Wesker from Resident
Super
Evil.
Brenner. I am Super Brenner. He's like Red Hulk. He's on the Captain America.
When he gets to be
turns
like,
into Red
he gets to be
Hulk.
mech sized or whatever, and he fights the giant spider. And
Oh my-
meanwhile, 11 and Vecna fight their personal battle on a smaller stage. That would have been so good, but never mind. Giant Super Brenner versus the Mind Flayer. We could have had that.
Brenner
Oh wait,
angry.
the comment section
Brenner-
is a good one. Imagine they used Kali, like they had a gun to her head, and faked Brenner's death to pull him out to use him in the military for this season.
Hmm.
I would have called it a
And I would've-
retcon, but fine. Instead of all this stupid
But
shit.
it would be better. It
Yeah.
would honestly be better for Kali that it actually like provides a reason as to why she's here.
Yeah.
Other than like there are lots of pregnant women in the Upside Down dying.
Oh my
Mm.
god.
Yeah. Oh
I
god,
mean,
we'll get there.
Linda Hamilton has Kali enslaved here, so it could be Brenner who could have had her this entire time.
Yep,
And also,
someone who
like,
has an actual relationship with her, someone who's
Yeah.
known her seemingly since the time they were together in the lab when they were all little kids, and there actually would have been connections where now there are none.
And that entire like stupid ass base in season 4 could have also been like a fake vision, something like that, just to set up to bring her memories back using Kali.
Mhm.
Mm.
Also, we have not nearly complained enough about all of the casting of this show that is clearly just like member aliens.
That's what I just said.
Member Terminate. Oh,
Oh
did you
my
say
god,
that?
Biden.
Just did a
Biden
Biden moment.
No, he didn't
It's
say
a
we
curse.
haven't
I totally
complained
missed
about
that.
it. He said we haven't complained about it
I'm not cursed.
enough.
I am the curse.
He said
We
it
need to
like
do
I
more
hadn't
of
said
it.
it at all. I'm offended. I
We
thought
need
you
to do
liked me.
more. I was remembering you saying it when we were watching it the first time, and I just completely toned it out just now, I guess.
It's only been 6 hours. You got plenty of energy left.
Yeah.
God, it has.
It has. We're on episode 1. Fuck. Okay.
I should.
Progress
All right.
must be
I might
made.
end up ordering a pizza. We'll see what happens.
So, she says, we need to find the girl. It's the only line she's ever going to say. They usually point it out later in the season. Why does she just keep saying, find the girl? Well, that's because you didn't write her any other lines, so why are you complaining? So, back with 11, and she says she beat her course record, and Hopper promised that if she did that, she could go with him on the crawl, but he says he wasn't watching, and so he doesn't believe her, so she's not coming. Because we're going back to the whole thing about they don't trust or respect each other enough, and we have to provide resolution to that for the 3rd time, I think. So that's great. And then so like she storms off, she's pissed off, and then Joyce comes in for a chat and asks why Hopper's being so hard on her. He says he's not. It's just too dangerous. Too many soldiers looking for her. He says that if he finds Vecna, he'll just run away. He knows they will need 11, but he's not going to risk her on a recon mission, which obviously he doesn't need to do because recon can be done from anywhere.
Yeah, using the psychic powers that you decided to give her without thinking about the plot implications of all the problems that this could easily solve.
Mm-hmm. Then off
Yeah.
you.
No, I just wanted to mention, like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. I mean, I have some guesses what was going on with David Harbour this season, but damn, he's just shoehorning it. It's so bad. His, like...
He's regressed again.
His...
Of what we got of season 4, making him a bit better again. He's back to Red Guardian Hopper.
Which is a shame because it wasn't just character thing. It was like physically, like he lost the weight. He was looking good. And then to see him like this, I'm like, oh, that's a shame.
His acting, I mean, not only he's just writing, I don't know what's going on with his acting. He's just abysmal here. He just does not care anymore, I think. I don't know what's going on.
Well, everyone's kind of abysmal in this season. Like,
Yes.
Winona Ryder doesn't sound right. I think that most of the characters, with the exception of like Lucas, have horrific lines.
Yeah, he's better. He's one of the better performers. And Dustin's pretty reliable as well.
Yeah, we didn't really credit him in season 4, but that was where I kind of realized, oh no, he's the best actor from the kids.
Yeah, I guess
Dustin's quite good. Yeah.
Actors like David really like hit me because it's just like no matter the dialogue over the course of like seasons, you saw these kids grow up to be different kinds of actors. Some of them are not that great, but they're like legitimate actors here. I mean, David and Winona, it feels like you can trust them and rely on them. But damn, it's just the season. Even the best actors are just bad, except for like very few people. Maybe like Steve.
Steve's usually good. Dustin's quite good, I think, acting-wise in this. So there's a few, but yeah, David Hart, there's all that obviously conversation about potential controversies behind the scene for this season as well. With David Harbour, you do get the sense that he's just kind of done with it. The most believable line delivery he ever has in this entire season is, "I hate this so much," and I felt that line because I agreed with it at the time. But
I'll say when we're introduced to our new military lady, I was noticing that she was doing her alien autopsy without any eye protection whatsoever, just like in a warehouse. I'm thinking, oh, that's probably not good. What if something squirts in your eye? You couldn't be bothered to put some goggles on, lady. Like, okay, all right.
That's a good point. And they are in the upside down, but I think we've decided that you can breathe the air there sometimes. So
was there ever a reason given?
It's just
Did I miss it?
No, there is no. The only reason is the same. It's adjacent to nanotech armor, as far as I'm concerned. You don't want to have it so that constantly the actors are in hazmat suits, because we got to see their faces. I think that's it. They realize like we don't want to deal with that as a problem.
Yeah, they probably just like.
So they didn't come up with any
whatever.
reason, huh? They didn't. Give
There's no reason that I'm
line or
aware of, other than just because I think you get Robin gets asked like at the end of the season, and it's just kind of like, that's like her answer basically, nothing.
They couldn't have even just changed it to the avatar gas masks where you could see the whole face and everything,
Part of the
but you could wear whatever you want.
that's an option, but
That
no,
would have
they
been
don't want to do
better.
that. I guess the problem as well is that if they established in a later season like that the hazmat suit actually was just unnecessary, but it was a precaution. But the problem is that Hopper got fucked up in season 2 when he breathed this stuff in. So clearly there is something wrong with it.
And wouldn't that... Well, I guess technically the gates have a little film over it, so that stuff wouldn't bleed into our atmosphere.
Well, except that it did at the end of season 4, but
Except
then
it-
we didn't
yeah, I
notice
guess.
any of that. But there is a call out line for it in this season later on when Vicky, who I don't forgive you if you I don't sorry, I do forgive you if you don't know who that is. She
that's the
says, "So
lesbian
is this
lady.
stuff safe to breathe or not?" And Robin says, "It's unclear at this point," and then they
Yeah,
move on.
that's right.
That means
Just-
no.
It's okay if you forgot it because the Duffer Brothers forgot about her as well. In the
Dude, imagine if
epilogue.
the ending of the show and the epilogue just cut to the fucking thing and they're like, yeah, we all have cancer now. That was not safe to breathe. That was not safe at all.
I would actually
Yep.
enjoy that.
They
I
have
would
the
too.
conversation like in Chernobyl where Skarsgård asks I forget the other actor's name, how long do we have? And it's like a year, 2, 3 tops. They just have to make
Dude, it
so they get
cuts
used
to
to their
fucking
mortality.
Hopper. It's like, so 11 survived, but like my previous daughter, her lungs failed because of the toxic chemicals of the Upside Down. So instead of Agent Orange, it's just the fucking dimension that killed her.
They bring back Agent Orange later. Oh, yeah.
They sure
callbacks.
do.
Aren't they wonderful? So they've had that chat, and it's another, we're just basically replaying a character arc again. So then we go back to school. Karen Wheeler, the mother Wheeler, has been summoned in because they're concerned about Holly's imaginary friend that she's talking to. And so while she sits outside, Mike goes to sit down with her, and they have a chat. They have a chat about her mystery friend, and she calls him Mr. Whatsit. Now, if I'm Mike, I'm already thinking, fuck, it's Vecna. But I'm not Mike, I have a brain. So he doesn't. Holly says he just wants to help me, to protect me, because there's monsters trying to eat me. And Mike says,
Mike,
Sweet Michael.
come on, man.
This is what let's use our context clues.
No, I gotta ask my dying mother to be sure. All right, we have to break into the hospital and find my slit throat mother and ask her
Oh my
who this
God.
is. Otherwise, we can't possibly be sure.
I mean, you
Uh,
say it like that, but it's more like violently torn through. You know, like with a. It's just. What an idiot.
Was there a reason why they didn't even bother trying to ask the dad anything?
because
Because
it's
he's the
Ed.
dad.
Important character.
Okay,
Yeah, no
I
one
didn't
cares
know if
about
there was
that.
like something special about the mom with knowledge she
Ted's
knew,
like
or
a
if it was
force of
actually
nature. You can't ask him
You
questions.
can't just ask him questions.
they go to his hospital room and he wakes up and he's like, you're the bastard who took all the bacon. Get out of my room.
I actually think the scene from Target was actually part of the show they cut out because that was where his head went to after he was like
Oh.
incapacitated.
The Duffers say there are no deleted scenes in Stranger Things except for one in season 1. If you don't also count the extended version of the rooftop scene in season 5, which was also a deleted scene, and also another one that they deleted. But there are no deleted scenes in this show.
Of
So,
They
course.
just lie. They just lie all the time.
They can't stop. Mike tells Holly there are no such thing as monsters because with season 5 and his entire family has no clue about anything that's happened in their town. Is whatever.
Right.
Then he shows her because he's bought his little D&D figure. She's Mike the Brave. And he's trying to encourage her. He says, I imagine that he's by my side when I'm scared. And then he gives her a little figure called Holly the Heroic. And she's a cleric with divine power. None of this matters. Anyway, it's
so cool
but
if you had to
there's
grab
no
Mike the
payoff to
Brave
this, by the
before he
way.
did all these brave things in the previous seasons. Like if you
I
just
think
saw him
that-
like grip it.
Yeah,
You say that, Rags,
Sure
but
they
I
really
think
use
that the Duffer Brothers do believe that there is a payoff for this.
Oh, they think so, but there isn't really.
No.
I mean,
I agree.
there's, but it's just like, oh, this is like, oh, like in isolation, this is a cool scene. You know, we got our little D&D reference. That's neat, and you know, it shows a little connection between the two because Holly isn't really what you call a character yet because she hasn't, been one before. And we're like, oh, this never really went anywhere. She loses the necklace, and that's kind of it.
Yeah. But then Max will use it as a kind of spur to encourage her and open portals. And
Oh.
well, yeah. Anyway, this is Mike's attempt to be a good older brother for the first time he ever has an opportunity to do that.
Also-
Yes.
I want to mention, like, that I'm thinking about their family dynamics, I just don't understand. Joyce is now leaving with them, right? And it wouldn't that be that hard for her to, like, as a parent, right? She's living with Wheelers. Why not tell them, or at least warn them about this very life-threatening kind of apocalyptic thing that is happening all around their very, very small kids? It's not that it would be that, I mean, it's not just Joyce at this point, like they have, and not just kids, they have a bunch of, like, there's Steve, there's Nancy, there's
Yeah.
Robin, all together. They could just at least warn their parents that, hey, something bad is happening, we should be very, very careful.
Yeah,
What-
'cause
what's
they've
the-
fibbed to their parents before if they can't, like, the issue is that if you're trying to explain all this stuff to people who aren't aware of it, then you're going to sound like a
Yeah.
crazy person. So
Even
you
if
have
there's
to come
5
up
of
with a
you.
lie.
There are like
Yeah.
50 of them at this
He-
point.
Yeah,
Even-
listen, that's not even unreasonable, but it's
If 50
more
people told me
unreasonable
this,
that-
I'd assume they're pranking me.
I would too, but then so that I would agree with you under normal circumstances. If season
There's, like-
5 didn't go on to tell Mr. fucking Clark about this in 30 seconds and he instantly
Yeah, I'm sorry,
believes them.
dude.
Oh, yeah, that's
Nancy
right.
has to
Well, they
tell her
rope him
mom that
into it,
she's gonna
yeah.
die.
Also,
And it's
we're all
like-
trying to figure out how to solve this when it goes back to nobody should be in Hawkins anyway. They should just be gone.
It's
Yeah, they
Nope.
should be gone, but
Yeah,
Nancy saw her mother die. You have to tell your mom that what's
Yeah.
happening. That's
not that-
crazy that she finds out when the Demogorgon is there to kill her.
Also,
Well,
I
not there too, but
Yeah. Sorry. I don't think it would be that hard to prove, because over the course of like 4 seasons now, they have accumulated, I think they must have at least some semblance of like proof, or at least take the moms and dads and show them that fucking weird ass portal, like fucking
You just make
the-
them stick their heads through the rift in the
Yeah.
floor. Just make them poke their heads into hell. They'll see it for themselves. It's
We
not
have
that
this-
hard.
Yeah, we have this psychic friend who could do crazy things. And she can go into your mind and stuff, and we can prove it.
I mean that's how they do it. Yeah, they just have her like fucking take out a security camera, and then Mr. Clark's like, "Oh shit, okay, we're in."
Okay, nice. Sorry. That was a little nitpicky, or not nitpicky, but
Not
kind of-
really. It's kind of, yeah, it is massively important considering that not telling their parents nearly gets them both killed.
Yeah,
It's
no.
been
You'd
fucking
think that you'd
years at
try
this
if
point.
you love your parents. Even if
would.
it doesn't work, it's like, you gotta try. We gotta come up with something. We gotta come
There's
up
a
with
bit
a lie.
I mean,
to tell
and by the way,
Darwinism
the
at this point,
earthquake is like
though.
the perfect way to do it. Like, there's like big red fucking hazy shit coming out of the ground.
Well, and all the
Like, this
plant
is like
life
the best time
died
of any.
temporarily, of course.
Like, look at what's happened. And imagine if they actually, from the end of season 4, portrayed the town as it actually would be, which is like this oppressive, military-ruled, lockdown state. And they want to know, they want answers, but it's all classified. The military won't tell them what they're doing, but they know something's up because of the pit and, you know, the hell pits and the ash and everything dying.
You know, like the real life equivalent of that would be Chernobyl. Like it would literally be that. This entire town would get locked down and no one would be let in and let
Well,
out.
and I mean, let's be honest. If
See,
you
that's
really
cool,
want to
but they
do the
were
thing of
probably
like,
thinking
Everyone out
COVID.
for that.
you know, okay, fine, you don't believe me. Well, I'm not even going to bother telling you about the demons, but you know, just come with me, Mr. and Mrs. Wheeler. You're like, okay, and then you have Hopper and everyone pull up one of those red things. Like, see this here, this crazy red goo. You might think it's lava or something weird like that, but no. And give me a sec, and they have a rope, and they let someone down into it. Then you come back up, and you're like, see, I'm fine. There's a whole world under there filled with demons. You might think of it as hell. Basically, we need to
Certainly hell
go.
adjacent, yeah.
And Ted down on a rope.
Yeah,
just
I don't-
I,
dangling.
yes, exactly.
To be
I
honest,
want
you
to
could
see
tie
what
him
Ted
up
has to say about
and
all of
lower him
this.
into
It's
it.
also
Yeah.
like it took longer than like a day for them to establish perimeter and then put up the entire fucking thing that covered the ground, right? They could have done this like the first week. Hey, we barely survived. There was
Yeah,
that.
Well,
didn't they
remember,
look
they-
into it?
They get a Demogorgon corpse at one point this season. Just show Ted and carried that.
They
You know, but
can't
earlier.
at that point.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's possible they could have done the. It would have been a better start for the season. Just the not this stupid crawl shit, but trying to capture a Demogorgon so that they could put a tracker in it. to see where it goes when it goes back up. You know, that would have been more interesting to me anyway. But they
But
could
there
have.
were no Demogorgons for 18
Shut up!
months off screen.
Like, stupid. But no, they could have convinced everybody anything they want and get them the fuck out of there. Murray could have smuggled the Wheelers out. Oh, would have been wonderful. But no, you gotta get the scenes.
No, dude, they were making this script during COVID, and they're like, "Oh, we'll quarantine it."
But we're not going to do any quarantine stuff. But we'll just say that it's quarantine, and that will be that. Job's done.
It sure will.
Tell, don't show.
It sure will. But as you will see on your screen now, we now move to the next scene. We go to hospital. Lucas is sitting by Max's bed, running up that hill for the first of many times, because Kate Bush is eating well for the rest of her
All
life.
right. Has any show abused a single song or piece of music more than this series has abused?
There's
Running Up That
probably
Hill?
some examples we're forgetting. There's gotta be. Gotta be.
I mean, I would say like it's a bad example because it's not a single song, right? Arcane season 2, it's
abusive in general.
many songs, yeah.
Yeah, that's just mentally abusive.
And then there's
But I think
the
but
abusive
in
form
terms of
that's
a
like one song that's used in loads of pieces of media for the same like reason.
a show that uses a piece of music over and over and over and over and over.
No, I know. I just I don't know of one off the top of my head, but there's probably something.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of until I can think of a better example, or anybody else can. This can win.
This can sit on the throne.
title
Yeah.
for shittest overuse of song, which I used to quite like. But so Will then leaves Lucas and he goes off to grab a Coke, but he spots Robin, and Robin is here visiting Vicky, and Vicky is a terrific character from season 4 who I think has a speaking line. And she is a nurse. She is a lesbian ginger nurse, and she is Robin's girlfriend, which we find out definitively in this scene, though I think we knew it at the end of season 4. Robin invites her for dinner at Enzo's, because remember Enzo's? That's season 3, I think. They start making out, and Will is just spying on them through a door.
He's
He
doing a
sees it,
Jonathan.
and he's doing it runs in the family. They are just slightly creepy people. He's startled by this sudden outbreak of lesbianism, and he drops his Coke, and then he runs away. And Robin goes after him. She sees him running away, but that's fine for now because we'll
I
come
would
back
never
to this
drop my
later.
Coke. Discovering lesbians.
I've never really understood
What a
that. A lot of the
blunder.
time they do that to make a scene progress, but it's like, would your grip not
I've never done
increase
that.
rather
I don't
than
think-
decrease?
Have
If
any of
anything.
you dropped an item out of shock like that? Not
Not
even
for
shock.
seeing
This doesn't
lesbians,
even
no.
count as
I
shock.
can't
There's
think
one,
of an instance where that's ever happened.
Do you remember, Fringa highlighted, there's one later where Max gets put into Vecna time, or whatever the fuck you want to call
she
it.
drops a bowl of cereal.
Yeah, she's got a bowl of cereal, she's walking to the room, she just drops to the floor, and I was like, dude, I know that things are crazy,
mess.
but, like, do people
Yeah.
not just go,
What makes
put it
your
on
hands
table, move
loosen?
forward? Yeah, like, what?
I think
You would think without thinking, you would just like, oh, I have an object in my hand, I put it down, it's cereal.
Well, there's the
you wouldn't think
iconic-
to drop it.
Person drops a
It's,
mug of coffee in everything, and it goes and smashes, and the coffee goes everywhere. It's like, oh, because it looks good and it's dramatic, but it's just like, yeah, but does everyone do this every time anything
You do
happens?
slow-mo, yeah.
it's I assume that whenever you go into such stressful mode, your body physically,
Tenses.
in my experience, you clench, your muscles tighten instead of like loosen. You probably hold on to something. If you're holding on to something, you probably hold on to it even tighter. Or at least that's what
Yes,
I assume
I
happens.
would say that is
think so.
the logical conclusion to draw.
Not as cinematic,
rather
though.
than the opposite.
Oh, but
I
he could
guess-
do.
You
All
know,
he
I
has to do
loosened
is
up
like he
because of
squeezes the
what's
Coke can, the
tension.
Coke can explodes, and that makes him drop the Coke can, and then you've got the realistic response and the desired payoff, which is the dropped Coke can. So you could have done it in a
We'd
more
have to
believable
squeeze
way.
pretty hard.
Well,
Like, he's that
Yeah.
into it, I guess. Fair enough.
but he does have superpowers, so he could.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, but that's that scene done. We're moving on now somewhere else because Dustin, he is picking fights with the jocks. He left a live grass snake in one of their lockers with some graffiti saying "Hell Divers lives, Hellfire lives," and a corn snake even. That's the one. So naturally, they're not very happy with this, and he goes to visit Eddie's grave, which they have vandalized, and the paint is wet, meaning they are still nearby, and lo and behold, they are. So they come out to confront him. They
Dustin
cut
is
up
a-
his grass snake, corn snake.
He is a
even.
shitty pet owner.
He is.
Jesus
What did you
Christ.
He
expect
is
to happen?
responsible for multiple
what did,
animal deaths.
What did you think was going to happen to your snake? You just left your snake.
Well,
Your
it's the
pet
school.
snake,
It's the school snake.
with people who hate you. Or yeah, I mean, in any case,
He knew its name,
there's still
but yeah.
blood on his hands.
There
It's
is.
It's
on his
also
hand.
so unbelievably crazy. These bullies never come back up again. We never see them.
No,
No,
Well,
they
they
don't.
serve
we
their
see
This is their
purpose.
last scene.
in the graduation when everything is miraculously being healed and all divisions are behind us.
Yeah,
Because
and he
we-
does the same exact thing with the Hellfire Club, and nobody says anything. It's like cheered.
Oh my goodness.
It's just crazy, like how
You think the
reliably
town-
Dustin will just get.
The town
Critters
should be
killed.
shocked after everything that happened with Chrissy and the other murders that the Hellfire stuff was being brought up at the high school graduation.
Well,
like
yeah,
this.
it's not like Eddie's
Like
been
Dustin should become a
exonerated.
pariah, which is
Dude,
kind of
Dustin
like
is,
it's a
is
shame
the
for
Hassan
him.
Piker of this universe with his pets.
No, they're just two things that should obviously be connected in the minds of the entire town. They were all whipped up to a frenzy, believing a club of Satanists was causing the death by magic of various innocent people, and then eventually hell erupted, which Satanists would kind of like to see happen. The town should be obsessed with the notion that actually the Satanist club did all of this. So it's not just the jocks that should hate Dustin, it's probably everyone in town, but we aren't allowed to have them react. This is the closest we get to a reaction.
It's like
and all they
everybody
do
in
is beat
town.
him up.
Who are those people? We don't see them. They're not here.
Yeah, Lucas's parents, Dustin's
No, I mean like all
mum,
the parents that were
um,
in like the PTA meeting thing, or,
everybody
like,
else.
town hall, like all those people who are like, I don't know. They should
Dustin,
have done
all
like
the
an evil
parents at the
dies
meeting
tonight
say that
thing.
you're a Satanist. Also, where's the cat? I got a new Siamese cat. I hope he's okay.
It's just
You don't really worship Satan, do
Crazy.
you?
I don't know what you guys think, but also what bugged me about this Dustin thing, I don't know. Kids change. They go through whatever, puberty, whatever. But I don't buy Dustin in this position. I don't think that this is particularly in character for him.
Well,
Like-
no, because like, if you could, what's his primary objective, like revenge at the moment? Surely it's got to be Vecna, because the reason Dustin is like this is because of Eddie's death, and Eddie was killed by Vecna. So why is Dustin distracting from the mission to stop Vecna to go and pick a side quest battle against a bunch of jocks who were not involved in
Wasn't-
Eddie's death?
Isn't the sort of assertion from the show that he borderline wants to die, and he's kind of like baiting this on purpose?
Yeah.
I don't know. I wouldn't go as far as borderline wants to die in this case. I think like he wants violence and retribution, but I didn't get the sense because like later on in like every fight he has with Steve, for example, it's not because he's nihilistic and wants an end to himself. It's because he still has these sort of hidden traumas and attachments to life as it used to be. So I just read it as like he just wants violence.
He wants to
And
fight.
he wants to fight, yeah.
I just don't buy that Dustin, out of all kids, would become this like depressive kind of like I don't know. I just don't buy it. I don't buy him. If it was any other character, if it was Will kind of
Well-
reacting to his past traumas, or if it was Mike, at least he would be given some kind of character arc. Dustin has always been so positive and sort of like cheery guy, and always found something to laugh about or joke about in the situation. And especially with what he has with Steve, he has more emotional support, I feel like, than most of the kids in this situation. So I just don't believe that he would become
Well, yeah,
this version.
full redraft of this series, you'd introduce a relationship between him and either Eddie or Steve early as like a protective older brother that he never had, and then you build them up over 3+ seasons, and then they die. This makes way more sense that his life was made so much better by this person. Now they're gone. The problem is, as much as we like Eddie, like he kind of just appears, and you tell us just how much he means to Dustin. They have some good scenes together.
Yeah,
But like
for
now
sure.
it's become, because that's the thing with Max, she gets benefited by like that is her brother and there's 2
Yeah.
seasons, so we know all of the stuff. But like with Dustin here, it's like it's as you said earlier, it's like they're trying to do the repeat with a different flavor, but it's like this doesn't quite work. It would make more sense if it was Steve, but they don't have the balls to kill Steve.
They don't,
Mhm.
but like that's my
Yes.
having rewatched season 4. That's what I was thinking all the way through Eddie's death sequence. It's like you'd have to rewrite the Dungeons and Dragons connection, but really that payoff, that sacrifice, and that impact on Dustin, that probably should have been Steve's character arc. Like that should have been the moment he sacrifices himself and he dies, and then Dustin is picking up the pieces from that in this season, as opposed to Guy
Well,
we
you could
didn't know
even
all that
keep
long really.
like if you'd switched it out like that, and then Eddie is sort of like replacement Steve has the angle of like trying to help out but can't be what Steve was or something. Okay, I'm just thinking about it as like all these different timelines and possibilities, but basically it's so annoying how much
Yeah.
material Stranger Things has and how much they
It's
just
very
don't
forced.
use.
How much screen they waste. It's
Yeah.
simultaneously the wastage that they have and the missed opportunities that they have. That is a powerful combo.
Very much is. But we are now moving back to the radio station. The reason, well, the consequence of Dustin being beaten up by the Jocks is that he's now late for their rendezvous and they cannot contact him, which is going to throw a wrench into their plans because he is an integral part of their plans. So they all meet up back at the radio station, sans Dustin, and on the roof, 11 and Mike have a conversation, which is a rare thing in Stranger Things, actually,
Yeah.
considering how central they're both
They've
supposed
been in
to
a
be.
relationship since
Yeah, they
season 1, but they
rarely
don't really talk
interact.
to each other, no.
They talk
Um,
about talking to each other.
They get
others
reunited a lot.
sometimes.
Like they have so many reuniting scenes, but not as much scenes where they're just together.
And this scene is kind of the reason, I think, is they don't have a huge amount to talk about. So this is
Nope.
a setup scene for later, but like the conversation starts with asking about Dustin, and Mike says, "Oh, yeah, Dustin's been acting weird," and 11 says, "Yeah, Hopper's been acting weird too." Really interesting stuff. Then Mike suggests maybe just being stuck in here. It's not knowing where Vecna is in case we'd forgotten. That maybe that's just getting to us, and maybe we need a break, and maybe the crawl tonight that will be our break. But then the meaningful part of it, the only relevant part, is when 11 says, "Well, what happens after we kill Vecna?" And Mike says, "We live happily ever after in a peaceful land with 3 waterfalls somewhere, and we start again." And she says, "Do you think that could be real for us?" He says, "Yeah. If Vecna's gone, then what's stopping us?" That's a setup conversation. But there's not like you don't look at the scenes between these two and say, yeah, they've been absolutely in love with each other for the last 10 years.
I couldn't have told you. They seem like buddies, I guess.
I think it's
Should
largely because
feel like it's
Mike,
stronger than that.
it should, but I think Mike is probably the problem because he just doesn't really have a character. So there's not much they can do beyond talking about plot relevant stuff, I suppose.
Literally no personality to him whatsoever.
No,
Yeah,
there hasn't
even
been
I'm
for
drawing a
years.
blank after, just recently watching these seasons. I'm like, tell me about Mike, tell me him. And I'm like, I don't know, he's around. But then I realized I just described like half of the characters. Like, I don't know, they're around, I guess. Particularly flat. I don't know, what is it that he like that the two seen each other, I don't know.
I think my
I don't know.
favorite part of the Mike and 11 relationship is that the last time Mike sees 11, he can't even say that he loves her back.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe that that wasn't something they included in that scene. She's like, "I love you, Mike," and he just says nothing.
Yep.
It's very funny.
But thanks to the Duffers, there was even a conversation as to whether that ever took place, but we'll cover that much later. So for now, at least, Dustin isn't around. They've had their little chat. We've sort of preloaded a future character beat. So Hopper is gearing up. He's got assault rifles and grenades. And he's got tracking fobs and all of this stuff.
He's got US soldiers to kill.
Yeah, he does. He's never more excited than when he has US soldiers to kill. This Vietnam War veteran who should have some aspect of camaraderie.
Yeah, 1980s Midwest American just can't wait to gun down.
There I go,
those
kill it
American
again.
Soldiers. Yeah, you're right.
Oh god.
Because Steve is because Dustin is away. Sorry, Steve is he's got to deputize for him. So Steve's thing is that he's useless at technology. So this is all going to go wrong. There's a big satellite dish on the van roof. He's got to learn how to use it so they can track the signal, but he can't drive and do it. So Will offers to help, but Joy says no, because that's a character beat that will happen later. And she volunteers Jonathan because she doesn't like that son as much. So he can do it.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jonathan's
poor
involvement in
Jonathan.
the family dynamic kind of disappears entirely after season 1, really.
Yeah, it's
He's
very
kind of the odd
sad.
one who's misunderstood, bit of a loner. bit of an odd guy. He's not a bad guy. Peep and Tom stuff aside, but I guess this is a weird circumstance. But yeah, he just sort of stops being the family stops having a dynamic.
hmm I mean, Jonathan at his strongest as a character in terms of writing was when he was sort of coupled up with Joyce in season 1,
Yeah.
and their entire dynamic and their dialogues are fantastic. But after that, I mean, both of them, both Joyce and Jonathan, not only get separated but lose their characteristics and character entirely. So they just both become like shells, and there's nothing to them.
Yeah, I feel like him kind of like Mike, and I get Lucas really. They really ride they rest on the laurels of the first season as to sort of who you remember them as, but they're still around. They're still here. Steve is the same way. We're around. We have the occasional line. Sometimes we
Mhm.
maybe say a thing, but they
Yeah.
don't really go anywhere. They don't do anything. They don't feel important.
They
The
don't
Duffer
change-
Brothers did something revolutionary. They realized they finally had all of their characters in one place. So what they did was they implemented Holly Wheeler and gave none of them dialogue.
And don't forget Derek.
And
and
Derek,
Derek. Yeah,
delightful.
We can forgive them for that. He's cool.
Yes.
We like Derek. So Hopper, he's geared up. He goes down into the tunnels, and it's I still can't believe the tunnels go not only around and up to the border of this secret military base, they go underneath it, which will be really important later. And they still don't get it. They don't pay any attention to it. They don't know they're there. So, but that's how he's gonna sneak up on them anyway. Meanwhile, Holly goes to bed, and she hears her parents arguing about her imaginary friend, and this upsets her, so she cries.
No.
That's a scene. Not convinced. We have 2 of these scenes. We only needed 1. That's 1. So hooray.
They do
So
set
then-
something up in this scene, and that is that Karen Wheeler is drinking wine.
They do. We didn't know this about her. She's suddenly developed
drinks wine.
recently.
You're so
She
subtle
found this
about it.
wine.
They needed to make sure that was set up very, very explicitly in this sequence, so that's done.
We need to
Stuff.
explain how the wine bottle got there.
Yeah.
We don't need to explain all the
Instead
other
of just we're in a
consequential shit in the
kitchen,
show.
this was where the wine bottles live, so I would assume one might be nearby.
Maybe this is a weird thing to say, but I think Duffer Brothers are weirdly like obsessed with Karen Wheeler's actress or something. That they're crushing on her because they keep putting
They got
every season.
favorites.
She's in some kind of situation. She's like sexy, like taking a bath, or near a pool, or like planning an affair
it's
with
not-
a teenager. It's just weird.
But they don't use that as part of a character. In another
No.
show, if you had a woman who drank a bit, who seemed to maybe like she was sad on the inside, didn't get along with her husband's a little bit of a grouch. Nothing like crazy unreasonable, but he's a bit cranky, and she dresses up beautifully. She goes to the pool and lounges around with the other girls. She's a bit vain, then maybe you'd think, oh, they're setting up the idea that she's worried about growing old or becoming too matronly. She, her youthful days are behind her. She feels like maybe she's stuck with this sort of familial situation where she doesn't know where to go next. It's not that she doesn't love her family, but she feels like she's sort of in a rut, so to speak. And maybe like she the temptations of Billy and whatnot, they almost break her, and she's looking for something more, or at least ways to add excitement and spice to her life. But no. These are just traits without a purpose, and even by describing them, I'm reading way too.
And then she gets
deeply into them,
way
so-
major payoffs. She's going to have one of the most plot-relevant payoffs well after what happens in the following episode beginning.
Oh, that fucking scene. Yes, I know exactly the one you're thinking of. Oof.
Mhm.
Great stuff. But yeah, having established once again that Ted is useless and she has foresight, we move on. We go back to the military base, and the military convoy, it's moving in. There is a giant, massive, huge church bell tower which is overlooking the military encampment. It is the most obviously strategically
could see
important
it.
point in the entire town, so
Yeah.
naturally the military don't use it themselves. So for the entire season, random children just spy on them with binoculars, and they are unaware of the
You can
entire
spot
thing.
them so easily if you're the military. It's like the
It
most
is a bit
obvious place to be.
cartoonish. when you show
They
the
don't
perspective
hide very
of
well.
the
They're just
kids.
sitting in the windows, like,
Yeah.
yep, here we are. Any
Like they
casual
were
glance
spying
up
on the
there and they're
Russians
spotted.
at the mall in season 3. It's
Yeah.
like the same obviously you would be seen kind of angle.
And
I
like, they're
mean, we
literally in
don't know.
building their base. They're like, oh, we got to build some guard towers here. What about that? That's already no, never. We'll build some smaller guard towers, and we'll just not use the big, huge, tall one with a massive sniper vantage point over everything, because that would just be make too much sense from an architectural and cost point of view, and a strategic one as well. So it's a very useful bell tower. We're going to be coming back here over and over again. But for now, you have Lucas, who is spying on them alongside Mike, and Hopper is hiding in a shed. And they give a signal when the burn happens to get rid of the thing. The military convoy starts moving in. They alert Hopper when the last military guard has moved out of the way, and he runs across the base, jumps into the back of the lorry, and he goes into the upside down with it. And this seems incredibly easy to do, and it's the first of like 3 times they do it. It's like infiltrating the Russian base under the Starcourt Mall, which they do 3 or 4 times. It's like comically easy for such a high value target.
Well, and I just
All
want to
the
stress
militaries and
the
guards are
immense
incompetent.
number of variables for how this could go wrong. If any one thing goes wrong, Hopper is fucked. And all for what? Checking one of many grid spots as to whether Vecna has decided to show up. Like,
So that they can do what when he's there?
exactly, run away
We
seems
found
to be
him.
the only plan they even had for that.
Well, he
So
says that specifically. He's like, "Oh,
Yeah.
I found him. You know me. I'll run away. I'm not being a hero." It's like, so what are we looking
that's what I
to
mean.
do? When we
Such a
find
high
him?
risk mission, and the information you're getting is crap. It's not even useful.
It's not, and they don't get much of it.
Also, when
after you.
when the portal, like not the portal, when the upside down starts breaking down the first time and they have to get out, they're like, "Oh, a portal, the shed." Is that the shed from like a couple episodes from now? Why was there just another random portal that they could jump out of in that moment? And why weren't they going through that one to begin with?
Portals in the
Remember, like,
fifth
it's when the
season
beamer
just
flew
seem
out.
to show up.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, Demogorgons can make them, right? That's the main thing.
some show up without them.
Yeah, but there were no Demogorgons in that scene.
You
I
don't know that.
think.
It's true. He could be. He could be
He
doing
was
a little
off
tricky.
screen. The
In
Duffer
an
Brothers
interview, the
explained
Duffer
in an
Brothers
interview.
explained.
He could be.
Uh.
Explain how a Demogorgon was secretly hiding from the
It's just so
cameraman.
funny though, because this whole sequence, right, is built on the fact that it's like the government have the main control of the main gates. We got to work with them to get in and out. And it's just like there are gates everywhere, like, all over the place.
I love this show.
Yeah,
It's brilliant, yes. So Hopper's now
Not that
down in
confident.
the upside down. He's in the back of the lorry's going along. It's all going nicely. They're able to track him from a car in the right side up while Steve is driving. Jonathan is tracking. And they have a little signal device that keeps track of it. But then, suddenly, something goes wrong with the convoy. It crashes, and they almost lose track of it because everything is suddenly stopped. 11 thinks, like, oh, they must have spotted Hopper. They must know he's there because he's not very well hidden. That is not the reason, though, because Will enters gay vision and he starts seeing through the eyes of a Demogorgon. And he
Demagogon.
watches it as it Demagogon, which takes out the entire military team because they are all still using guns, not flamethrowers,
not wine
and so
bottles.
they all die.
If just
Not wine
one of
bottles.
them had one wine bottle, dude. Such a shame. So much life lost.
And I'm trying to figure out from their perspective why they wouldn't. Did they just? Cause I guess we don't see many Demogorgons, so maybe they just think there aren't any of those around. Because generally there aren't. They're just nowhere to be seen, except when the plot needs them to be there. So in this case, I think there's 2 that attack the convoy, and it causes the truck to crash because they avoid Hopper.
Yeah, of
completely.
course.
Well, obviously, we can't be having him in serious danger. They take out the driver and then they just run away. I don't know what I mean, they're part of the hive mind. Like, what was Vecna telling them to do? Was he telling them just to go piss off the military people, kill them and run
Yeah,
away,
like Vecna
troll
was
them?
just sort of bored, and he's like, "Go fuck with that convoy. I don't like that."
Give them
That
something
seems
to
to
think
be it.
about. But if you find anyone plot important, don't.
Well, the
Giving
Duffer
it
Brothers
away.
couldn't afford to find Hopper in this episode because the CGI wasn't done in the scene with his daughter when his life flashes before his
Oh,
eyes.
of course, yes.
Hopper's a daughter?
Yeah, so her name's Sarah, didn't you know? Sarah, my daughter, Sarah. That's
Oh,
exactly what
that's
I'm watching
Sarah.
I hope she's okay.
And shaved head and blue little bracelet. Oh,
Such a vital character. But yeah, the truck crashes, and Will sort of has a fit and falls unconscious. Hopper climbs out of the truck, but now the communications are broken. They're down. He's run out because they've lost track of him. Will, though having a fit, is still able to track the Demogorgons, and he sees them in the upside down running toward a house. Oh dear, it's a familiar looking house, but before we get to see exactly whose house it is, Joyce slaps him in the face and he wakes up, and so he loses his connection. Then she says, "What happened?" And he says, "The Demogorgon is coming for them." And he looks at Nancy. Ooh, wonder what
Oh.
could be happening next. Final scene of episode 1, then, is that Ted is playing golf in the garden and Karen is drinking again.
Whining.
Whining.
Ted
yeah.
has constructive hobbies. Karen
Mhm.
has destructive hobbies.
Correct.
Important
But hers
kids.
taste better, so that's important.
Will or
Mothballs
women
taste
have
not great.
Will or women have problem with alcohol? I've noticed.
Mm-hmm.
They do, yeah, because Nancy drinks a lot, but that used to be a plot and character point, because that was like, I don't want to be like my mother, but she had all the traits of her mother, but then they forgot that that's a thing. So
Hey,
now it means
Mr.
nothing.
Duffer Brothers, was your dad not around and your mom an alcoholic?
Oh,
Just
no.
wondering. Is
We
that
should Google it.
possible?
Mm,
It's a theory.
feminism.
So, yes, we'll get much of that later. It's brilliant. So Ted's playing golf, Karen is drinking, then she goes upstairs to run herself a bath while her daughter is still crying silently in her room. She's a wonderful mother. Then the lights start playing up, and we know what this means. It means a Demogorgon. It bursts through Holly's ceiling,
Wait, I
because
just
they
so
can make their own portals
sorry.
again now, right?
Holly is crying because she heard her parents arguing, right?
Yes.
Does that get closure?
No.
No.
Nope.
Because after this scene, Ted Wheeler is no longer a character in the show, and Nancy Wheeler shows up to do her amazing rescue work, and they
Yeah.
can't reconcile. Ted's not a character anymore.
Do the Duffers
And
have
he
wasn't a
object
character before, but-
permanence with the written word? Like with each word that hits the page, do they remember they've written one before it? Do the Duffers have this experience? Or no?
No, I
You know
think.
No?
what?
Okay.
I don't know. That's a good question.
It seems like they don't. But so yeah, the Demogorgon is back. They can make their own portals again. They spent the time not being able to do that, but now they can. And that is the cliffhanger ending for episode 1. We finally reached the end of episode 1. Coming up for
in the house.
7 hours in.
Well, and I think
It's
that
not a great start.
a bunch of fans were still on board, right? And they probably would have been hyped for this because it's like, oh my god, stakes, right? Like a Demogorgon's attacking people we care about, or people we care about that cared about people we care about, I guess. But for people like for us, for example, just be like, oh yeah, I guess this was inevitable. You probably shouldn't be in Hawkins, and now your family are gonna get killed because you guys are stupid.
You
Couldn't
break away
even,
from them,
you know.
those portals.
Oh well. And
As
it's
if the
just
families wouldn't leave anyway if they could to get away from the scary portals.
well, and then of course it's like
Yeah.
Vecna, bro, why haven't you done this ages ago? I don't know.
I
And then
feel like
once-
at this point it's natural selection. Sorry.
Unless you know the whole plan. There's loads of Vecna. What are you doing, buddy?
Why
Vecna should
wouldn't
have won a long time. Vecna should have won his plot before the protagonists even know that there was a plot to stop.
Well, just do it
Because all he
in
has to
one
do is
night.
kill 4 kids. Just kill
No,
4
no,
kids.
no. It was kill 4 in the last season because they had trauma. In this season, he needs 12 kids for no particular reason.
Still, he could knock that out in a night.
And it's
He
so
just go
funny.
around
They
at night.
shouldn't have done that fucking interview, bro. All they had to say is it's the clock. That's all they had to say. They're like, we don't know why it's.
we don't
12.
know.
We have no idea. Leave that up to the audience. You know, we wanted the audience to decide why that was happening.
Such
Idiots.
bullshit. The poor audience. Like, what is the deeper meaning behind all of this? What do you mean, deeper meaning? There isn't any. Nothing. Nothing matters.
Deeper meaning.
It happened off screen. The deeper meaning.
The deeper meaning off screen.
The deeper
Off
meaning was the
season.
friends we met along the way.
We didn't make many friends along the way, unfortunately.
Well, I suppose right there, chat's gonna be so mad in the future when they see this live recorded thing. We're probably gonna hit a part 1 end there, folks, because if you haven't noticed, we've still got, is it 7 episodes
7
left?
episodes left.
Episodes,
to
and one
do.
of those episodes is 2 hours long.
Yep.
Yeah,
And this was one
well,
of the better ones.
Fade to black. Bop, 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 bop. Mr. Sandman.
In order for
Oh
this to
my
be
God.
Send
somewhat
me a
reasonable on the
man.
front of people getting their energy back for a part 2 and be able to sleep and all those good things, we'll probably remember the whole idea was the EFAP was no longer going to have 11-hour episodes, all right, guys? So this is healthy for everybody.
We made
Healthy
an
for everybody.
agreement.
We did.
Then strange things
Anyway,
happen.
I suppose that'll work out nicely because I'd imagine it'll take us about 6 hours to get through 7 episodes if we're lucky.
Yeah, and we are less than
There is
halfway
a few
through,
things
through
to
the notes I had.
discuss.
so-
There's a few
Yeah.
things, yeah, 1 or 2. But before we head out, Nutso, why don't you tell everybody what you're up to and where they can find you?
Well, I have a YouTube channel, as people probably can see. Yeah, you can go there and subscribe or join Patreon, I guess. I don't know. It's yeah, I've been up to almost nothing, but I'll get back into shape quite soon. I've just been coding and trying to, you know.
Oh, like Rock
Get
and
through
Robbie.
Stranger
She sends
Things.
code on the radio
Yeah.
so the military doesn't find out what her
Yeah.
friends are up to doing.
I've been
But-
hacking into like US military. Don't tell anybody though that I'm gonna get in trouble.
Well, if it's the military from Stranger Things, you probably did it quite easily. Probably had
Yeah.
a fun time doing it.
Yeah. I mean, it was fun. Yeah, definitely. They're quite lame. Very boring. They don't really get up too much. They just die. Or don't. Or they don't. Do they die? No.
The show they die in droves.
Hmm. Yeah, maybe
Kinda
off
sad.
screen. Duffers will make sure to let us know in the tweets or something like that, maybe.
Yeah, they'll let us know. Plenty of
Mhm.
interviews to come. I'm sure
Yeah.
they'll go on some
Have they
form
had
of
one
an
for-
apology tour eventually, being like, "Wait, we do have answers for all these things. We were just joking in those other interviews. I swear, we've got a
It was a
whole
social
set."
experiment.
Yeah.
Well, how about you, Mr. Nick Oreo, Mr. Oreo?
Oh, me? I'm glad you asked. So I make YouTube video essays on my channel, Nicholas Diorio. And I also have a YouTube channel called Nicholas Diorio at Outer Space, where I do YouTube drama live streams. But I also stream to twitch.tv occasionally, and that's also called Nicholas
you?
Diorio.
Ooh.
Yeah, then I got this other channel called Nicholas Diorio Plus, where I post slop videos sometimes. I'm gonna be starting a new channel for food content called Nicholas Eats Diorio, and you can go on there and you can watch all of that stuff. I've got a
Ooh.
show called Diorio Vision that I do all about my journey using smart glasses. I think I'm gonna be doing Sound of Diorio, where I review music. I'm running out of these things. I'm running.
I thought you were gonna make
Ooh,
this
that's
reference
exciting.
more of it. Be like, I'm gonna review Lion King at some point.
Oh,
Yes, you check out all kinds of stuff. You can find him everywhere. He's on the YouTube doing the things, and we thank both of you for joining us for this
Wait a minute,
wonderful
Mahler.
adventure.
I just noticed the chat has hated me for the entire 6 hours I was
What?
here. I can't watch movies with you anymore.
No,
This is a
don't listen
recording. There
to
is no
them.
chat.
I'm going on another podcast after this. I'm going to talk about how you guys have been awful to me.
Never forgetty. Little snake.
Well, and hopefully
Oh,
we can
fucker.
have both ears back for part 2. We'll try and figure that out. Don't you worry. But yes, thank you for joining us. But before we go, Fringy, Rags, Platoon, anything you guys want to mention?
Yeah, I suppose.
I'm
I
just
mean,
working.
it's a new year. It's 2026, Anno Domini. We don't do that
Woo.
current era cuck shit here on the EFAP podcast.
Who's Domini?
So Domini, he was wait, wasn't she a superhero in Deadpool?
Oh my
2?
That's
goodness,
Domino.
slippery rags.
Yeah, that's okay.
Domini?
Keep going, Rags. It's okay. It's okay. I forgive you.
So yeah, I figured, it's a new year, bit of a checkpoint in all of our lives. And so I'm gonna try and be a lot more active this year with my channel and streams and stuff. So soon I'll have some stuff out, and I'll hopefully I'll see you around on all my stuff.
Don't want to say anything specific yet before I get things underway and settled. But yeah, there you go. I'll just be working on stuff.
It's not a new
Awesome.
year. This was recorded in December.
But it will be a new year when it
Of
releases.
20
Soon to be a new
It,
year.
it will be, I suppose.
Well, I
yeah.
assume this was for
We
when
totally
this goes
ruined
out,
the fucking
though.
joke because we only covered the first episode, which was out in November.
Damn it,
Wait,
where
but
did
won't
the
we?
joke
We'll
go?
release this recording.
Wait,
next
do you think
year,
people will
right?
figure out this isn't live?
Not now.
We've confirmed it's recorded now. Damn it. We were trying to trick them into thinking it was live. Ugh, ruined it.
Fuck. Oh no.
Yeah, for me, I will be turning some of these stupidly long amount of notes into a video, or maybe multiple videos. It was going to be one really long Stranger Things video, and now it's likely to be
That's not a.
Done too
like
long.
several short ones and also a really long one because I still want to do the really long one. But season 5 is pissing me off that I might just do short little videos on each episode. I don't know yet. And then Avatar, that's also in the works. There's so much shit. All of it has to be covered.
It is amazing, by the
Avatar
way, how
finally
no
made
one Avatar has been completely culturally subsumed by
What are you
everything else
talking about? It
happening.
finally made $1 billion.
Yeah, everyone's talking
The
about
third
it.
movie's coming out.
Everyone's talking
Oh.
about it.
That's right.
Right.
It made $1 billion after 3 weeks.
I
So-
actually
and
saw
you're
a
like,
post.
"Oh,
I don't know if I
that's-
sent you it, Free, where it was like people talking about that one character is proof that it has
Yeah.
cultural footprint, and then people were like, the fact you said that one character, also one character.
Also, let's not kid ourselves. You'll forget about her. You've already forgotten about her.
So
I
bad.
mean, the
No.
Stranger Things discourse has completely.
Obviously, yeah, it's dominated.
inundated.
Avatar's gone.
Yeah, because Stranger
Avatar
Things
stuff.
is way more popular.
And to be honest, way more
Ultimately.
interesting to talk about. There, I said it.
Yep. True.
In a sense.
I
sure.
agree. Yes, it is. Yeah,
The
I
book-
do agree. It's not even close.
The only context I've seen it referenced is like bunch of horny, like fetishy people being very weird, or at least
Wait,
Well,
for
the movie
Avatar or
is
Stranger
weird.
Things?
It's both.
Avatar.
Both.
Both.
Okay, okay. I just wanted. I didn't know.
But you know, it's Avatar was an interestingly freaky one. This one, yeah, it awakened all the wrong things in people.
Yep. Well, yeah, cool.
What are you doing, Mola? What are you
What am I doing? Tomorrow, me and Mel are going to play the Battlefront 2 Classic campaign. We're going to devise some kind of shot-taking game based on probably dying, because we can do
Every
a lot
time
of
you
that.
capture a command post,
Oh, Jesus.
you have to take a shot.
I don't know about
And every
that.
time you
that
lose
would
the
be
command
dire.
Well, then we just stop capturing them. Like,
Yeah.
well, guess I'll just lose.
And if you were doing that right, you'd have a stroke, so
I
you
would
shouldn't be
die.
recommending it to anybody else. Jeez.
I lead others to a treasure I cannot possess.
So there's that, and then we're gonna figure out if we're doing another game of some kind, because Mel will be leaving Friday, so we got another like 5 days to do things, ish, a bit more than that.
You should stream Fortnite one day.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, and you could play as your favorite. Oh, do we have any Stranger Things characters in Fortnite?
I'm
think
literally
they're all in
dancing
there.
as Will right now with SpongeBob.
There you go.
I can't
Oh my
show it because if
God.
I show it, that'll fuck up the screen. But
Or you could play as
Oh my
Nancy.
goodness.
I should play as Ransbo. What do we say? Rancy?
Nambo.
Nanbo.
she's not in this. She's in Dead by Daylight. Ooh, we
That's a
should
game
stream
I
Dead by
actually do
Daylight when
play.
it comes out. Yeah,
I'll play as Vecna. That could be fun.
I've like never actually. I've played it, but I've never actually played it well.
I'm not surprised by that. It's got a difficulty curve of anyway. Yeah. So that's that. Probably gonna head out now. Fun on the bud. Thank you so much. Likely to get part 2 next week at some point. Maybe, who knows? But for now, thanks for joining us. And bye bye.
Bye.
See you
Bye,
later,
everybody.
everybody.
See you
Bye,
later.
bye.